Hello. It is 5:32. We're going to go ahead and start the meeting. Thank you for attending the Tuesday, January 13th meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. If members of the audience could turn off their phones or turn them to vibrate so as not to disrupt the meeting, that would be appreciated. Councilmember, Snell, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
Everybody please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Could we thou get a roll call? Oh, my apologies. Councilmember Hall, will you do the land acknowledgement?
The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of the Tovangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrieleño Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curravanga, a village that we now know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrieleño descendants who are part of the Gabrieleño Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here and that as settlers in Cuyam or guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The city of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrieleño Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Great, thank you so much. Just for the record, one council member is attending remotely tonight, so all votes will be done by roll call. And if the clerk could please start that.
Councilmember Negrete is currently absent. Councilmember Hall?
Present.
Councilmember Raskin?
Here.
Councilmember Snell?
Here.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is currently absent, and Mayor Trosas.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Great. Before we start with general public input and comment on special agenda items, I'm wondering if we could do some agenda management and hear a motion to hear 11A and 11B, then 7A after the consent calendar, and 11C before 10A. And I don't know, City Manager Chi, if you wanted to just explain how that will work.
Certainly. Given that we have a number of items toward the end of the agenda related to the housing production related consideration matters, and they are grouped together, and given the extensive closed session agenda that we have, we thought it'd be appropriate to do the initial boards and commissions review study session before we go to closed session, so folks can participate in that conversation. In addition, the refunding of our existing tax allocation bonds, that item, if it's moved up prior to closed session, also provides folks an opportunity to engage. Then at the end of our meeting, after we come back from closed session, all of the corresponding housing production related items that we'll be considering tonight will be grouped together. Seemed like there was a logic in doing that. We're suggesting the council maybe coordinate the agenda in that manner. The mayor and I also spoke. This also helps Council Member Negrete participate later in the evening.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Mayor? Sorry, did you also want to move up the mayor's highlight?
Yes, I was also going to ask if we could additionally move the mayor's announcement, which are going to be a couple of commendations, and we have folks here after general public input.
Sure, I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, made by Snell, seconded by Hall. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is still absent. Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete is still absent, and Mayor Trosas.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. And our next item is item 1, general public input and comment on special agenda items. And currently, we are at 37 speakers for 1A.
Great. So everyone will have 1 minute. And then before we start, I just, first of all, you'll have 2 warnings, and then you'll be kicked out if you disrupt the meeting. Before we begin tonight's agenda, I just wanted to make a couple of announcements because I know that we've received a lot of communication from members of the public, and just in an effort to provide some additional clarity and information, I wanted to address an issue that has generated significant public interest and a large volume of correspondence to the City Council. During the past few days, we've received thousands of emails related to the revotes we are planning to consider this evening related to prior housing production-related items. Along those lines, we've read in those emails that the council should consider, we've read in those emails that the council should consider not exceeding state law on SB 1123. And finally, the emails have asked that the city reassess a development disposition agreement approved in December of 2024 involving Hollywood Community Housing. I want to start by emphasizing this. The City Council takes its responsibility for good governance, ethical decision-making, and public trust very seriously. When the city received formal guidance from the Fair Political Practices Commission regarding Mayor Pro Tem Zwick's future participation in housing production-related matters, this City Council directed staff immediately to work to identify a clear, lawful, and transparent process for responding to that guidance. I'd note that the FPPC's advice was prospective and did not conclude that prior council actions were invalid. Nonetheless, out of an abundance of caution, staff conducted a comprehensive review of housing-related council actions during the relevant time period and identified a defined set of items that could potentially fall within the scope of the guidance, and that was led by our city attorney. Those items are before us tonight for reconsideration and revote, and we are taking into account the feedback that we've received from all of you. I also want to be clear, the action the council is taking this evening reflects a deliberate effort to protect the integrity of the city's decision-making process, remove procedural uncertainty, and ensure that council actions are legally sound and beyond dispute. It is also important to say that the revotes before us tonight represent the full set of items identified through this review by the city attorney. At the same time, if new information were to emerge in the future that raised additional legal or ethical considerations, the city would evaluate those issues consistent with the applicable law and established procedures. Our commitment is to do this work carefully, transparently, and in good faith. With respect to the development disposition agreement involving Hollywood Community Housing, I want to clarify that this matter is not on tonight's agenda and is not before the council for action this evening. That said, the city is aware of the concerns that have been raised. Staff and the city attorney's office are actively assessing those issues, and the council will be briefed as appropriate through the proper channels. We understand that these issues matter deeply to many in our community. While some people may disagree with certain policy outcomes, I want the public to know that this council is committed to following the law, maintaining public trust, and doing the right thing, even when that work is complex and difficult. And I don't know if our city attorney or city manager wanted to add anything. Okay, no? Okay, and we will go into further detail when the appropriate actions come forward. I know we received emails on a number of different items on today's agenda, so that was just a global statement. I also just personally want to acknowledge that I've received, as many of you have, thousands of emails. I am trying to respond to all of them. We absolutely want transparency, and we absolutely are trying to provide that information here tonight. Committed to sitting down and talking with anyone. I know that these issues are anxiety and provoking. I live in an R1 neighborhood. I understand that people are very animated on this issue, and so we're here to hear all of you and try to do the right thing here for the community. So we are following every single legal advice given to us at this point and trying to do everything proactively, transparently, and above board. And with that being said, we will go ahead and start the public comment. And I will call out the first few names. Please line up, and we're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible because I know that there are many people here who want to comment on this and other items as well. Daquan, Ishmael, Jerry Rubin, Alan Mott, and Gonzalo M., please come forward.
And Mayor, to confirm, everyone has 1 minute.
Yes, everyone has 1 minute. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Daquan, and I worked at Rusty's. Last January, Rusty's closed suddenly, leaving many of us without jobs we held for years. For many of us, that felt like the door was quietly closed on people who helped make this pier feel like home to so many. We went through last Christmas without knowing what might happen to our jobs. We lost our jobs for no fault of our own. When you're eating at Big Dean's, you're being served by Rusty's workers. When you're eating at Z Garden on Pico Boulevard, you're being served by Rusty's workers. Every day, Rusty's workers serve the Santa Monica community.
My coworkers and I are professionals. We can do the job, and we can do the job well. So please pass a strong worker retention law so I can have the chance to go back to work. Thank you.
We do happy hands. You're happy to stand, you're happy to have a sign, you're happy to have happy hands, but no clapping. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Jerry Rubin, member of the Urban Forest Task Force, but just speaking for myself, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, honorable city council members, city staff, city attorney, police department, fellow Santa Monicans, I wish every single one of you the very best, happy, healthy new year for you and yours. There's no reason why it shouldn't be. We could all work together and have win-win solutions. I want to say, it seems like it's moving along to get some food vending machines here. I hope it happens. It'll be really good, keep our blood sugar there. And you're all invited to the Urban Forest Task Force meeting tomorrow in the main library multi-purpose room, the first meeting of the new year at 6 p.m. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Hi there. Good evening, everybody. My name's Ishmael, and I was one of the many workers at Rusty's. We helped make the pier a warm and welcoming place for locals and visitors alike. Yet right now, there is no guarantee that we will be able to return to the jobs that many of us held for years. The Rusty's wasn't just a job for us. It was a second home and a community we poured ourselves into. This job meant so much to me and my coworkers. Not only was it the way we made our livings, it was a community, a family. At Rusty's, I had the pleasure of working with some of the hardest working people I've had the pleasure of knowing. People who poured themselves into making sure that this pier and this city were the welcoming and unique places that they were. Doing so, we came from all over to be part of this, contributing to this community, despite the fact that many of us were not even able to afford to live in this city. We came from all over.
Thank you. We have Alan Mont, Gonzalo M., and then I'm going to call up a few more names. Miguel B., Elaine Golden-Keeler, Andrew Hoyer. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Gonzalo. I sympathize with the former workers at Rusty's because I have also lost my job through no fault of my own. The immediate effect it had on me, financially and emotionally, were immediate, as one missing check could mean losing my home and all of my basic needs. I want no one to feel the dark, empty space I felt at that time. Please pass the workers' retentions policy. Thank you so much.
Alan Mont, Mayor and Council members. My family has lived, worked, and owned property in this city for over 50 years. In all that time, there has never been a greater gap between the conduct of our government and the aspirations of our residents. Instead of working with us, the council appears focused on consolidating political power and advancing an agenda that serves itself rather than the community. We want representatives who will listen to our needs. That does not mean the residents are always right, but we deserve to be heard and taken seriously. This is our city, and it feels like it is being recklessly dismantled. We used to be strong and progressive, but you seem to have forgotten the real source of our strength, our people. I'm asking you to stop this out-of-control building, take a breath, and listen to the people you were elected to represent.
Thank you. Miguel B., and then Elaine Golden-Keeler, Andrew Hoyer, Eli Quinonez.
Hello, my name is Miguel. I'm a lifetime California resident, and I've visited Santa Monica many times. In that time, it's unacceptable that Rusty's workers have waited a year and over the holidays to know what's happening with their jobs. A lease on public land was moved forward with no notice on the website. No chance for input from the workers or the community. And without a right of return policy for the workers who served the community for years, when the community pointed out this error, the Peer Commission held another meeting, but still provided no guarantee of protections to workers. The workers make the city of Santa Monica, the workers make the Peer, and please pass a worker retention policy that would ensure laid-off workers are offered the first chance to return to their jobs once they are held. The Rust-eze workers have waited long enough and deserve to be returned home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Golden-Keeler.
Dear SMER 6 council members, I just want you to know we don't care if you're gay or straight, and we don't care if you're black or white. All we care about, and we could care less about anything else, we don't care if you're buy or sell. We only want you to care more about residents than you do about developers. Thank you.
Andrew Hoyer.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer. I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. Nowadays, Freemasons are known for promoting brotherhood, charity, and personal betterment. However, early Masons were as racist as most other institutions of their time. When they finally did accept black members into their group, they still would not allow them into their lodges. The first black Masons in Santa Monica built the Crescent Bay Lodge on Broadway in 1911 with their own funds. As their membership has died off, ownership of the building has become disputed, and antagonists are trying to take control of it so it can be torn down and replaced with multi-story housing. Landmarking this building would help preserve it and the neighborhood-serving childcare business currently thriving in it. The study for landmarking costs $5,000 to $6,000. I'm asking that one of you apply some discretionary funds to pay for this. The question is, do you want to preserve Black history in Santa Monica or just cave to the housing lobby and pay reparations later? This will be your legacy.
Thank you, Eli. And then we'll call Denise Barton, Alex Skukowski, Jay Johnson, Giacomo Valentini.
Good evening. My name is Eli. I work at Miramar for 37 years. I'm a bartender for banquets. And we cook and we serve the tourists who comes to the piers. And please pass rotation policy that will protect our pier workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise.
Good evening. Happy New Year to our corrupt city council, who have shown their personal self-interest and special interests are put before the best interests of the city of Santa Monica as a whole, which can also be seen by Mayor Caroline Terosas being sworn in by State Assemblyman Rick Zver, showing her loyalties lay within higher politicians rather than the residents of Santa Monica. You do remember the saying, your actions speak louder than your words. Oh, but I forgot ethics, morals, and values are not in your political handbooks. So, Mayor Terosas, are you ready to step down from mayor yet? Or maybe resign from the city council? Have you had enough pushback yet? Just wondering. Thank you.
Good evening. Jay Johnson, Euclid, and Wilshire. Perception is reality. We've all heard that. It's very critical these days in Santa Monica to remember perception is reality. I'm here to ask you to restart and revote the Hollywood Community Housing DDA that took place on December 17th of 2024. 3 of the 6 votes on this item on council were compromised. Councilmember Zwick moved the motion while secretly emailing the developer. Ex-parte communications must be disclosed on the record. These were not. Mayor Terosas seconded the motion. She works for Supervisor Holly Mitchell, whose office HCHC lists as their government partner on their own website. She failed to disclose this relationship. She did the same with the Ocean Avenue project, failing the residents of the city time and again. Councilmember Zernitskaya voted yes after receiving $400 from the People's Concerned CEO, HCHC.
That is your, sorry, your time has expired.
Thank you. Perception is reality.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
If you don't mind, may I make a point of personal privilege?
Sure, go ahead.
The hearing in question was not a semi-judicial proceeding, and there was no obligation to disclose ex parte communications. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And City Attorney, I would just like to ask, I've asked you to inquire as to whether any conflict exists in my day job. Can you just clarify, was there a conflict on that vote?
We are completing our review of it, but to our knowledge, there does not appear to be any financial interest related to your job with the county.
Thank you. Alex Kukowski, Giacomo Valentini, Clara Seneca, Andy Moss.
Hi, I'm here to ask you to restart and revote the Hollywood Housing Cartel DDA that took place on December 7th, 2024, item 11A. My name is Alix. I'm the former twice elected chair of the VNC LUPEC, and I'm here to warn you about the dishonest behavior from the housing cartel and Councilmember Zwick. Zwick served under former CD11 Councilmember Mike Bonin, where he was Bonin's communications officer. In this role, he led communications for Bonin's housing platforms, meaning he has a long history with Sarah Lett, Hollywood Housing Cartel, and the controversial Venice Dell project. Zwick, Letts, and Bonin are consistent in their disdain for the stakeholders, bullying, doxing, and harassing community members to advance their personal agendas. Hollywood Housing, and by extension, Zwick, are disgraceful players. They exploit the suffering of others for financial gain, profiting off of poverty. Please restart and revote.
Thank you. Giacomo?
My name is Giacomo Valentini, and I'm here
Mike.
to ask you about.
It's on, okay.
I'm here to ask you to restart and revote the Hollywood Community Housing DDA that took place on December 17th, 2024, agenda item 11A. My name is Giacomo Valentini, and I live near the project. I came to this chamber in June 5th, 2024, to express my concerns. And it turns out that while I was at the microphone, Councilmember Zwick was emailing the developer. He apparently wrote, 30 mid-city neighbors are angrily denouncing the project and possessed with a lot of misinformation. That's what he thought of us while we were speaking. 2 months later, he privately asked Sarah Letts which proposal HCHC preferred. She told him. So none of this at the time was disclosed. And I feel, how can we trust our voices that our voices when he was privately coordinating with these people?
Thank you, Clara Seneca, Andy Moss, Luis Watanabe.
I'm here to ask you to restart and revote the Hollywood Community Housing DDA that took place on December 17, 2024, agenda item 11A. My name is Clara and I live on Euclid. I went to the community meetings. I tried to participate in good faith. What I found was that my voice and the voices of my neighbors were drowned out. We were overrun by professional housing advocates who don't live here, super PAC-funded activists, and organizations that enlist speakers to give public comments for developer projects. While we were speaking, Councilmember Zwick was calling us misinformed to the developer. How is that community engagement fair? I believe this has to change. We need a new outreach process. This is a 99-year commitment of our public land given away for $1, plus $13.5 million of our public funds are being spent on this when our city is going bankrupt. Actual neighbors deserve an untainted process. Please include this in your.
Thank you. Andy Moss.
Good evening. My name is Andy Moss, and I'm a member of CLUE, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. I'm here today in support of the workers at Rusty's, in support of a strong retention law for them and for other workers at the pier. As a member of CLUE, I see the need for such a law in the most basic sense. People aren't commodities. They're not disposable. Someone who gives years of good service to a business, particularly a business like a restaurant on our pier, has given to hundreds, perhaps thousands of visitors, has served our community in incalculable ways. A council that values community values the working people who contribute so much to it. A vote for retention lifts up our best selves, affirming the dignity and value of every working person in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Louis?
Mayor?
Yep.
I'm sorry, there is a minor who signed up, who I just recognized, and we should have heard this person first, Archie Windsor.
Great. Let's, while that person's coming up, we'll have Louis speak, and then we'll recognize the minor.
Good evening. My name is Louis Watanabe, and my family has been associated with Santa Monica for about 100 years. And my Uncle Kay retired as the city treasurer. You know, the pier is a landmark. It's a symbol. I've certainly enjoyed many a time at the pier, and what really makes it such a great thing is people come, families, and we have workers who really help to give that welcome feeling for people. And so I think it's really important that we have a strong right to retention law to help the workers so that we have happy workers, happy community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And did we say it was Archie Windsor? Okay. Thank you.
Council. My name is Archie Windsor. I'm currently 17, a senior at Santa Monica High School. I'm here to urge you to rescind the upzoning of 2644 30th Street, which was approved through votes made by Council Member Zwick, despite his conflict of interest. I've lived in Santa Monica my whole life. I want to stay here my whole life. But if the council continues down this sort of path, I find that very difficult for me and many other young people. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back now to the order. Mike Feinstein, Reverend Jim Kahn, Ashley Olson. I'm just going to call up a few names so you can get ready. Mike Feinstein, Jim Kahn, Ashley Olson, Harvey Eder, and Stephanie. Mike?
Hi, everyone. I'm here to talk about our great park and a little bit of irony. As you all know, there's a ballot measure that's probably going to be filed in the next few days that would allow a lot of development on the area that a lot of us think is just going to be a park when we get the airport back. And the irony that I see is that this is land that's worth billions and billions of dollars. And the ballot measure would essentially restrict a large portion of it use for just a few people compared to the millions over time that would be if it's all a park. And the irony is that the folks are calling it a commons when we're taking public land worth billions and dedicating it to a small number of people. And I think you can make your argument to say it's a better use to do that, but don't call it a commons, and don't say you can have a great park and that development when we all know what we mean by a great park, and that's enough land to meet all of our open space needs there. Don't appropriate terms.
Thanks. Madam City Clerk, are you still in the queue?
And I am no longer in the queue.
Okay.
Sorry.
Reverend Kahn.
Good evening, council members, mayor. I'm Reverend Jim Kahn, and I was a member of this council when a major winter storm destroyed most of the original pier. We thought the pier was the heart and soul of the city, and we knew that we had to rebuild it, and we did. But it's not the structure or the buildings or even the activities on the pier that make it a rich experience for visitors from all over the world. It's the workers, the people who work on the rides, at the businesses, in the restaurants, who make the experience a rich one for everyone who visits. And I hope that you will recognize their work and their value I urge you to adopt a workers' recall and retention ordinance to protect people who have worked here, done a great job, and wish to return to work here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley Olson. Yeah. I called Ashley. Ashley Olson is not coming?
We just switched because we're splitting our time.
Okay.
Okay. Howdy, good evening. My name's Harvey Etter. I'm talking for myself, etc. I gave a 3-page document to y'all, member of the council, and 1 page to city manager, 1 page to the city attorney. Okay, this is in reference to we're being I'm being evicted from San Michelle. There's all kinds of stuff going on. There's a federal case that's been filed in October besides the state cases, Department of Justice, and there's a federal investigation of abuse of homeless money. You're into it up to your ears and everything. It's going on now. We're trying to get those folks to help resist and get us a restraining order. This is retaliation because we're trying to speak up for equity. Inequity in the society is tearing it apart. And we had shit in our toilet for 6 months. We're getting evicted. And then they would put in a 9-page affidavit, et cetera, and its loss was thrown out and was not justice, and y'all are part of a cover-up.
Thank you, Mr. Etter. Ashley Olson, Stephanie, Wade Kelly, and Bowman.
And Ms. Olson, your video? Would you like your video?
She's going to play it during her time since we're reduced down to a minute. Thank you. Good evening. Former Mayor Brock had polo shirts made using the city's official logo at his own expense, but without formal approval. One of the first actions this new council took was to address concerns about ethical government. In response to the misuse, you barred the use of the city seal in political advertising. The stated purpose was to allow you to focus on the city's most pressing issues with the greatest impact. We are about to play a video, and my question to you is this. How can you sit on the dais and take no issue with a paid lobbyist using his position as a city council member as a tactic of persuasion before other city councils advocating for building code changes that directly affect public safety and shape some of the most consequential changes to cities? Polo shirts are petty. Building codes impact public safety dramatically, impacting our neighborhoods. If ethics matter, they must matter most when the stakes are the highest.
So, give my time to play the video, please.
California Director for the Housing Action Coalition. Our membership spans 20 industries, including affordable and market rate home builders, architects and designers, engineers and attorneys, all devoted to solving our statewide housing crisis. Single-stair reform could be truly transformative for creating more affordable and livable housing in the city of LA if we get the details right, and I support the decision to send this back to committee today to get them right. Speaking as a fellow elected for the city of Santa Monica, who is contemplating a policy that is far less restrictive than the one that is before you today, I ask that you be brave and follow the science and the data on this. For context, Seattle has allowed 6-story single-stair buildings without incident since the 70s. Same with New York City. Honolulu legalized it in 2012. In just the past few years, Memphis and Austin have followed suit. Around the world, Germany and Singapore allow single-stair buildings as tall as 20 stories. Switzerland and South Korea have no height limit at all. This is a proven, safe, effective way to get better, more affordable apartments that will improve people's lives. Thank you so much.
Okay, excuse me. We will not be talking out of turn. Wade Kelly, Ann Bowman, Christina Navarro, and Nikki Kohlhoff.
Hello, my name is Wade Kelly. I'm a peaceful promenade protester. Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, "The test of our progress is not whether we add to the abundance of those who have much. The test of our progress is whether we provide enough for those who have too little." Santa Monica, we are failing. We are criminalizing homelessness, as our governor did when he asked the Supreme Court, Trump's Supreme Court, to help him criminalize homelessness in Grants Pass versus Johnson. The other night in the State of a State, he said, the unsheltered homeless population has dropped by 9%. Where's the housing? The arrests have gone up in San Francisco by 500%, in Los Angeles by over 68% this last year. And I can't even get the record of how many homeless people have been arrested in Santa Monica. Thank you, Dan Hall. You're going to get me this information. I appreciate that. Peace.
Ann Bowman?
Ann Bowman, former Recreation and Parks Commissioner. There's something really rotten in a town where 4 council members got convinced that it's okay to direct completely scraping our civic center with no public process. That's the kind of thing that's happening at the national level, where public lands and buildings are up for extraction and privatization, where legal precedents, long-term planning, customary procedures, and the public trust are being smashed to smithereens, creating chaos and trauma worldwide. The vote of 4 of you on October 14th, unfortunately, was of the same flavor, showing complete disregard for longstanding planning and clear community preference, with overreach way beyond the scope of the original RFP and giving staff carte blanche to smash whatever. Your vote was, whoopsies, a win for crony capitalism and private interest, and a massive loss for public process and good government and the public trust. I am sure.
Thanks. Just, City Manager, are we still in discussions with RPG Group? Yeah, they couldn't hear you say that.
We are.
Okay, thank you. Christina Navarro, Nikki Kohlhoff, Jonathan Foster, Mary Stewart.
Good evening, council members. My name is Cristina Navarro, and I am resident in Santa Monica, and I am working in Beverly Hilton hotels, and I have worked since 22 years. Our public land should be used to advance to goal and city right to return to essential workers to left behind when business change. Please pass to the worker retention policies and work to ensure to workers will be enforceable to first change, return to the job they held. Please, thank you very much.
Thank you. Nikki Kohlhoff, Jonathan Foster, Mary Stewart, for now.
I sent in visuals. And while I wait for those to get pulled up, I do have a procedural question first. I'm commenting on an item that is not on the agenda, but it relates to housing production, has been on the agenda before, and continues to be a subject before council because of litigation. If it were on the agenda, Jesse would be legally obligated to recuse. So my question is, if I'm speaking about it now in general public comment, can he stay here and listen? Or does he have to recuse and leave the room?
Public comment is not a question and answer session. It's an opportunity for public comment.
I'd hope you'd want to follow the law, so I'm asking the city attorney if he has to stay or not.
City Attorney, are we taking public comment in a legally permissible manner currently?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to reset.
1 minute. Yeah, we'll restart your time.
My understanding of the law is he has to then be admonished that he may not interact with the speakers on items for which he would have to recuse, like smirking, making faces, and communicating about the
Is
item.
the timer running?
No.
This is not a question and answer session?
Would you like me to answer this question?
Go ahead.
Okay. So to clarify, if an item is not on the agenda, there is no requirement to recuse. It is just public comment. General public comment on items not on the agenda.
But he's not entitled to point of privilege or responding or asking follow-up questions, correct?
We're done. If you'd like to make a comment, we have 1 minute. Thank you.
I'm speaking about the rezoning of 2644 30th Street, which enables an 85-foot tall housing project, making it housing production. Jesse Zwick made the motion, as you can see on the screen, and he was employed by HAC at the time with his disqualifying conflict, so the vote is invalid and must be rescinded. Yet it's not on the agenda tonight. This also raises the question about lobbying access versus public access. This zoning change came through a lobbying firm, next slide please, asking staff to brainstorm opportunities to address the issue with them. You can see it in bold. Staff described it as correcting a zoning error instead of a quasi-judicial rezoning, which short-circuited the public process. The owner didn't apply, make representations under penalty of perjury, pay the $34,000 fee. Next slide, 2 more slides, actually. You can see next one more. Caroline Tarosis was involved while the public was told this wasn't moving forward. Deference to developers has to stop. Please declare this invalid and agenda.
Okay, no clapping. Jonathan Foster, Mary Stewart, David Stewart, Terry Davis Bernstein.
Woo, Jonathan Foster. Boy, it's burning up there. We need to call the fire department on fire. You guys are burning. Hi. So you got to pay off $220 million and you're doing an entertainment zone selling beer, you jerks. The police presence, you moved several $100,000 to have the police presence on 3rd Street. Why don't you just do a tax break? Why don't you extend a tax break to everybody on 3rd Street trying to sell beer and get rid of the beer? And I see children with their families that don't want to have their children exposed to this beer crap, and then there's somebody over there with a big beer and stuff on 3rd Street Promenade. You people are crazy. And the 501c3. It's crazy to have beer out in public like this at the city, Santa Monica. Change the beer on 3rd Street, please.
Thank you, Mary Stewart.
Hello, I'm here to ask you to restart and revote the Hollywood Community Housing DDA from December 17th, 2024. Agenda item 11A. I'll be blunt. What we're seeing tonight is a pattern, conflicts of interest, exposed, backroom deals with developers, and a council that seems more interested in protecting each other than serving its residents. To the city attorney and staff, your job is to protect the city and its people, not to provide cover for council members with conflicts of interest. To the council, out of an abundance of caution, have some respect for your oath of office. You should start recusing yourselves because a lot of people are now looking into this and a lot more is going to come out. Do the right thing, please. I beg you. Thanks.
David Stewart, Terry Davis Bernstein, Mindy Shamp.
Hello, my name is David Stewart, and I'm here to ask you to reconsider the vote on the Hollywood Community Housing DDA that happened on December, agenda item 11A. When constituents look at the actions of their elected representatives, the appearance of impropriety and conflict of interests are extremely important matters to decide whether a legislative action is appropriate and in the public interest. Under the Constitution, the Emoluments Clause is a key element in ensuring that public officials work in the interests of the public, not themselves. While this is obviously not a constitutional matter, the concern remains the same. Councilmember Zwick's conduct was not in the interests of the public, but of his own wallet. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Davis Bernstein.
Hi, I'm Terry Davis Bernstein, an exemplar of your YIMBY movement. And I oppose all these helter-skelter, too big projects that are pipelined from developer to city staff to city council at every meeting. I built a home on the west side of 29th Street with my ex-husband in 1993 and later bought another house next door, which we rented out. He got the big house, I have the rental house and the divorce. Behind us on 28th Street, the properties are zoned R4. 2-story apartments and condos, literally in my backyard. They have been good neighbors and on a human scale with the city. So I'm tired of the prejudicial assumptions that are made about me and my neighbors when we oppose corporate commercial across from single-family homes. Now I'm spending a hunk of money to rent a place because I don't want to evict my tenant, who's an 81.
Thank you so much. Mindy Shamp. And then we also have Leanna Einbinder, Vanessa McCarthy, and John Cyrus Smith.
Hi, good evening. I'm Mindy Shank.
I am speaking on the upzoning of 2644 30th Street. While I appreciate your verbal assurances about conducting yourselves with transparency and honesty, that is not at all the reality on the ground here in Santa Monica. I don't accept these conflicted votes have been given proper review after Councilmember Zwick's conflict was exposed. This is a rushed process with little notice to the public. He received flawed legal advice from the city attorney, claiming he had no conflict. This is its own problem. I urge you to rescind the tainted vote upzoning 2644 30th Street. It's a housing production item due to moving from R1 to neighborhood commercial, and it was moved by Zwick, which means it's invalid and must be rescinded. It should have been on the list for 11C, but it is inexplicably not there. The city attorney needs to declare it invalid and notice when it's coming back. The reason you have received thousands of emails is because the people are awake and they're very mad. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could just keep it to hands. Leanna?
Good evening. I'm also speaking on the upzoning of 2644 30th Street. My name is Leanna Einbinder. I've been a resident and voter in Santa Monica for more than 25 years. I submitted a letter along with my husband and some of my neighbors before this meeting urging you to rescind the upzoning of 2644 30th Street as invalid. Unfortunately, it was not added to tonight's agenda, so I'm here to ask the same in person. That upzoning was approved through votes made by Councilmember Zwick despite his disqualifying conflict of interest and must be rescinded. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, please, thank you. I appreciate the hands. Vanessa McCarthy, John Cyrus Smith, Dune May, and Sean Delgadio.
Hello, my name is Vanessa McCarthy. I am also here to urge you to rescind the upzoning of 2644 30th Street, which was approved through votes made by Councilmember Zwick, despite his conflict of interest. I deeply love my community, and I am devastated by a future of development that will completely overwhelm it. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Chi. I'm John Cyrus Smith. I'm a Recreation and Parks Commissioner. This is probably one of my last few months on the commission. And with that in mind, I want to challenge this new city council to really make our parks, a priority in 2026 in two very impactful ways. The airport park expansion, much needed fields, was approved in 2017. You can actually start with that project before the airport closes as a foothold into a great park. Number two, in 2 weeks, you guys are going to be hearing about the Memorial Park expansion plan. It's going to be before you. I highly recommend that you approve the plan. We just figured out a way to cut the price of phase one in half, and I urge you to support it. It's about time we got serious. Parks take too long and are too expensive to build in Santa Monica, and I hope that this council.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Dune May, Sean Delgadio, Narween.
Good evening, and may God guide us all. I would strongly urge all of you to oppose the proposed rules that the FCC is planning to vote on, and the deadline for the public comments is just 2 days from now, the 15th of January. They're proposing rules that will just completely or almost take away all local authority as to where to place cell towers. Now, it is the obligation of a city to promote the health of its residents. And it's bad enough that in 1996, there was a Telecom Act that was a law that took away the rights of local authorities to refuse the placement of a cell tower based on any health concerns. And now,
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you. Thank you. Sean?
Yeah, hi,
Council, can you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay. Does anybody know what's going on at 911 Montana Avenue? This is the third time I've came here. I actually spoke at the planning, housing, whatever. It's, all right, so let me just recap. The article I read from 8 years ago called Evil and Corruption, written in the Santa Monica Daily Press, the little excerpt, maybe there's bribery, profiteering, double dealing, wife swapping, human trafficking, gun running, drug smuggling, quid pro quos like crazy, extortion, maybe death threats. Look, the Mills Act, the unlicensed workers, the whole thing is a cluster, you know what, okay? So you guys, again, let's like converge. It's an example of everything wrong in this city, all right? It's a three-headed monster. You got not white collar crime, you got Jew collar crime. Okay? Yeah, I said it, yeah. And then you got public
sir.
corruption, and then you got
Yeah, no, excuse me, sir, your time has expired. Let's keep order in the meeting, otherwise we're gonna have to clear the chambers. Thank you so much. Narween, Sierra, Tracy, Hom, Nico. Was that a late chit from Nico?
It looks like Narween to Nico are late, and we also have 4 callers on the line.
Right, so the late ones we have to move to here, correct?
Yes, for 1 minute.
Is the team okay with?
I make a motion to move.
Okay, great. And sorry, Narween, go ahead.
Hello, I'm here to ask you to restart and revote the Hollywood Community Housing DDA that took place on December 17, 2024, Agenda Item 11A. My name is Narween. I want to talk about Carolyn Terosas' conflicts. She works for LA County Supervisor Holly Mitchell as her Senior Policy Advisor. Her salary is in excess of $312,000. She failed to disclose to the public that her boss is the government sponsor of the Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. She failed to disclose that she's worked with them. If you go to hollywoodhousing.org right now, you'll see Supervisor Holly Mitchell's office listed as their government partner. On December 17th, 2024, Carolyn seconded the motion to approve HCHC's development agreement. She told Sarah Letts, "I've heard great things about you." She failed to recuse herself, another betrayal of the residents of the city. The residents deserve 1, equal treatment, working class.
Thank you. Sierra, Tracy, Hom, Nico.
Mayor, can we take a quick vote to hear the late speakers? I think I heard a motion from Councilmember Snell.
And I think seconded by Raskin.
Okay. And then Councilmember Negrete is absent. Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you for actually making us vote. Appreciate that. Sierra, Tracy, Hom, Nico.
Hi, my name is Sierra. I'm getting over a cold. I'm not sick anymore, but I lost my voice. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here again because I do not feel safe in my home. I do not feel heard or seen, and how my complaint is being handled or not handled by the city attorney's office. I have sent an email requesting a meeting, but have received no response. My complaint concerns ongoing and aggressive harassment by my landlord, William Polkinghorn. Santa Monica is known for having some of the strongest tenant protections in the nation, yet in my experience, those protections are not being enforced for me. As a resident who loves this city, it is deeply painful to feel that these protections exist on paper, but not in practice when you need it the most. The situation has escalated to the point where the landlord's conduct and his coordination with third parties has caused serious emotional distress for me. I have been subjected to harassment for years, but more recently, I have been told by individuals.
Thank you. I believe you are in contact with our city team, and if anyone here from Constituent Services needs to come out and talk to you, I think they can. Tracy, Hom, and Nico.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm late because I had a meeting at work, and I'm sorry.
Okay, so you have to revote on the 2644 30th project because that was a Zwick motion and he pushed that through. And why? Because by changing that to the building to neighborhood commercial, you've now gotten that parking lot exactly where you want it. You've gotten it attached to neighborhood commercial so that you can upzone the residential there, and they could probably put in about 30 houses or ADUs on those two lots, which will directly impact our street, 29th Street and 30th Street. There's no egress looked at, and the other thing I want to say before you cut me off is that all of these items I saw tonight, you put now CEQA common sense exemption. There's no CEQA common sense exemption on all of these. You just don't want to do the work and find out that they're going to hurt our safety, that they're going to impact.
Thank you. Again, happy hands, appreciate you all. Nico? Is there a Nico? Okay, we'll go to the phones then.
Okay. And I'll call the first speaker because they'd like to be anonymous. First speaker is April.
Is that permissible to have anonymous public comments?
Well, would like the last name to
Okay,
be removed. So April, you have 1 minute.
Good evening. I'm a native of Los Angeles County and graduate educated professional who turned to Santa Monica 20 years ago. I'm here to call for a resolution to 311 ticket CS 0204266 regarding the Bayside Hotel. For months, illegal 2 a.m. deliveries have woken us up every night. Management promised to change the schedule, but have not. When confronted about violating Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 4.12, the manager deflected by blaming hodeless noise. And the final word was to see what the city says, daring you to enforce your codes. I'm here to find out what the city does say and asking for a formal citation and resolution. I'm not asking for a favor, but requiring enforcement of the law for mandated quiet hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Montgomery, I believe, is the next person here.
Mr. Montgomery, please go ahead and
Hello?
unmute. Yes.
Yes, I'm muted now. Thank you. So serving as mayor is ceremonial. It comes with a gavel, not a mandate. The job is to run meetings, not to move major decisions forward while residents are kept in the dark. And that's what's happened here. A facility for severely mentally ill individuals was set up on Ocean Avenue with no early notice, no clear explanation, and no real chance for public input. But you knew this, Mayor Torosis. You were in contact with the operators, and none of that was shared until it was a done deal. And having the city attorney clarify that you and Councilmember Zwick weren't technically breaking the law doesn't mean you weren't breaking the public trust. People aren't upset because they're confused. They're upset because information was withheld. And if there's no real effort to reduce encampments and open drug use, there will be more fires like yesterday. You need to own this, Mayor.
Stephen Price.
Mr. Price, you can go ahead and unmute. We do have one more speaker. We can go to Esther Chung and then we'll.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Price.
Hello? Yeah, thank you, man. There's like 75 messages just to get through. Listen, when people say public spaces are being shared, that is not reality. What we are actually see are tents set up in parks, people sleeping on cardboard along sidewalks and openly using drugs. These so-called shared areas are taken over. And yesterday, the danger became impossible to ignore. Fires broke out in the city. One of them was in Palisades Park. I saw it myself while I was walking with my kids. And let me tell you what, that walk was over instantly. And these fires did not just happen. They are the foreseeable result of allowing unhoused individuals with severe mental illness and active drug use to live unsupervised in public spaces. And that brings me to you, Carolyn Torosis. You knew about the Ocean Avenue facilities. She knew what was being planned and she knew the risks, but the public was not alerted. This matters even more because Mayor Tarosis is also a county employee, as many people here have stated tonight.
That was 1 minute.
Okay. Esther Chung?
Esther, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Ms. Chung, or can you hear us and unmute yourself? You have 1 minute.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes,
Can you
have,
hear me?
Yes, you have 1 minute.
Yes, I'm here to ask the council to restart and revote the Hollywood Community Housing DDA from December 17th, agenda item 11A. I live within 600 feet of this project. I attended the meeting, spoke at the city council hearing, and submitted a written letter explaining my opposition. Yet my voice and the voices of many neighbors did not matter. I later learned about what happened between council member and the privately emailing the developer and dismissing community members as being misinformed. And the emails between Mr. Drake and Ms. Sarah showed that this decision was driven by power and money, not by community input. Repeated concerns, especially about parking situation on Euclid Street and 14th Street, were never meaningfully addressed. Now that we know that 3 of the 6 yes voted involved conflicts of interest, I respectfully ask the city attorney to advise that this item be voided and brought back to a fair revote.
That was 1 minute.
Great, thank you. So that concludes general public comment on general public comment and special agenda items. Just due to agenda management, I'm going to go ahead with our proclamations for this evening. And so I don't know if our folks are still here with us, but this month is Human Trafficking Prevention Month. And we have folks from the Coalition to Abolish Slavery and Trafficking. I don't know if they're here, if they could potentially come forward. Okay, great. And we have folks from the Sunitha Jain Anti-Trafficking Initiative at Loyal? Great, fantastic. Thank you so much for coming. And I'll let you all have a few moments to speak in a minute, but I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation that we've prepared for you all this month. Maybe you can just educate everyone afterwards as to why this is so important. Really appreciate you being here tonight. So, whereas human trafficking is a crime and a human rights violation that involves the use of force, fraud, or coercion to exploit individuals for labor or commercial sex, and it affects people of all ages, backgrounds, and communities, and whereas human trafficking occurs in both urban and suburban areas, often hidden in plain sight, and communities play a critical role in prevention through awareness, education, and early intervention, and whereas January is recognized nationally as Human Trafficking Prevention Month, providing an opportunity to raise awareness, promote prevention strategies, and reaffirm a commitment to protecting the dignity, safety, and human rights of all individuals. And whereas effective prevention and response efforts require survivor-centered, trauma-informed approaches that prioritize safety, empowerment, and access to services. We have CAST LA and Sunitha Anti-Trafficking Initiative at Loyal Law School. Both of them advance comprehensive services to survivors, as well as policy reform, legal advocacy, and community education. Whereas human trafficking is driven by structural vulnerabilities, including economic insecurity, lack of access to services, and labor exploitation, and prevention efforts are most effective when they strengthen community awareness, worker protections, and access to trusted resources. And whereas the Los Angeles region prepares to host matches during the 2026 FIFA World Cup, we've also talked here at this dais about many of the large events coming in our region and other large-scale international events. This moment presents an opportunity for Santa Monica and the region to strengthen survivor-centered prevention and harm reduction strategies, expand public education rooted in evidence, and ensure residents and visitors alike are informed about available resources and supports. And whereas Human Trafficking Prevention Month calls upon residents, businesses, community organizations, and visitors to learn the signs of trafficking, support survivor-centered organizations, and help connect individuals to trusted resources when concerns arise. We're going to proclaim the month of January here as Human Trafficking Prevention Month, and we encourage all members of the Santa Monica community to increase awareness, support survivor-centered organizations, and participate in efforts that promote safety, dignity, and freedom for all. And I would welcome you both to give some comments, and then we'll come down for a photo op present the proclamations.
Great. Thank you so much, and good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kay Buck, and I'm the CEO of CAST, Coalition to Abolish Slavery and Trafficking. We really appreciate this recognition of January. It's Human Trafficking Prevention Month, and it's a reminder that prevention efforts start locally. When cities take action, they send a clear message that exploitation has no place in our community. The Greater Los Angeles region is viewed as a hub for human trafficking because of its size, its economic complexity, and concentration of industries where exploitations can occur. There's also a persistent myth that large events like the World Cup or the Olympics increase trafficking. However, there's actually no evidence supporting that. But the important thing is that you all are here supporting awareness and prevention of human trafficking, which happens every single day, not just throughout LA County, but also in the city of Santa Monica. We've handled many cases here. And so we really appreciate that, and we hope to partner with you in the future. CAST was actually founded over 25 years ago with a case involving 72 Thai garment workers in El Monte. And so even though it's far away from Santa Monica, I know everyone felt it, not just in LA County, but throughout the whole country. And since then, CAST has become the largest direct service provider to survivors of trafficking and their families in the whole country. So we serve, on average, about 1,300 to 1,500 people. And again, we just so appreciate the partnership and raising awareness. Not far from here, CAST operates transitional housing for survivors. And since we are the only provider of this specialized type of housing in the county, we really welcome a partnership with the city of Santa Monica moving forward. Last year, we saw more calls to our 24/7 hotline than ever before. And that's significant. What it means is that survivors are reaching out more because of legislation we were able to pass through the state. And we have our posters in airports and in transit centers. So the outreach we're doing is working. Supporting local organizations that serve survivors is one of the most effective ways a community can act, including government. Much of CAST's work is federally funded, and that support is increasingly uncertain, as you've all read in the news. So a strong local partnership is essential to sustaining these critical services. When we invest locally, we make our values unmistakable, that exploitation has no place in cities like Santa Monica or in any city throughout LA County. Thank you again to the City of Santa Monica for recognizing CAST and for recognizing January as Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Paloma Bustos, and I'm a policy associate with the Sonita Jane Anti-Trafficking Initiative, where we focus on advocating and preventing human trafficking through policy. And really, I just want to say that human trafficking often still goes unrecognized, and because many people believe that it's still something that only happens in other countries or far away from their own communities. But in reality, it happens here in the U.S., often in plain sight. And despite what people believe about just happening to immigrants, people that come here from other countries, it actually happens to legal residents and even U.S.-born citizens. It can look like someone being forced to work without pay, controlled by threats, or unable to leave an unsafe situation. When we don't understand what trafficking actually looks like, it's easier to miss and harder to stop. But here's the thing, human trafficking is preventable. Awareness, education, and properly funded services make a real difference. When workers know their rights, when community knows their warning signs, and when survivors can access housing, legal help, and support without barriers, exploitation becomes much harder to hide. This recognition is especially important as we prepare for the upcoming Olympic and FIFA Games, where forced labor has been documented globally for years, particularly in construction, hospitality, and event services. When attention is focused solely on sex trafficking, as my colleague mentioned, there's no evidence showing that that increases during large events. And because of that, labor trafficking often gets overlooked, leaving workers vulnerable to wage theft, debt bondage, and unsafe working condition. Prevention has to address all forms of trafficking and has to happen before harm occurs, not after. Thank you again for your leadership in recognizing Human Trafficking Awareness Month.
This one is you. We're gonna go with that, and then this one is you. Sorry, I never. No, you did a great job. Over here, yeah. Go ahead, Holly. Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to item 3, public input. Items under consent calendar and closed session only. We have 2 speakers for this item, and then since we did agenda management, we have 8 speakers for items 7A, 11A, and 11B.
Does not. Okay, here we go. So I see Harvey Etter, Sam Shapiro Klein, Jerry Rubin, Alex Elliott. This is the correct list, right, that I'm reading? All right, great.
And we have 2 callers.
Great, yep. Okay, so Harvey Etter, don't see him yet. Sam Shapiro Klein, Jerry Rubin, Alex Elliott.
And Mr. Klein requested, Shapiro Klein requested 4 minutes.
I was going to speak on 2 different subjects, so it's at your discretion. First, I'd like to speak on item 5J. It is crucial to renew the emergency ordinance for the offsite affordable housing program in order to avoid potential litigation against the city. This is a program that is going to move forward sooner or later. It's just a matter of avoiding any potential legal risks, and so I strongly encourage the council to move forward with the program now. Additionally, I would note, I am a renter and somebody who cares deeply about the affordability of the city, as well as someone who lives very close to the relevant project sites. And delaying this situation is just going to mean that we have a building that used to be a Starbucks that sits vacant for a longer amount of time. And so I would support, I hope council members will recognize that in trying to move this more quickly. Second, I want to speak on item 4B, which is on the consent calendar, renewing the city's program of development fees. If you look closely at the staff report on this item, it's actually quite shocking how little has been collected by these development fees in the last fiscal year. And that's because the cost of development has basically stopped new housing being built in our city. This is a real problem, and if we want our community to be more affordable, we need to allow new housing. And that's really as simple as it is. And so I would encourage the city council to consider suspending or temporarily reducing these development fees in order to actually generate something which would happen alongside housing. To make case in point, if you'll notice in the report, the childcare linkage fee generated about $1,100 last year. Additionally, the city is spending money with a consulting firm in order to update the child care linkage fee nexus study. So the city is spending money to figure out how much to set as a tax, which generated $1,100. So this is something that I think the city should really look closely at trying to make a more efficient use of our resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jerry Rubin, I don't see Harvey Eder. Jerry Rubin, Alex Elliott, Bruce Cooper, Commissioner Gordon.
Thank you so much, Mayor Trosis. Jerry Rubin, a member of the Urban Forest Task Force, just speaking for myself. And I'm speaking on 7A. I appreciate the analysis that's been done about our important boards and commissions. And the only task force in the city now, I know the Environmental Task Force was changed to a commission a while back and continue to do good work. And I feel that this would be a good thing to have the Urban Forest Task Force be a standalone commission. I know there's budget constraints. We'd rather meet every month, but we understand, so we meet every other month. We usually have to go overtime. There's so much that needs to be done. I want to really recognize our wonderful landscape manager, Matthew Wells, and Robert Castaneda, our urban forester, and the rest of our staff, and all of the other 6 members on this task force for the work that they do. And I'd also like to say I know my late wife, Marissa, who would have been much more qualified than I would be to be on this task force, would be very proud of the work they've done. She helped immensely to get the task force started, and our former mayor, Judy Abdo, and our former city manager, Susan McCarthy, were the co-chairs of the first task force meetings many, many, many years ago. I wanted to thank Councilmember Ellis Raskin for his participation on the Urban Forest Task Force. So I hope that you support this. We're having our meeting tomorrow and we'll get more input on it. And thank you. In the city's literature, it says that next to our people, our trees are our most important resource. And thank you.
Thank you. Alex Elliott.
All right, this isn't my first rodeo at this. I was up here 5 years ago saying why we need to keep the Disabilities Commission, and I'm here to just reiterate that. It was a bad idea then, it's a worse idea now. I'm going into my 7th year of this. I made a public comment. It's probably more articulate than what I'm going to say now because I rushed over here just to be here in person. It's not all tidied up, but I've missed one meeting in 7 years, and that was to go to Washington, D.C. to talk about what's going on. It's not good. So I think you need us now more than ever. We're about 3 months away from the ADA really expanding to apply to websites and mobile applications. I'm actually an expert on that, and so are the people on my committee. We've been sharing information with you guys for years. Look out for accessibility overlays. Scan everything with Adobe Acrobat Accessibility Checker and Microsoft Word Checker. We give like specific things. I post them every meeting. I can't force you guys to read it, but what I can do is make it one click away, and we've been doing that for years. I also, from this report, noticed we only cost $10,000 a year, so I just want to give a shout out to my commissioners and our staff liaison for the surplus value we've created. But most importantly, we advise on the ADA. But you're suggesting we're only in the Housing and Human Services. It's way bigger than that. It applies to voting. Everything you guys touch is a disability issue. So you're constraining our advisory view. But most importantly is there's 6 seats dedicated to people with disabilities. Those are gone. That's like a civil rights issue that people before me fought for a long time. So I'm going to be there tomorrow, and I hope I don't have to report to my Disabilities Commission that we're gone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bryce Cooper, Commissioner Gordon, Eve Lopez, Andrew Gledhill.
I'm sorry, Bryce Cooper requested.
I'm going to give mine up because she said she'd like to speak after the gentleman. Is that possible? They're on the same item.
Do you mean like you're splitting your time, or you?
I just let her go in front of me in line.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Gordon requested 4 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, may not need 4 minutes. I don't think so. Thank you very much. I'm Commissioner Gordon. I serve with Chair Elliott on the Disability Commission. And Happy New Year to everybody. And we do have a meeting tomorrow at 6:30. We'd like you guys to show up, or at least consider it, because we haven't seen you. I think we've seen the city manager. Thank you for attending our meeting, I believe. That was very nice to your commitment. We are very distressed and we're vehemently opposed to you wanting to combine the Disability Commission, Housing Commission, and Human Services Commission into a single 7-member Housing and Human Services Commission. It really seems to us as though you're going to have your way to eliminate us. And so we are vehemently opposed to that. I feel so much better that Chair Elliott has done a tremendous amount of work and has articulated that for you today. It will be detrimental to vulnerable people, especially considering everything that's been going on with the building. And that's another concern that we do have, is that there doesn't seem to be any ADA requirements for the monoliths that are being built. No accessibility whatsoever. I've attended the Architectural Review Board meetings and it's somewhat distressing. So I just appreciate my fellow Santa Monicans for being here to speak out against it. We do want to say that we believe that the Disability Commission should be a standalone commission to remain as it is, along with the Housing Commission. It just really seems as though you're trying to erase us, erase our voice. And I know that this is just a study group for right now, but I thought it was important for us to attend. And we'd like to see some of you at our Disability Commission tomorrow in this very same room at 6:30. And I will just go ahead and donate my time to this gentleman who was nice enough to allow me to go before him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Gordon. Mr. Cooper?
Mr. Cooper also requested 4 minutes.
Thank you. Members of the City Council, and I do see every one of you that looks at me and looks back, and I appreciate this job is not easy. We understand this. This is not something that, for the faint of heart. We see what happens. Tonight has seemed to center around transparency in all aspects, and we appreciate your best ability to do that transparently, to do your best to review the law and the legal precedent for a lot of these items that are before you. We also know that you guys rely on subcommittees and commissions to understand, to the best of your ability, very complex issues. And sometimes those subcommittees do need review from time to time, and that's what we're speaking about right now. Tonight, we're calling for even more transparency, and I would just like to ask a simple and reasonable question. I happen to notice that on topic 7A, the review of the Airport Commission is absent from this evening's discussion on topics. It's also identified as the second most costly to taxpayers. That's the commission that reviews all operating functions with the airport, not just the closure of the airport or proposed closure of the airport, the actual operation and continued running of the airport until the date which you as Santa Monica have the opportunity to close that airport. Why does Santa Monica maintain an airport commission tasked with advising the management of a major public asset, an airport with a complex operation, safety obligations, and significant revenue, when not a single member appears to have any aviation experience or large facility management experience in their background or professional repertoire? Would this council find it responsible to appoint an advisory board on women's reproductive health made entirely of men, or a medical board composed of people with no medical experience, or furthermore, an educational board with no teachers? That said, expertise matters, representation matters, and competence more than anything matters. Advisory bodies exist to inform decisions, not merely to forward agendas such as closure of an airport, when its charter is to advise on all operational matters of a functioning airport. This is still a community resource as long as it's open. This is a community resource available and open to all Santa Monica residents, not just a few. I strongly urge this council to reconsider the composition of the Airport Commission immediately and appoint members with relevant aviation and management experience to balance the commission in its current composition. Please also review the close proximity that some of the members in this current commission live in relation to the airport's flight path, and consider this a potential conflict of interest now that we are bringing up some conflicts of interest in other aspects of the city council management. Thank you very much for your time, and again, we know this is not easy. These are complex issues, and we thank you for our voice.
Thank you. Eve Lopez, Andrew Gledhill. I have Eve Lopez in here twice.
Yes, Ms. Lopez, can you confirm if you're signing up for one or two or more items?
2 items, so 7A and 11C, and I have a photo that should be displayed for 7A.
So 4 minutes.
Correct. Yes, thank you. So good evening and Happy New Year. Regarding item 7A, so thank the staff for the report they did on the on the boards and commissions. And I want to talk just a little bit about what Bryce just mentioned, which happens to be the Airport Commission, which is totally absent from that staff report. And it's very quizzical. Why is there no comments about the Airport Commission at all? The reference is only on a snapshot, which shows that the Airport Commission costs the city the second highest of all boards and commissions. And you have to ask yourself, why? Why? 650 hours of staff time was spent supporting the Airport Commission, much higher than any other board and commission. Again, why? Well, attending every single one of those meetings, I can offer a reasonable explanation. Because of the 5 commissioners who are on that board, not one is a pilot, not one is an airport user, and not one has any aviation knowledge or experience. Not one. However, all 5 of them are parts of pro-closure, pro-park groups, and there's nothing wrong with having those alliances, but when it is the composition of a technical board that requires FAA knowledge, regulatory information, and the ability to understand complex regulations, you are failing us residents. I'm a lawyer and a pilot. I'm a commercial pilot. I'm an instructor. This stuff has taken years to understand and grasp, and I can't even pretend to have the breadth of knowledge in this very regulatory area. So I urge you to rethink that. And lastly, the picture on the screen here. 3 of the 5 commissioners live within 1,000 feet of the airport. That's a violation of FPPC 18702 subsection 2, and yet nothing is done about it. 3 of the 5 live off the end of the runway. How is that transparency? How is that representative of us residents in this city? Regarding items 11C, I respectfully urge the council not to ratify decisions made before the Zwick conflict of...
Sorry, we're not hearing public comment on 11C right now. We're just hearing comments on 11A and B.
Okay, my apologies. So I would appreciate having staff directed to have the Airport Commission, an analysis done as required by Resolution 1150. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Andrew Gledhill, Pam O'Connor, and I believe that's it. Yeah.
One caller.
Oh, and one caller.
Okay. Mayor Torosis, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, council members, city manager. I'm Andrew Gledhill, and I serve at council's pleasure, of course, as the chair of the Urban Forest Task Force, which is up for discussion tonight. We have our next meeting tomorrow night as well. We're at the Central Library, 6 p.m. You're all welcome. Among other things on the agenda, we'll be hearing about a new study by staff on young tree mortality, which will help spend money more wisely, listening to the concerns of a resident about the management of trees in front of her house. And at our last meeting, we applauded the planting of 110 trees in the planned expansion of Memorial Park. And we look forward to renewed discussion of a private tree ordinance to help protect the city's canopy. That's the sort of thing we do, working closely with Matthew Wells and his excellent team, operating, if you will, at the very grassroots of local engagement. Of course, we'll do that whether we're a task force or a commission. But making our group a city commission would be a wonderful way of celebrating the importance of trees to Santa Monica. We are all part owners of 36,000 trees, which form the most visible, most beneficial asset of our city and the most beautiful contributor to our collective well-being. As your appointees, we will work with your staff to help ensure the trees in our urban canopy remain Santa Monica's crown jewels into the next 150 years. I've submitted a letter of support for you all for public record. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Pam O'Connor.
Good evening, Council. I'm Pam O'Connor. I've worked for the past 30 years as a historic preservation consultant in Southern California, also for municipal governments in Southern California, and I'm one of your landmarks commissioners. So I'm here to support the change to the ordinance in your study session 7A, which would change the composition of the Landmarks Commission. If you had the chance to plow through those hundreds of pages and read the Landmarks Commission report, you will have seen that over the last year reported in the document, 2 of the 3 Mills Act projects were structure of merit. So we're seeing this new trend where lesser properties that are not designated as landmarks are eligible to the Mills Act. And you recently initiated review of the Mills Act, another aspect of the Landmarks Ordinance. Well, the ordinance is outdated in terms of best historic preservation practices. So rather than taking a piecemeal approach of we're going to do the Mills Act review and now we're going to do composition, it's time to do a robust review of the Landmarks Ordinance and update it. It's been over 30 years since it was updated. Again, it does not need this piecemeal approach. So I don't know how you take that upon you, whether you can give direction tonight, whether you put it on another agenda, but let's not waste any time. We've seen, and you've already, again, we'll have now, if you pass this today, we'll have done 2 pieces of a piecemeal approach. Let's do a real, robust, holistic review of the Landmarks Ordinance. And in conclusion, I do want to comment quickly on one closed session item. Good job appointing Denise Warren Anderson as your interim city clerk. She is wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. It appears on my list, Madam Clerk, that we have 2 items, two speakers, or?
Mr. Elliott appeared in person?
Oh, that was it, okay. Jacob Wasserman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm speaking on 7A. Hi, my name is Jacob Wasserman, resident of Wilmont, planning commissioner, but speaking for myself tonight. Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff for the work on the boards and commissions review. 2 things to note. One is I want to just second the recommendation to have a special meeting for the annual appointments to notify applicants that it's happening, because a year and a half ago, I came once to go in person. After waiting a long time, it was actually pushed to the next meeting after I'd stayed there far past bedtime. Then I came back the next 2 weeks later, didn't get appointed that time, came back a year later, stayed up past midnight again. So it would be nice if either a special meeting or it's like this item happens before closed session, just to give the applicants their respect. And then second, there's an item about getting rid of council liaisons, something about undue influence. I've never served on a commission when there's been a council liaison, so I can't speak to it from personal experience. But at least for the planning commission, the power of the city council to name a council liaison is in the charter. Now, it says may appoint one, so I suppose you could, by rule, just decline to use that power. But I guess I would just give it a second thought before you blanket decide to not have council liaisons. I could see the role having a lot of uses to build relationships between the different commissions and city council, and especially as a charter enumerated power. Just give it a second thought, and if there's good reason to get rid of that altogether. Thanks so much, and Happy New Year.
Thanks so much. So with that being said, we're going to move on. That concludes public comment on these items. We are now going to move on to the consent calendar. Does anyone need to recuse themselves?
Well, Mayor and Council, I'm going to be recusing myself from the digital billboard items tonight. These are items 4F, 4G, 4H, 4I, and 4J. For the reasons I previously articulated, my law firm, Hanson Bridget LLP, represents a digital billboard company, Outfront Media. Outfront Media does not operate any digital billboards in Santa Monica. I do not have any financial interest in this matter, but out of an abundance of caution, I will be recusing from these items.
Great. Councilmember Snell?
Actually, I'm recusing myself from 5J. I don't know if I do it right now.
5J's closed session. We'll deal with that in one moment.
Okay.
And I did not get any notifications to pull any items on the consent calendar, correct?
I
Okay,
did not
great.
either.
So does anyone want to move the consent calendar with the exception of the items that Councilmember Raskin just listed?
So moved.
Second by,
Great.
Okay, Councilmember Negrete is still absent. Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Trosas.
Yes,
And motion passes.
great. We will be getting that AI enforcement in our bike lanes very soon here. All right, I'm just saying, I'm filling some time as Councilman Raskin is walking out of the chambers. We now have 4F, G, H, I, and J before us. Does anyone want to make a motion on that?
I'll make a motion on those items.
Second.
And that was Zwick. Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin is absent, Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete is also absent, and Mayor Trosas.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Great, so we will go into closed session in a moment, but given the agenda management items, we are now going to be hearing item 7.
11A and.
Oh, we're hearing 11A and 11B and then item 7. My apologies. Thank you, Councilmember Raskin, for returning. I think these items are before us. A and B, is it a joint staff report? Yeah, okay.
And it's a redevelopment successor agency, so we need to do the roll call.
Great, thank you.
So we're recessing the council meeting at 7:08. And the payment for the council meeting as a redevelopment agency is $0 per meeting. So I'll do the roll call. Councilmember Negrete is still absent. Councilmember Hall.
Present.
Councilmember Raskin.
Present.
Councilmember Snell.
Present.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Zwick.
Here.
And Chair Trosas.
Yes, here.
We have a quorum. Okay, and then 11A, I'll just read while you set that up, Oscar. Adoption of resolution authorizing issuance of tax allocation refunding bonds, Series 2026, refinancing of the 2006 tabs and the 2011 tabs. Item, the floor is yours.
Okay, good evening, Chair and members of the Successor Agency Board. Tonight, we are here to seek your approval on the proposed issuance of the 2026 tax allocation refunding bonds. This action would allow the successor agency to refinance outstanding redevelopment agency debt and achieve meaningful savings. I want to remind you this item is a revenue increase element as part of the city's realignment plan. So with us, we have our financing team, our municipal advisors, bond disclosure counsel, underwriters, and fiscal consultants, all of whom have helped us to evaluate market conditions and confirm that this refunding is both timely and financially advantageous to the city. So tonight, staff is requesting adoption of a resolution authorizing the issuance of the 2026 refunding bonds. The purpose of this refund is straightforward. Refinance older, higher interest redevelopment agency bonds to achieve savings. Those savings directly increase the residual property tax revenue that flows back to the city and other local taxing agencies, including the school district. Importantly, state law only allows refundings when they produce savings. By way of background, the former redevelopment agency issued bonds in 2006 and 2011 with a combined outstanding principal of approximately $56.9 million. These bonds carry interest rates between 4.5 and 5.9% and are secured by tax increment from the earthquake recovery redevelopment area. A key advantage is that these bonds can be redeemed at any time without penalty. Under the Dissolution Act, refundings are allowed when they generate debt service savings. The proposed transaction would issue the 2026 bonds to refund the previous bonds. This refunding does not extend the final maturity date of the debt. The final interest rates and savings will be determined at the time of pricing, but based on current market conditions, the refunding is projected to produce substantial savings. On the slide, based on preliminary estimates as of December, total debt service savings are projected to be $12.2 million. That's an average annual savings of approximately $763,000. The net present value savings are about 12.2%, which is well above industry benchmarks. So these savings ultimately flow back as additional property tax revenues to the taxing agencies that's shared in the redevelopment property tax trust fund. This includes the city, the school district, the county, and other local agencies. The projected savings in debt service means that the city's annual property tax revenues would increase by approximately $106,000. So tonight's actions include authorizing the issuance of the 2026 bonds, approving the indenture, escrow agreement, and bond purchase agreement, and authorizing staff to complete related steps, including acknowledging the good faith estimates in the savings report. These are standard components of a tax allocation bond refunding. If approved tonight, the financing team will move forward with the required approvals from the County Oversight Board and the California Department of Finance. We anticipate returning to the assessor agency in March for approval of a preliminary official statement. Pricing and closing of the bonds are expected in April of 2026, subject to market conditions and timely approvals. So in closing, this refunding represents a timely opportunity to reduce debt service and increase property tax revenues for the city, as proposed under the city's realignment plan. Staff recommends approval of the resolution authorizing the issuance of the 2026 refunding bonds. And with this, I end my presentation, and we're here for questions.
Great, thank you so much. I don't see anyone in the queue. If folks have questions or want to make a motion, Councilmember Raskin.
With great thanks to the team that did the hard work to save our city some money with this, I'm going to make the motion to approve the staff recommended items, including the CEQA findings here. Can I combine that with a motion to approve the minutes? Or is that, do we have to call it separately?
I think you're making a motion to approve 11A and 11B.
Yeah, to approve 11A and 11B.
Yes, you've already received public comment on both. You're fine.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Great. I do see Councilmember Zernitsky in the queue. Did you have a question, comment, or concern?
Just had a quick question. Could you go back to what the interest rates were for the existing bonds that are going to be refunded?
Sure.
So between so the coupon rates are between 4.5 to 5.
To 8.9.
Okay.
Yep.
Do we know roughly what we expect the interest rates to be now with the new issuance?
Approximately 3.6%.
3.6? Okay. And if in the future the interest rates go even lower, would we potentially be able to, once again, reissue new bonds and refund?
Yeah, we would evaluate and do an analysis and determine if we want to recommend for the assessor agency to approve refunding of bonds again.
Great. Thank you very much. That was all my questions.
Great, so I believe we have a motion on the floor and a second, so maybe we can do the roll call vote now.
Agency Member Negrete is still absent. Agency Member Hall?
Yes.
Agency Member Raskin?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Agency Member Snell?
Yes.
Agency Member Zernitskaya?
Yes.
And Chair Trostis?
Yes.
Motion
That
passes.
carries. Thank you so much. I know that a lot of work goes into this. Just because we don't have questions doesn't mean we don't care very deeply, so thank you all so much for being here. We are going to move now to item 7. And who will be presenting that? Is that going to be the clerk's office? Okay. Wait, you have a lot of questions? In advance. Gotta keep it succinct here. Trying to get, we have an agenda.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I might have to go back to 2 different desks, but good evening, Maria Dakanai Wisner, Assistant City Clerk. Okay, in 2021, the city clerk was tasked with a comprehensive review of advisory boards and commissions every 5 years. On July 8th, council directed the city clerk to return with this study session, examining possibilities to reorganize, consolidate, and deprecate boards and commissions. The first review led to consolidation of 3 commissions, reducing the number of boards and commissions to 21 and total members to 134. The review also led to policies such as restoring the council liaison role, a nepotism policy, and standardizing term limits for members. It also revised internal processes such as updating templates for agendas, minutes, and bylaws. It required us to review our trainings and offer them on a regular basis and expand outreach to new or more community events. In the last 5 years, the city was mandated to create 5 new boards and commissions, bringing us up to 26 bodies and 162 members. Because of this, we did not come with proposals to create other bodies because we want to streamline the boards and commissions program first in order to accommodate new ones. And because of the numbers of staff involved, we focused on city council, city staff, and participating chairs and vice chairs. Okay, still not looking. Okay, so for this review, we focused on city council appointed boards and commissions that are supported by city staff. So this is all of the bodies that you make appointments on. We did not review boards of nonprofits and district boards supported by other organizations. So that bottom right half is gone. Of the boards and commissions reviewed, the highlighted bodies here are those with proposed efficiencies, and I'll go over them by proposal type. So we have no proposals for the bodies that are not highlighted, as they are regulated, as they are regulatory or mandated by law. So consolidations. Staff proposes that the Transit Occupancy Tax Committee hold their annual meeting with a quarterly meeting of the Council Audit Subcommittee, as both are supported by Finance. And by resolution, the TOT Committee must meet annually between February to May, and the Audit Subcommittee meets quarterly in February, May, August, and November. So because of the flexibility of the TOT Committee meetings, the TOT Committee's meeting schedule, the joint meeting could take place in February or May. We also propose that the Clean Beaches Tax Oversight Committee hold their quarterly meetings with the Commission on the Sustainability and the Environment and be supported administratively by the Office of Sustainability. And by resolution, Clean Beaches shall not meet less than biannually and allows the committee to set its meeting schedule, which is currently quarterly on the second Wednesdays in February, May, August, and November. And through their bylaws, the Sustainability Commission meets monthly on the third Mondays. And so Clean Beaches could join Sustainability's February, May, August, and November meetings, but it would be a schedule adjustment for Clean Beaches members. And both joint meeting proposals would save staff time on meeting support, allow members of both bodies to be exposed to the other's work, and allow more engagement with city staff and meeting attendees. Staff proposes consolidating the Disabilities, Housing, and Human Services Commission into a new 7-member body called the Housing and Human Services Commission that would meet monthly, continue to have the option to form ad hoc committees, and continue to be supported by the same department. The new commission would be a unified body dedicated to discussing and considering the diverse and intersecting issues impacting underserved Santa Monicans. It would also enable more focused engagement with city staff and clarify the new commission's role as an advisor to council on department matters. Work plans for the 3 commissions would be consolidated into one that aligns with the scope of the new commission and the department's work. And existing members of the 3 commissions are encouraged to apply for new 4-year terms and continue participating in ad hoc committees, continue participating as ad hoc committee members or meeting attendees. The council may also prioritize some seats for applicants with certain expertise and experience, ensuring diversity and continuity of the 3 commissions' work. So staff also proposes modifying the membership of the Arts and Public Safety Reform Oversight Commissions to 7 voting members. Now, the Public Safety Reform would still retain 2 positions for members between the ages of 18 to 22 and the 1 non-voting ex officio member. And we are proposing a 7-member body because it is consistent with other boards and commissions. It would allow for absences and recusals to still have quorum for meetings and supermajority votes if needed, and allow staff to dedicate time to each and every member. The Arts Commission currently has 2 vacancies that can be removed, and for public safety reform, this can be done in 2 years by allowing 2 members whose terms expire this year on January 30th to complete their service, and then dissolving those seats, and then doing the same with 2 more positions next year. Again, members of these bodies are also encouraged to continue participating with their commissions as attendees and ad hoc members, and to keep applications on file should we have an unexpected vacancy. Another proposal for the public safety reform is to broaden its composition by increasing the maximum age of the 2 youth seats from 22 to 25, and allowing applicants who work in the city with the required knowledge, experience, or demonstrated commitment to be appointed. And increasing the age range for the youth seats from 18 to 25 would allow current members who age out to be reappointed, and include recent graduates or young professionals with less school conflicts, and it would include recent graduates or young professionals with less school conflicts, and who could better commit to the commission. Staff also proposes that the Landmarks Commission broaden residency requirements for the registered architect, architectural historian, and the 3 general member seats. The residency requirements for the local historian and California realtor, we recommend that remain. Both commissions, the Public Safety and the Landmarks Commission, currently require all members to be residents. By including community members who work in the city and may have a vested interest in the city, and neighboring residents with required knowledge or experience for these bodies, we feel that this could increase our applicant pool. For the Urban Forest Task Force, we proposed that it be converted to a commission and remove the requirements of having at least 3 members be current or past ISA certified arborists. The proposed commission would retain the requirements of being members who live or work in the city and have professional experience in urban forestry, landscaping, and horticulture. Staff sees a permanent need for this body, and that certification should not be a strict requirement for members, as subject matter experts are on hand that are able to help members make informed decisions. If council needs additional information, we can definitely report back at a future meeting, but if we are to move forward with these consolidation proposals, then the number of boards and commissions could be reduced to 24 bodies with 134 members. We would then return with amended resolutions and ordinances, likely effective July 1st of this year, and fill remaining vacancies. And last 2 sections. As for the boards and commissions resolution, which is attachment A of the report, these are what we seek feedback on. The first bullet is the appointment process. We ask council to consider adding to the appointment process by inviting applicants to the meeting to speak about their qualifications during public comment. And for annual appointments, a special meeting may be scheduled. The next bullet is about the waiting period. So for members who serve the maximum number of consecutive terms, we're proposing reducing the wait time to serve on the same body, again, from 4 years to a year. This would be consistent with the 1-year wait time to serve on a different body after completing service, and we hope to help retain our pool of interested applicants. The third bullet is regarding the annual dinner and presentation of annual reports. the city clerk is charged to hold an annual dinner with council and boards and commissions to thank members for their service and hear annual reports. And if the dinner cannot be held, then presentations may be given at a council meeting. But due to the number of boards and commissions and council's full meeting schedule, reports have been submitted via information item, which is attachment C of your report. Therefore, we propose removing references to the dinner and formalizing the method of receiving reports via info item. However, if council desires for us to explore reestablishing the dinner or some kind of recognition event, then funding would need to be restored. Fourth bullet is attendance at meetings. The resolution allows for no more than 2 unexcused absences from any 6 consecutive regular meetings. Otherwise, the position is vacated. And as it's written, it has caused confusion on how to count absences for bodies that meet less frequently, or if the 6 meetings can occur in a fiscal or calendar year. It also doesn't resolve sporadic absences that cause issues for boards and commissions. So we propose that unexcused absences be limited to 2 within a fiscal year, and the automatic vacation of the seat if that occurs, regardless of a body's meeting schedule or meeting type. And as for providing council with the attendance records in June and December, we request to delete December. As all terms end in June, it no longer requires us to come back to you twice a year for a second round of annual appointments and attendance reports in December. Last bullet is regarding the council liaison's role. This role was restored during the last boards and commissions review, and the role excluded quasi-judicial bodies and limited service limited services for council members to no more than 2 bodies a year. But a recent request for a council liaison was denied because of concerns with having undue influence over boards and commissions and limiting their ability to form independent recommendations. And so because of this concern, we ask that council consider removing the council liaison role. Last 3 slides. I just wanted to go over the staff time and cost table, which is attachment 2 in the report because we've received questions on it. Costs were estimated using salaries at step 3 with benefits using this fiscal year's rates. And so on this slide, my office provides secretarial support for the audit subcommittee in Clean Beaches, and we recently we recently had some staffing changes, so the costs are slightly different on this slide compared to the report. And on this last one, the Landmarks Commission's cost is due to the higher amount of work by 2 staff members dedicated to historic preservation work, which is a major function of city planning that is tied to daily operations. So that's why that amount is high. And lastly, for the Planning Commission, estimates were incomplete as staff's work also overlaps with the daily operations and commission support. So that was my last slide. This ends my presentation, and I do have members of city staff to help with questions.
Great. We really appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and thanks staff for being here as well. It looks like Councilmember Zernitskaya we'll do questions and then comments. Is that amenable? Okay.
Thank you so much for all of the work that y'all have done on this. I know it was a massive undertaking. So I appreciate that you clarified that the Landmarks Commission appears to have kind of a higher staff cost per year because it includes standard day-to-day tasks. Could you please kind of clarify why those were included for the purpose of calculation of the cost of the administering Landmarks Commission?
Yes, and Jingyo will answer your question.
I think just to augment what was shared, I think just to give a little bit of context, historic preservation is one of the major core functions of the City Planning Division, the others being development review and policy development. What you're not seeing on there, and that's why it's an asterisk for the Planning Commission, is that it was actually really hard for us to pull this apart. We serve 3 quasi-judicial bodies within CDD, if we gave an estimate for planning commission, I think we were up at like $9,000, $10,000. There's just so much policy permits, that go to the planning commission. The landmarks commission is not dissimilar in the sense that it is really hard for us to divorce like the day-to-day operations of historic preservation from what is under the purview of the Landmarks Commission. So what's included in that estimate is time, for example, for certificates of appropriateness, designations, and there's even workups, things that don't end up there, like we do a lot of, owners reach out, right, consultations, things like that, that are within the umbrella of the Landmarks Commission. Also included in that is Mills Act monitoring, which is a really, really intensive work effort that we've been undertaking. The commission obviously makes a recommendation on those things, again, on policy and program. I just want to also compare it to, like, for example, the Architecture Review Board. So much stuff is done actually at the staff level. There's actually very few things that the board reviews anymore, and they don't make anywhere near the same level of policy recommendation that the Planning Commission and Landmarks Commission does. So I hope that just kind of gives that overall context.
So would it be accurate to say that the reason it's so high is because it includes things that are tangentially related or within the
Yeah.
scope of landmarks, but not
Right.
directly?
Right.
Okay.
It may not necessarily be eventually it rolls up to the meeting. It's hard for us to divorce back because we may spend months of work to bring a designation application or a C of A to the commission or something on update on a program or whatever it is, right? Like it's hard to divorce that from the daily work. So these are estimates. I truly own, it may not be totally perfect, right? But it is like, it is, we do dedicate resources to what is a really important function.
So the staff time, percentages, do those also, that's just because the work is tangentially related, although not direct, at the direction of the commission?
Correct,
Okay.
yeah.
And let me see here. This one is a question for the city clerk. How much does the annual boards and commissions dinner generally cost? I know we haven't had one in a couple of years.
The last time that we attempted to host one was in 2020. Just for the dinner alone, the estimates came to $30,000 just for the dinner. But I want to remind you that there's the annual report, the video report aspect of the dinner. Back in 2020, due to the COVID restructuring, City TV, who assisted with producing the video, was affected. Their staffing and their budget was affected. So, it would definitely be a little more over $30,000 for the dinner, but we would need to come back with better estimates on the video report if you wanted to still incorporate that.
Got it. Well, if we were to remove the requirement for the annual boards and commissions dinner, but still do the annual updates as information items, would members of the commissions still be able to come and comment as representatives of the commissions to provide an overview or summary, as opposed to just assuming everybody reads everything?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I think I'm looking to our attorneys. I think you just want to make sure that no discussions are held, and it's mostly ceremonial, and we're giving out reports.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, that's correct. There's a way to structure it if council has such a desire to do so. I think you have options that we'd be happy to work through.
Okay, thank you.
I would also say when we do come back, we can also look at other options. I mean, training is one thing that we have a hard time getting members to complete because there's so many. There's so many, and it happens at different times. And I would want to look at whether we can address that all in one day, including a recognition event or a dinner. So yes, if you would like more information, we can come back with that.
Okay, thank you. And then on the Housing Commission and Housing Authority Board, how does the HAB function within the Housing Commission, and what kind of support do they get to accomplish their objectives?
Would the city attorney please help me answer this?
So the Housing Commission, basically they review the administrative plans and then they make recommendations to the Housing Authority Board, advisory only.
Okay. Let's see here. For the, okay, so for the landmarks, going back to Landmarks Commission, why is there a recommendation to remove residency requirements for 5 of the 7 seats? Are we having a difficult time getting applicants, or what's the challenge there?
I'll ask Stephanie Wright to help me with this question.
Hi, good evening, council members. Yeah, often we will have only one application for such a position, and as a quasi-judicial body, it's a really important function. So we think that expanding that pool would be really helpful to the council to make a better choice.
Thank you. And would we hypothetically still be able to include a preference for some sort of solid connection to the city, even if they're not a resident here currently?
Certainly. I mean, you can review all their qualifications and prioritize as you wish.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Let me see here, and I think I have one more question. Apologies. Let me find it here. For the Urban Forest Task Force, hopefully soon to be commissioned, why is the recommendation to remove the requirement for 3 members to be current or past ISA members?
Matthew Wells.
Good evening. I don't think we need that level of expertise. It's also because Santa Monica is relatively small and there's not that many arborists out there. It's difficult to find them who don't maybe do consultancy or potentially do consultancy for us. So I think that as long as they've got we've got some members with landscaping, some tree knowledge, things like that, some deep interest in trees. Again, with the technical expertise from city staff, that's we can still function well.
So we could remove that requirement and yet still have the necessary expertise on the commission combined with city staff to make good decisions for our urban forest. Okay.
Absolutely correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, those were all my questions.
Councilmember Hall, and if anyone else has questions, put yourself in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a lot of talk in the community as we approached this study session around potential consolidation of other commissions that were not recommended. For instance, the ARB, Building Fire Life Safety, Planning Commission, as they kind of talk about planning and building issues. And then also, and again, I'm not saying that I supported these recommendations or these thoughts in the community, but the Urban Forest Task Force with the Sustainability, Environment, and Environmental Justice Commissions. Do you have any comment on why we didn't look at or are not including those as recommendations?
I will ask Director Jinyo about consolidating CDD commissions.
So I guess I can address the building fire life safety. That's a building code requirement, state requirement. We can't collapse that into something else. The Planning Commission has a certain level of expertise. Collapsing the ARB or other commissions, into it, I think we would have to really understand what are we trying to achieve, what's the concern. To us, it's not a heavy lift to staff these boards and commissions. As I explained, it's part and parcel of our work. We have very effective and streamlined processes. The ARB itself, if that is a question, I think we're trying to understand, is the concern about speed of review? Is it housing projects? I'd want you to remember that, design review is required for commercial projects as well, and does the Planning Commission have the expertise to provide that? We have, design professionals on the ARB that perform that function. A lot of things have been downloaded to the staff level. It's a function that works, well, and, we believe it's necessary, and, collapsing it into the Planning Commission, again, there's not that level of expertise within the commission. Also, the ARB itself decisions are appealed currently to the Planning Commission. So, I think we would certainly be happy to come back with options to address whatever the concern is with, but I think just, collapsing the commissions together for the sake of doing it without understanding what we're trying to accomplish, it's not something, that I would personally recommend. It's not a major burden, on the department to be staffing these boards and commissions.
Thank you. And does anyone want to address Thanks.
I can talk a little bit about the why the recommendation was not to collapse the Urban Forest Task Force into, say, the Commission on Sustainability and the Environment is purely because I see the Commission on Sustainability and the Environment, they're very, it's nearly academia, right? They're very highly qualified, it's very technical, it's very policy-based. Whereas the Urban Forest Task Force, what we currently do now is very much sort of a community sounding board on the tree outside my home is dropping berries, or I'm a developer, I need to remove one tree to put in a curb cut, or things like that. Also species selection in parks, or species selection on a street, things like that. So it's very much sort of grassroots, and also it's also the task force on Urban Forest Task Force is also really a check on whether the city staff are following the vision and the sort of the goals of the Urban Forest Task Force. So it's I would say it's a little bit more sort of hands-on versus policy and academia. And that's why I don't really see it as a good mix. And I don't think we want to sort of bog down our Commission on Sustainability and the Environment with sort of essentially day-to-day urban forestry issues.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hall, we do have the staff liaison for the Commission on Sustainability and the Environment on the line. James, I don't know if you want to add anything to this question?
James here. Good evening, council members, city mayor. No, I think Matthew Wells covered it all. The only other thing I would add with regards to trying to combine the urban task force with the Commission on Sustainability is we only have 12 meetings per year, and the urban forest would meet six times a year. So it would sort of potentially prevent the effectiveness and integrity of our Sustainability Commission to be able to really give enough time and input on the items that we do here. And we have very full agenda items for those 12 meetings a year that usually run until like 10 o'clock at night. That's the only thing about
that. Just one quick follow-up question for our planning director. Following up on Councilmember Hall's question about the ARB and Planning Commission, just for the public's understanding, I'm correct in saying that the Planning Commission serves as the appellate body for the ARB, and so that takes an important function that otherwise could, be work that flows up in appellate capacity to, say, the City Council, for example.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Great. I have one question. I put myself in the queue, if that's okay. This is related to the consolidation of Housing and Human Services Commission. So I don't know if there's someone here who wants to speak to that, but how are we ensuring, so I hear the reasoning why we're doing this, but how are we going to ensure that the proposed consolidation, particularly for these three, strengthen the expertise and lived experience representation rather than diluting it?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Mark Amaral, Housing and Human Services. That's a great question, Mayor. I think that's something that council can fulfill tonight or when you take formal action in the future by designating a prioritization for either existing members of the commissions proposed for consolidation or identifying specific sets of expertise or lived experience that could be used as criteria for applicants when appointing members to the body.
Okay. And then, sorry, I do have one. That answers my question. I guess you're basically saying it's a policy decision for us. In terms of workload, is the city clerk's office planning to measure whether these changes are actually resulting in better outcomes, clearer recommendations, and in reduced administrative strain? Because if we're going through this whole process, we want to know that it worked.
Right now, our only performance metric tool is the annual reports and the work plan. I think departments can incorporate some of these metrics in their department work plans. That is an option, but yeah, if that's something that the council would like us to look at, how to measure that these improvements are giving us the outcomes that we're looking for, we can definitely do that.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that that sounds decentralized. We would want to be able to actually track through the clerk's office, or I'll speak for myself, that there are efficiencies happening here, and specifically that there are actual impact, there are positive impacts as a result of the consolidation. So we could talk further about that, but I think that gets at my question.
Yeah, we would have to, we can come back with more information.
Okay. I don't see, I don't see any other questions. Do people have comments? Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. So my comments, I'll kind of go through the specifics on the different commissions and those recommendations. So I agree with holding the Transient Occupancy Tax Advisory Committee annual meeting as a joint meeting with the Audit Subcommittee. I agree with holding quarterly joint meetings of Clean Beaches and Ocean Parcel Tax Citizens Oversight Committee and the Commission on Sustainability, Environmental Justice, and the Environment. And and before the next suggestion, I agree with converting the Urban Forest Task Force into a formal commission and would suggest that we potentially look at inviting them to a meeting of the, or having a joint meeting between them and the Commission on Sustainability, Environmental Justice, and the Environment. I do have some concerns with combining the Disabilities, Housing, and Human Services Commission into one. So reading through the work plans, the Disabilities Commission work plan for 2025 to 2026 looks like it includes some really important work that would be really difficult to accomplish if it was part of a commission with a larger scope. So I would prefer to keep the Disabilities Commission as a standalone commission, although I do hear the arguments for collapsing it into one. I think that people, or some of our public commenters noted, people with disabilities are so frequently forgotten about and erased from public spaces, and I don't want us to fall into that pattern. And there are also a lot of people with invisible disabilities that I think they help kind of bring to the forefront. Additionally, the impact of the work of the Disabilities Commission affects more than just people with disabilities. The curb cut effect is the principle that features designed for people with disabilities often end up benefiting a much wider range of people, and that illustrates how universal design and equity can create widespread advantages. So for those reasons, I would prefer to keep the Disabilities Commission as a standalone. There is some overlap with the Housing Commission and the Human Services. There may still be merit to keeping it as a standalone commission, but if my colleagues feel very strongly about combining the two, I would request that we ask the Human Services Commission to have a subcommittee dedicated to housing-related issues. And regardless of whether housing remains a standalone commission or gets combined with Human Services, I would ask that we look at possibly having a joint meeting of those commissions of Disabilities, Housing, and Human Services, depending, whether or not they're combined, because I think there's a lot of overlap no matter what. On the Landmarks Commission, since we have had some issues with recruiting a sufficient number of candidates, I'm okay with removal of the residency requirements, but it is helpful to have local expertise. I think that since we have the ability to select who we want to be on the commission, it'll be helpful to have a broader range of candidates there. I would also ask if it's within the scope of this item to ask direct the Landmarks Commission to do a holistic review of the work that they do on like Mills Act, on the structure of merit and everything, and come back with some recommendations for us. With the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission, I agree with increasing the age limit from 22 to 25 and expanding the eligibility for living or working in Santa Monica. But for the youth seats, I would also ask that we include attending school in Santa Monica as a possible eligibility criteria. So live, work, or go to school in Santa Monica for the youth seats. And I'm okay with reducing that to 7 seats. For the Arts Commission, I'm okay with reducing the number of seats to 7 as well. For the general comments, I think that more youth representation would be incredibly helpful, and it would help spur more youth interest in the work of the city, which is so important. And those are the folks who are going to be enjoying the benefits of the decisions that we make and of the advice that the commissions give us on policy. I would be okay with having a standalone youth commission or potentially having a seat reserved for youth on commissions where appropriate. So things like human services, disabilities, arts, recreation and parks, housing if it's not combined with human services commission, mobility and transportation if we have one, and libraries. But if there are others, open to hearing that as well. And I think those could either be voting members or ex officio. I think ex officio would probably be more likely to be helpful for folks so that they don't feel that pressure, but happy to hear other ideas from folks. And in general, I think we should look for more opportunities for cross-commission collaboration. So for example, there could be annual joint meetings between library and arts commissions, or between arts and rec and parks, or sustainability and rec and parks, or disabilities and sustainability, because there are a lot of overlaps in the different missions of these, because they all come together to create one city. So wherever I think we can find those opportunities for cross collaboration or sharing of ideas across the commissions would be very helpful for us and for the commissioners. Let's see here. So one of the examples that I had here was it could help us assess how city resources like our parks and recreational programs could be more accessible to people with disabilities, or how we could do more work to incorporate the arts into our libraries, or how we can leverage the work that the city has accomplished on sustainability, like our Sustainable Water Infrastructure Project or City Hall East, into promoting tourism. So maybe there's some opportunities there. I am okay with the removal of council liaisons, and I'm okay with removal of the boards and commissions attendance reports on I'm okay with the reports on boards and commissions attendance on an annual basis instead of biannual, and I'm okay with eliminating the annual boards and commissions dinner and including the reports as information items, maybe not all at the same council meeting, and inviting a representative of the commissions to provide a brief verbal summary as a presentational item only, without questions from the council. And if I missed any of the suggestions where you wanted feedback, I apologize, but I'll let somebody else speak. Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. First, Maria, I just want to acknowledge your work, Nikki's work, the whole clerk's team on this. Particularly as one of the authors of the 16 item that requested this review. Thank you so much for your and all of staff's work on this. I know it's been several months of work, and thank you. This is a sensitive subject, so I will begin by preemptively apologizing if I put my foot in my mouth in any way. I really don't mean to. I just want to say that I really appreciate the comments made by two of our commissioners tonight from the Disabilities Commission. I think it's a really important perspective, and I really appreciated hearing it. I've also discussed the commission with other residents with disabilities, including former electeds in the city with disabilities who shared a very different opinion, that keeping a separate commission, in their view, sidelined the advocacy work. And the point of view shared with me, and I guess what I've seen in my work in corporate DEI, is that creating intersectional spaces and bodies strengthens advocacy of traditionally marginalized groups by placing that advocacy exactly where it needs to be, kind of at the center of how we deliver policies like housing stability, health access, and human services to our residents. I think and hope we learned something important when we consolidated the Commission on the Status of Women and Social Services into the Human Services Commission, and that is that alignment matters. When our commissions mirror how our departments are structured, we get clearer work plans, stronger staff support, and in my opinion, far better follow through from policy idea to like real world impact. I fully believe that our Disabilities Commission does really powerful work. I've seen your work plans, but I feel it does so in a structure that's siloed from the other commissions and department that implements many of the services that our residents with disabilities need and rely on, that housing navigation, homelessness prevention, benefits access. And I think I've heard from even public comment tonight that our residents and those who are unhoused who live in our community aren't getting the follow through, and our disconnect is not serving residents as well as it could. So it would be my hope that bringing that disability advocacy into a consolidated commission that supports and provides oversight to the Housing and Human Services department is that we're actually like elevating that work. We're saying that disability equity is not a side conversation. It's actually a core lens through which we deliver our services. And I would hope that we as a council, when we are appointing people, particularly to that commission and to other commissions that we know folks with lived experience provide really important perspectives to, that we consider that in our recruitment of people to apply for boards and commissions, and in who we are voting on to appoint to them. So I think I'll leave my comments at that. I do support that change. I hope it proves, if we approve it, that proves out. And if it doesn't, I guess we can reverse that change the next time we do this. Just on a couple of the other key recommendations that are being made, I would like to keep the residency criteria for the landmarks commissioners. I do support the reduction of the Urban Forest Task Force to 7 members to be consistent with other commissions, and I do want to convert it to a commission. And I do support the reduction of voting commissioners to 7 for the PSROC. I don't know if, I guess other folks want to make comments, but I'm prepared to make a motion whenever folks are done.
Councilmember Raskin is next, and then Councilmember Snell.
I'll echo the thanks for your work, and I know there's a whole team working with you that made this happen. Really informative presentation, and appreciate the work of everyone going into this. And shout out to Matthew Wells and the Urban Forestry team too. Great to see you here at Council Chambers. I'm think largely in agreement with Councilmember Zernitskaya, but I appreciate the comments, Councilmember Hall, that you made about elevating the voices of individuals in our community who come from marginalized backgrounds, people with disabilities. I do think that our community is enriched by having it as a standalone commission, and I'm inclined to keep it as one. I do, however, agree that we should not remove the residency requirement for Landmarks Commission. I don't think that we've ever had a standing vacancy for that position from somebody because we couldn't find somebody in the community to fill it. I mean, maybe there are some times in which the pool of applicants is small, but we haven't had any trouble filling it. Just to respond to one other thing that Councilmember Zernitskaya said about the library board, I would love to explore ways in which we can increase participation in that. I understand that the library board is a little bit unique in that it's governed both, I think, by the charter and state law about the composition of library boards. But yeah, if we can get more youth participation, that's great. I agree with the other recommendations. I'll just add 2 other things for the rest of the council's consideration that I hope we can find agreement on. First is with respect to an action that was taken by a prior council that I think was misguided. A prior council added term limits to the vector control district and the metropolitan, or the MWD. I think it's especially important that we remove the term limits for the MWD because the influence that our representative has is largely governed by their seniority in that board. So I hope we can revisit that. And the other one is, just for reference, that's section 2E of the Boards and Commissions resolution. But I hope we can also revisit section 1G, which is the prohibition against family members serving on boards and commissions. I know that several of us here on the dais have had family members who had to resign when folks were elected. I recall that was brought forward in what felt largely as an attempt, in what felt like an vendetta, to be honest, against a specific commissioner. I think it was unfortunate. I think that having that limitation marginalizes the work of really capable individuals in our community who just happen to be family members of people who were elected officials. Obviously, we should be careful to safeguard against nepotism. And certainly, I think that the council or I trust this council at least, would not appoint people who are not qualified. But there are people who are qualified who happen to be family members of people who are elected officials. So with those additional comments, I'll end it there. And again, thank you everyone for your work on this.
Councilor Snell.
Thank you. I just wanted to be brief also. I want to thank staff for the work on this. This is a lot of work. I also do agree with my council members, and I do believe that the Disability Committee should be independent in some ways. There's just so many things that I hadn't thought about until I heard from some of the comments today about the Disability Committee. So I would like to possibly look at continuing that commission on a separate basis. And then with respect to, we heard tonight, I would also like, when we bring this back, to take a look at the Airport Commission and the makeup of the Airport Commission and see if there's things that we could do with the Airport Commission, because what's coming for us in the next 3 years, that commission will be very vital to council for suggestions, and I want to make sure that we have individuals on there that can be objective and independent with respect to their discussion. But and then the last comment, and Ellis, you made a very good comment with respect to individual spouses being on various boards and commissions. My wife had to step down from the tourism board when I became a council member. She wasn't too happy about that at all. I just want everyone to know about that. But I do believe that this particular council, but in councils going forward, when we select individuals, we're looking at individuals with their expertise, with the independency with respect to their ability on the board in these commissions. And so I think that that particular clause really inhibits us not to be able to get expert opinions with respect to those commissions. So I would definitely support that. But thanks again for all the staff on this.
And then if I could make a couple of comments and then we'll entertain a motion. First of all, echo all the thanks. It sounds as though I'm delighted to hear that we're largely aligned on where this is going with a few key differences. So I'll look forward to hearing the motion. But I do believe that strong boards and commissions are really essential to transparency, accountability, and public trust. And quite frankly, we need to hear more from them as council members. You know, folks are appointed to advise council. And I would just be completely candid, we are not hearing enough from our commissioners in terms of their recommendations. And to the extent that we can come up with a better feedback loop than just an information item so that folks in the community are aware of what the real robust work of the boards and commissions are. I think that that's important. And so let's just think about that on a going forward basis. And I also just want to be clear, because there were many public comments about this as well. Tonight's action is procedural and exploratory. We are not voting to eliminate commissions or finalize any consolidations here tonight. We're having a study session. And over time, we have to acknowledge that we've continued to add, right? We've added more important oversight bodies for good reasons, but growth without periodic review and realignment is problematic. And so that's what we're doing right now. We're seeing where the redundancies are, where the potential commissions that have a lot of vacancies are that we're having. I think you all know there are several commissions that we repeatedly have trouble recruiting for. And we want to make sure that we're eliminating inefficiencies, especially in this, austere budget environment, because ultimately these inefficiencies weaken public participation. When you're on a commission and you only get to meet once a year, and your feedback is really not taken into account, it's hard to keep those commissioners engaged. So just for staff, it's really important to us that we're not wasting your time, quite frankly, that this is something that is valuable, but then also for the volunteers in the public that are volunteering their time, we want this to be value added for you and also for us and for the public at large. So I'm particularly focused on, in the motion coming before us, that we are ensuring that lived experience and subject matter expertise, like I asked in my questions, is remaining central to the composition of each body. We want to make it easier, not harder, for residents to serve. And we want to hold ourselves accountable, just like I mentioned about tracking what's happening, what the progress is, what the improvements are as a result of this streamlining. We want to make sure that these bodies are actually impacting policy and that people in the public can see and feel and hear from them. And so this is just very much aligned with our broader commitment to realignment as a city, our values around one SAMO. And so I'm really delighted that we've all come together here. I know you all have done a lot of work, and we want to make sure that we're setting up structures that meet our needs and our capacity, and then our expectations. And I think that that's what we're going to do, but I'm happy to hear a motion. I would just say really briefly before we hear that motion, it is my knowledge that there is a settlement with the Police Officers Association, and that anything that we do to the PSROC, there must be a meet and confer before that. So I would just ask that out of an abundance of caution, that we take any recommendations to the to the POA for their review and concurrence. And would that be amenable to the city attorney?
Yes.
Great. And then I would also support removing the term limits for the Metropolitan Water District and the Vector Control District. I would agree that we don't have an issue with filling the Landmarks Commission, and I don't think there's a need to relax the residency requirement. And I would support removing the prohibition against family members. So those are my comments, and thank you all.
Okay, I move the staff recommendation except for the following specifics, which I am either adding or taking away. It sounds like folks want to keep the Disabilities Commission separate, so we'll keep the Disabilities Commission separate. Remove term limits for the Vector Control Board and Metropolitan Water Board appointees. Direct a meet and confer with the POA to implement the recommendation to reduce the number of voting commissioners on the PSROC to 7. For the consolidated commissions, commissioners will be required to reapply and be reappointed under our normal policy. Priority will not be given to existing members. We will keep the residency criteria for the landmarks commissioners. We will reduce the Urban Forest Task Force to 7 members and convert it to a commission. And we will formally eliminate the chair and vice chair dinner.
Is there a second?
Great question. Does that also, did you note the revisiting the disqualification of family members?
I am not supportive of that.
Okay.
So
I mean, I'll second it. We can take a vote.
Out of just a question for clarity, I know we've done study sessions in different ways. Is this something that we vote on in this manner? I mean, I've heard sometimes they say we're giving feedback, other times, I mean, is it useful that we
Yeah, maybe we can
clarify it in this manner?
clarify, because there was an ordinance with the item. So are we approving that, or are we hearing feedback and coming back to council?
No, tonight we're taking direction from council. We'll assess all of the direction given. If there is a motion and a vote to proceed a certain way, we'll prepare the proper documents, bring those back to implement the direction that's provided tonight.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, great. I seconded it.
Mayor, may I make a substitute motion?
Of course you may.
I'll do the same motion, but add in removing the prohibition against family members.
Okay, so you want to keep the disabilities separate, remove term limits for MWD and vector control, meet and confer with the POA. Anyone on a consolidated commission must reapply with no preferences. We will keep the residency requirements for landmarks. We will remove the family member prohibition. What, did I miss anything, Councilmember Hall?
And I'll
The
second
Urban
that.
Forest Task Force to 7 members as it converts to a commission, and we will formally eliminate the chair and vice chair dinner.
And I'll second Baskin's.
Is
Urban Forest is 7.
Oh, okay, then keep it at 7.
arts, did you say? Do you,
It was Arts and the Public Safety Reform Commission that we were reducing to 7.
got it. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I'll second Councilman Baskin's motion.
Okay, and so, sorry, going back to Councilmember Hall's motion, you want to include reducing arts to 7?
Yeah, I think that is, so I think that was part of the staff recommendation, so yes.
Okay, and then for Councilmember Raskin, it was all of the above except for, except that you wanted to add the nepotism
Just
policy?
eliminate section 1G of the boards and commissions resolution, which has to do with eligibility criteria for family members.
Okay. So it's similar to Councilmember Hall's,
It is Councilmember Hall's motion with an additional directive.
okay. And the substitute motion was seconded by Snell, Councilmember Snell. And any other, anything?
Well, we can't substitute a substitute, so I guess we're voting on the substitute motion.
Okay, so we'll vote on the substitute motion first. Councilmember Zernitzkaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
No.
Mayor, Councilmember Negrete is still absent. And Mayor Trosas.
No.
Okay, no, but we have 4 votes and motion passes.
Okay, that passes. Just before we go to closed session, we did do agenda management, but we didn't hear the city manager's report, and I think there's some folks in the room that would be helpful to hear from. And then I have a quick announcement before we go to closed session.
I do too.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on a couple of things as we have our very first meeting of 2026. Happy New Year to everyone in Santa Monica. I think the first thing we want to do, sitting in the audience tonight, is our brand-new Director of Housing and Human Services, Aileen Reynolds. Aileen, you want to stand up, take a bow?
Yay. Welcome.
Aileen comes to us from the city of New York, where she has extensive experience dealing with all things affordable housing, homeless response related. We're just fabulously excited. She's made the decision to join our team here in Santa Monica. Aileen, congratulations. Can't wait to get you integrated in the team and to work with you here moving forward. Also, as we kick off 2026, Mayor Trosas, you mentioned the realignment plan. There is so much work that the staff is engaged in doing. One of the things that we wanted to share is there is some great capital improvement work happening right now throughout the city. First, along the 5th Street freeway off-ramp off the 10, if you notice, there's a new landscaping project that's coming to fruition right now. We're in the process of making all of our city gateways off the 10 freeway more welcoming. We're also now working on embankment and off-ramp litter removal through an agreement that we entered into with Caltrans, where city teams are now working on removal of debris and embankment litter all throughout the 10 freeway corridor in Santa Monica. Also, if you take a look downtown, we have construction crews mobilized right at the start of the year. Over 20,000 square feet of sidewalk replacement and repair is now underway, all part of the realignment plan improvements that we committed to executing when the council a couple months ago authorized some extensive changes operationally. A massive kudos to our public works team. I do see Mr. Dishlip in the audience. Rick and Chris have done a great job along with our entire team in public works, really helping to lead a lot of the capital improvement efforts we're seeing throughout town. One more point that we wanted to share with everyone. If we're not out too late, even if we're out late tonight, we hope everyone will be engaged tomorrow, because tomorrow morning we will be swearing in Derek Jacobs as our next police chief. Officially, massive kudos to Chief Jacob, one of the finest leaders I've met, someone that lives our values and has been working with our police department to address a number of new initiatives. We just had a shift scramble happen this past weekend. There's a renewed level of activity in our police department that I think everyone is feeling and seeing, and that's really attributed to the work Chief Jacob has been engaged in. One last exciting realignment plan update we wanted to share with everyone, because it won't be in time. It'll happen in advance of our next council meeting. All of our libraries are set to be reopened here in a week. January 20th, 21st, we're going to be reopening Fairview and Ocean Park branch libraries. Terrific occasion. Massive kudos to Erica and the entire team in the library operation who over the the winter break period, spent time getting both facilities up and running. We hope everyone will join us for our reopening celebrations. The Fairview Branch celebration will happen on Tuesday, January 20th. Ocean Park will be reopening Wednesday, January 21st. Those celebration events will take place starting at noon. And of course, last thing is no report would be complete without sharing our adoptable pet of the meeting. We are still working on bringing pets into the council chambers. Didn't happen for this meeting, but the pet we wanted to share with everyone is a beautiful short-haired brown tabby named Shadow. Shadow's 4 years old, loves affection, enjoys spending time relaxing in bed with whoever is willing to cuddle, loves to play with toys, he scratches posts, also likes to just lay down and relax. So if you're interested in bringing home an adorable tabby cat, please contact the animal shelter today. With that, we will turn it back over to you, Madam Mayor.
Great, and I just wanted to, before we go to closed session, colleagues, I wanted to take a moment to update our community on a serious situation unfolding at the federal level that could affect families here in Santa Monica. Last week, the federal government attempted to restrict funding for 3 key anti-poverty programs. These include TANF through CalWORKs, if you guys have heard of Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, the Child Care Development Fund, and the Social Services Block Grant that supports seniors and vulnerable residents. As you may have heard in the news, California and 4 other states filed suit to stop the freeze, and on Friday, a federal judge issued a temporary restraining order that will remain in place for the next 2 weeks. The state of California has already released January payments to Los Angeles County, so benefits are continuing at the moment. And just wanted to let people know here in Santa Monica, there are about 500 residents that are enrolled in CalWORKs that this may affect. This helps families pay for basics like housing, diapers, transportation, et cetera. And we have nearly 6,300 residents that rely on CalFresh for groceries every month. And so I want to be clear for everyone watching. At this point, no payments have been stopped. Benefits are still being issued. Families should continue to use their cards and report any charges on any of their cards. The concern is what may happen next. The court order is temporary, and we simply do not know what the federal government will do when the 2-week period expires. We saw earlier this year, or excuse me, last year, when SNAP payments were suspended to our families. It was very, very problematic, and I just want to thank our Housing and Human Services team, who's really leapt into quick action to provide services to our families who are at the margins here. Even a short disruption could affect local families, childcare access, nonprofit service providers who provide services to our families, and the stability of households that are already stretched. So I just want to assure everyone that we are coordinating closely with LA County, who runs these benefit programs. We're assessing the risks, preparing contingency plans, and working with the state of California on next steps. And as your mayor, I do want our residents to know that we are monitoring this, and in these discussions, we know how important these benefits are to our working families, our seniors, our caregivers, our parents who are trying to stay employed, and so many others. We are planning responsibly so that Santa Monicans are protected if funding becomes unstable. And we will share additional updates as these conditions change. Anyone that has questions can visit dpss.lacounty.gov or call 866-613-3777. So thank you for listening, and it looks like Councilmember Snell has an announcement.
Yes, my comments have to do with closed session item 5J. After City Council acted to adopt the HAPP program on August 12, 2025, I became aware that Cypress Equity Investments became a participant in the pilot program. I am chair and president, and my spouse is CEO of a nonprofit for which our operation is located in the property owned by Cypress Equity Investments. Because Cypress Equities is now a participant as the council considers the program this evening, I will recuse myself from the discussion.
Thank you. And with that, Clerk, can you read us into closed session? Apologies.
This is the time that we are.
Councilmember Zwick has an announcement.
Apologies. When it comes to closed session, on items 5H, Ocean Avenue Housing Projects, 5H, SNACO suit, challenging SB 1123, and 5J, HPP significant exposure to litigation. Consistent with my prior statements related to my employment with the Housing Action Coalition, as well as advice from the FPPC, I will be recusing myself from items 5H, 5I, and 5J. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
5A, 5 is closed session. 5A is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation involving all of the John Does listed on the agenda. 5B is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation between the city and ICSOP. 5C is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation between the city and Waymo LLC et al. 5D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation between the city and Santa Monica EV Holdings LLC et al. 5E, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation between the city and Waymo LLC. 5F, conference with real estate negotiator regarding 930 Pacific Coast Highway, 1200 Pacific Coast Highway and 2400 Oceanfront Walk and 2600 Oceanfront Walk. City negotiators is Jennifer Taylor, Economic Development Manager. Persons to be negotiated with Richard Shacker, President for Chaos Enterprises Incorporated, DBA Perry's Cafe and Rentals at the Beach. 5G, conference with real estate negotiator regarding 2640 Main Street. City negotiators are Jennifer Taylor. Persons to be negotiated with Bruce Phillips, Chief Executive Officer for Ocean Park Restaurant Corporation. 5H, conference with real estate negotiator regarding 419 and 1616 Ocean Avenue. City negotiators Oliver Chi, City Manager. Persons to be negotiated with Tara Baruskas, Executive Director, Community Corps of Santa Monica. 5I, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Stanford Neighbors against City Overreach versus the city. 5J, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation, one case. 5K, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation between the city and Courtney Brusahoff. This will be a report out. And last item, also a report out, 5L, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation between the city and Nareen Sulahian Keshishian. And that was the last item.
Great. And City Attorney, do we have an estimate of when we will be back?
1 hour and 45 minutes.
So that would put us at 10:15 approximately. Okay, so we will be back no earlier than 10:15. Thank you. Okay, we are back. Apologies for the late hour. I will turn to our city attorney and ask if you have a readout of closed session.
Yes, all items were heard with the following reportable actions and so item 5K was a report out only. At its June 24, 2025 meeting, the City Council approved the settlement in Brucehoff versus the city, a personal injury case involving a claim that Brucehoff was injured when she was struck by a big blue bus in a crosswalk. The city admits liability but contests the nature of Brucehoff's damages. The parties agreed to settle for $5,999,999, and in exchange, Brucehoff agreed to release all claims against the city. The settlement was approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 5L, report out only. At its December 16th, 2025 meeting, the City Council approved a settlement in Noreen Sulihan Kashian versus the city, a personal injury case involving a claim where the plaintiff fell as a result of a pothole, resulting in injuries and requiring surgeries. The city denies liability and does not admit fault, but agreed to settle for $475,000, and in exchange, Sulihan Kashian agreed to release all claims against the city, and the settlement was approved by a vote of 6 in favor with Councilmember Negrete opposed. In addition, the mayor has a statement on item 5H.
Great. Item 5H, a conference with real estate negotiators related to properties at 419 and 1616 Ocean Avenue was heard by the City Council with no reportable action taken. However, given the issues that have occurred at 413 Ocean Avenue during the past several months, the City Council wanted to disclose details and context related to the proposed real estate deal, so we waived privilege. As was communicated to the city, Community Corporation of Santa Monica has been considering selling their property at 419 Ocean Avenue to Leo Postilnikoff, and the matter was considered by the city in closed session, given that we were asked by CCSM and Mr. Postilnikoff to consider approving the deal. Given the history of the property at 419 Ocean Avenue, which was deeded along with 1616 Ocean Avenue by the city to CCSM back in 2016, the proposed transaction between CCSM and Mr. Postilnikoff can only be facilitated with the city's consent. The city discussed the potential real estate transaction in closed session, given that Mr. Postilnikoff is considering other interim/transitional housing uses at 413 Ocean, including a possible project with the Office of Diversion and Reentry for what has been described to the city as, quote, prisoner housing. CCSM has shared that they need the funds that they would accrue from selling 419 Ocean Avenue to help stabilize their operations. Also, Mr. Postilnikoff has indicated that if the city signed off on the transaction, he would forego any proposed interim/transitional housing use at 413 Ocean Avenue. We are aware that CCSM is also considering selling other properties they own to Mr. Postilnikoff. We have been made aware that CCSM and Mr. Postilnikoff are still negotiating potential deal terms for a possible transaction. And that is all. Thank you. We will now move on, given the agenda management that we did.
Sorry, Mayor, I just have a motion for agenda management.
Sure.
I'd like to move that we hear public comment for 11C and 16A first, and then we hear public comment for 10A with the item later, so Councilmember Snell can recuse and be dismissed for the night.
Okay,
I'll second that.
great. And by the way, is Councilmember Negrete with us?
Not yet.
Oh, did someone, oh, hold on. Now she's calling me. Hello? Can you talk to her, or is she?
We can request.
Hold on, we're requesting you into the meeting right now. I'm so sorry, everyone. Are we good? She's in?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Negrete, can you hear us?
Talk to her on the phone while we continue doing this.
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, so we just had, would someone like to restate the motion, just so that Councilmember Negrete can hear it?
Yeah, the motion is to hear public comment for 11C and 16A together at the beginning of the items, and then hear public comment on 10A with the item, so Councilmember Snell can recuse and be dismissed for the night.
And I'll second.
Great, so can we take a roll call vote?
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick,
He's absent?
absent? Oh,
I
yes,
mean,
he-
I think he's, as was announced, he's recused from the remainder of the items.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is absent. Councilmember Snell,
Here.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Trosas.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thanks. Okay, so what we will do is we are first hearing public comment on 11C and the 16 items. And if you are not in the queue for that, you can just not come up when your name is called. I'm so sorry for the confusion. So we have Denise Barton, Karen Croner, Andrew Hoyer, Brian O'Neill, and Clara Seneca, if you could line up and start providing your comments. And just, apologies, we do have 44 comments, so everyone will get 1 minute.
On item 11C, may I first encourage everyone to look at the January 9, 2026 Santa Monica Daily Press article titled, "City Hall Scrambles to Fix Housing Votes as New Questions Emerge Over City Council Member Conflicts," for more information. Because the reason we are here is because of all the allegations, including Jesse Zwick and his conflict with his Housing Action Coalition employment, as well as ex parte communication. Caroline Terosas has an undisclosed professional conflict through her employment as a senior policy director for Los Angeles County Supervisor Holly J. Mitchell. And Natalia Zarinska violated the Levine Act regarding a campaign contribution and vote. And it would appear that there are several other locations that needed to be added to this item, and I hope those will be added. I also wonder if Caroline Terosas' conflict due to employment is found to be valid. Will that impact any other of her votes since she started?
Karen Croner, Andrew Hoyer, Brian O'Neill, Clara Seneca.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer. I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. Back in October, council members Zwick read a 500-word essay before making a substitute motion to end the exclusive negotiating agreement for the Civic Center Revitalization Plan. It was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Terosas after she read a 200-word essay. Then Councilmember Hall suggested a friendly amendment to explore the value of the site if it was unencumbered. We all know the greatest value would be to sell the property to a housing developer, and therefore Councilmember Zwick's now acknowledged conflict of interest should have made the entire substitute motion null and void. So I'm wondering why this vote is not also being included in tonight's revote. Thank you.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes, good evening, Brian O'Neill, Pico Neighborhood Association. Thank you all for your service. These meetings are really feats of stamina. I'm here to advocate two things that I hope you keep in mind as you deliberate these housing ordinances. Guardrails for the residents, number one, and fairness and equity for the Pico neighborhood in general. Guardrails, what do I mean? Let's not go beyond the state laws, but specifically SB 1123. Let's cap it at, 2 stories, not 3. Have some reasonable setbacks. Two lots in my neighborhood are already undergoing what we think are SB 1123 developments, and it's quite frightening, to be honest. SB 23 also has an affirmative fair housing element to it, that all these projects shouldn't be dumped in the Pico neighborhood here in Santa Monica, right? Which has the least expensive R1 lot. And it seems like that's what's happening. So guardrails and fairness and equity.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. We have Clara Seneca, Giacomo Valentini, Ashley Olson, Alan Mont, and Stephanie. Are all of them not here? Am I on the right list? Oh, okay, sorry. I'll just call some more names. Christine Parra, Nikki Kohlhoff, John Cyrus Smith, Heather Thomason are the next ones coming up here. You ladies can go ahead.
And then when I'm done, will you play the video for this thing? Okay. Good evening. I know you guys are in a really difficult predicament right now with the Jesse Zwick conflict, but on September 9th, Jesse Zwick appeared before the Los Angeles Planning Commission lobbying for building code changes that are nearly identical to the changes he was preparing to vote for before the Santa Monica City Council later that night. I want to be clear, he did not disclose that he was lobbying on the exact same day he would be voting on these exact provisions in Santa Monica. And he ensured that some provisions he promoted in Los Angeles were written and worded almost identically into Santa Monica before they were brought forward for a vote. Santa Monica's fire trucks cannot reach beyond 3 stories. To meet increased requirements and maintain life-saving standards, the city would need to purchase $1.3 million for a new truck. Yet the concern raised by Zwick was not the cost of the city, but the reduced developer profits. Thank you.
Just play the video, please.
My name is Jesse Zwick. I'm the Southern California Director for the Housing Action Coalition, a statewide membership organization that works to end California's persistent housing crisis. We're just here to applaud the courage and leadership of this body in advancing this important and common sense reform to LA's building code that has the potential to unlock cheaper, larger, more livable, and sustainable apartment living in Los Angeles. But I do want to emphasize the word potential for a reason. While the motion that you wrote and approved called for an ordinance that mirrors that of the city of Seattle, where single-stair buildings have been allowed without major incidents since 1977, the one before you contains several additional provisions that threaten to render this incredibly good idea dead on arrival. This includes a prohibition on mixed occupancies, a prohibition of more than 1 building per lot, and the window issue, as mentioned previously, that would mandate 8-foot side setbacks that would make these projects impossible to build in the real world.
Mr. Mont, I guess?
Continue playing, please.
I did come from a meeting today in Los Angeles where the Planning and Land Use Committee did just approve what would be a code change in the LA code. So I'm trying to understand how you're saying that's not possible when they're doing it. And I appreciate that you guys are trying to find the pathway that you think will be the most effective in getting us to where we're hoping to go. Some of my colleagues already asked about the 4,000-foot limit being for habitable floor area, and I heard you say that that could be doable in terms of how we define it.
Yeah.
And then I think I heard my other colleague mention the idea of an exterior staircase. My only additional follow-up on that is that our language currently, at least in the bulletin, says the stairway enclosure shall be pressurized. And I noticed that the language in LA said an exterior stairway or interior exit stairway shall be provided. The interior stairway shall be smoke-proof. And I'm just wondering if we can just make sure with the language that we're making it clear that the stairway can be either.
Absolutely.
The question of emergency escape and rescue openings, in LA, they're running into an issue.
Play it for another minute.
Where there's escape or rescue opening or window. But if that's triggering an 8-foot side setback on either side of the building, that's making it impossible to build. And I'm just wondering.
Our ground ladders can only reach the third level balcony.
Okay. Got it.
But it's just easier to say all emergency escape windows. And it's one more thing that in discussions at the state group is not a big hindrance to add those windows. It's a little different dimension. And it just provides another access for the tenants.
That's great. I was just making sure there wasn't some series of unintended consequences that weren't enumerated.
In order to operate and actually access those windows, though, yes, we need some side yard space to be able to do
right.
that.
But in this case, there's no 8-foot side yard setback.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, time. So we have, I'm just trying to figure out who's commented now. Nikki Kohlhoff, John Cyrus Smith, Heather Thomason, Alex Ward.
Staff item 11C will, quote, remove doubt with respect to the prior actions, end quote. By rubber stamping them, How is that possible? The FPPC determined Zwick had a disqualifying conflict on housing production items, yet upon learning one of council's most fervent housing advocates who fundamentally altered this city's course has a disqualifying conflict, staff's instinct is to quickly ratify these tainted matters as if they never existed. Santa Monica residents deserve a do-over. Staff claims they reviewed all votes and identified only a handful of items to confirm. I've provided you a complete list of all of Zwick's items, and the city attorney needs to review each one of them and bring them back as appropriate. Do the right thing, rescind these items and direct staff to review all tainted items. Do not double down on this conflict. With respect to 1123, you need to rescind the emergency and do not send it back to the Planning Commission. By the way, this came from another conflict of Zwick's where he drafted the ordinance with a developer represented by HAC.
Thank you.
Hey, folks, John Cyrus Smith, Recreation Parks Commissioner. I want to tell you a little story. Back in 2012, I was working at KNBC as a producer, making a six-figure job, won a couple Emmys, and I decided to do something else. And I decided to run for city council. I didn't even ask my boss if I could work in that job and try to sit up there with you guys. It was a blatant conflict of interest. I couldn't do one thing and the other thing at the same time. Unfortunately, I think that Jesse Zwick has come into that same problem. And I think he needs to decide what he wants to do. Does he want to keep the six-fig job, or does he want to keep on sitting up there with you guys? That's what I think. And I think that he's probably thinking about that right now as he's recusing himself. Going forward, it just doesn't work.
Thank you, Heather.
I have an image. Thank you. Heather Thomason, hi guys. The 1123 local ordinance has been defined by one thing, jamming it through as fast as possible. Private lobbying from a developer to Councilmember Zwick, outside public view, created this whole thing. It was rushed through as an emergency ordinance to bypass the Planning Commission, any study, and public engagement, except there was no emergency. A lawsuit forced a normal process, but even that wasn't normal. The direction to Planning Commission wasn't tell us how you think we should implement the law. It was 3 stories, 1.5 FAR, approve this. Staff didn't even bring drawings for something that will fundamentally change these neighborhoods. That's how little genuine review there was. You can see why claims about tonight being just initiating a Planning Commission process ring hollow, and why many of us here are worried about any version of this going forward. This ordinance is tainted and unnecessary. SB 1123 just went into effect to allow lot splits and starter homes. Why go beyond state law with no evidence?
Alex Ward, Kathy Knight, Harvey Eder, Chris Conjo.
Good evening. My name's Alex Ward. I'm an architect. I live in Sunset Park. Speaking to the emergency ordinance, I believe it's 2821, that was passed, and the discussion tonight about sending it back to planning. I think everyone in this room probably agrees we need more homes in Santa Monica, but we don't need larger homes. And the state's SB 684 and 1123 already are increasing the number of houses that can be built on one lot from 1 to 5. The city's proposed ordinance and the emergency ordinance goes well beyond that, and I think produces an overwhelming scale of new development in our single-family zoned neighborhoods. I would encourage City Council planning to revisit and clarify the role of ADUs and JADUs in helping create new housing, but not allow for a larger building envelope as part of this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Knight, Harvey Eder, Chris Conjo? Tracy Hom? Are you Chris? Yeah, go ahead. I don't see anyone else.
Thank you.
My information and belief is that this ordinance is of a lot of importance to some people on the council. Axiomatically, then, it's of a lot of importance to, well, to the residents here, and I think they deserve to be heard. They're not going to be heard on an emergency basis. I think everyone should approach this with good faith, take it as a minute to have a reset. Things that need to be considered, I originally asked for 3 minutes, but I've only got seconds left, are things like, where will this ordinance have an impact? My real estate friends tell me that the best return on investment for real estate, for a developer, is to buy a less expensive lot, because you can still get the density bonus without having to pull out all the money that you would if you were to buy a house in NoMo. So what you're gonna have, it seems to me, is you're gonna have a disparate racial and economic impact on a disparate impact on a neighborhood that was impacted once before by the freeway. Now you're going to go and create a situation where the housing changes completely without their input. Sorry, I had to rush.
That's okay, thank you. Tracy Hom, Dave Rand, Nico, Ivana Mitchdorf. Jennifer okay.
That was the last one called.
Okay, yeah, well, come on up if you hear your name and just approach the mic.
Thank you. Mitch Dorf, I live at 32nd Street near Ocean Park. I encourage you to oppose the proposed zoning ordinance and believe your elected responsibility is to protect, preserve the sanctity, security, and safety of our existing neighbors. Since I have a little time, earlier tonight there was a vicious anti-Semitic attack made by a speaker in this room, and you did nothing but threaten to close and remove everybody. It is your obligation to call out hate speech, and that has no part in our community. Outside these doors is this, and it says Santa Monica versus hate. If you or someone you know has been a victim of hate, report it, receive support. I'm reporting it, and I'm asking for your support to take action, to apologize for your non-statement, and make a statement. The cameras are on, the reporters are here. It's your opportunity now to make amends. Please. Ellis, Natalia.
I mean, does our city attorney want to talk about how we're allowed to restrict free? We of course condemn. We absolutely condemn any anti-Semitic comments, but I think our city attorney might want to talk about what is and is not allowed.
Right, so, you mean in terms of decorum?
Public, yeah.
Right, so there are rules surrounding decorum, but they're also balanced against, First Amendment rights, so it is a very difficult balance during these public meetings, and oftentimes unfortunate, but that is the balance, and that is where the case law and the courts have ruled.
What does this sign mean?
Mayor, if I may make a point of personal privilege. I'm Jewish. I think you know that. I've been attacked, had rocks thrown at me, punched in the face because I'm Jewish. I know that Councilmember Natalia fled the country of her birth because of anti-Semitism. We take this seriously, but we also take seriously the right of people to speak freely in this public forum. And generally, it's not appropriate for us to respond to public comments, as deplorable as they may be.
Okay. With that being said, thank you, appreciate.
Should I hang this back up then?
You may do what you wish. We're taking public comment at this point. Jennifer Polhemus, Harlow Sharp, Jeff Bloggett, Lauren Block.
Jennifer Polimas, Santa Monica resident and business owner. I don't know any of you yet, so I read the candidate questionnaires from when you ran for office to be on the city council. And the questionnaires are long, they're very detailed, and they included important questions about development and affordable housing, among other things. The responses all stressed the importance of protecting rent control and that we needed to build more affordable housing. What I read is that none of you advocated for going beyond state law, and that none of you advocated for the intense densification of residential neighborhoods. Councilmember Hall did advocate for what he called gently densifying the city in his video interview with the Santa Monica Democratic Club, but he said it was for downtown and on our commercial boulevards. So I don't believe you have a mandate by the voters to go beyond state law.
Thank you so much. Harlow Sharp, Jeff Bloggett, Lauren Block. Did I call your name and have you not come?
was in the first, in the group before.
Okay.
Ivana, IVA.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ivana, yes.
Thank you. Can I start? Okay. I would like to begin by saying I do not oppose new housing. I'm an architect by education. I've lived in Santa Monica for 26 years, have a business on Ocean Park Boulevard for 16 years, and both of my children went to our public schools. From that perspective, I'm deeply concerned. Density in itself is not the problem, but rapid and poorly planned density is. Density works only when supported by infrastructure. What I see instead is density without any visible plan for how our streets, schools, open spaces, utilities, water, or energy systems are supposed to handle it. In Sunset Park alone, roughly 1,000 new units are planned, meaning up to 2,000 more people and cars in one small neighborhood, and this is only the beginning. Santa Monica is an ecosystem, and right now that ecosystem is out of balance. If you fail to plan responsibly, you risk making the city unlivable, changing it in ways that neither you nor future generations can undo. As the writing on the wall behind
Thank you. Wouldn't mind stating your name when you come up, that'd be great.
Good evening, I'm Harlow Sharp, and I'm a close to 40-year homeowner in Sunset Park. The state housing laws are still relatively new. The city has no idea what the cumulative impacts are going to be from the existing laws and from the density increases that are already required. I would not be environmentally or fiscally responsible for the city to beyond the state law under these circumstances. It makes no sense to send a bad idea to the Planning Commission, or they can study that bad, so they can study.
Thank you, Jeff Blodgett, Lauren Block.
Good evening, Jeff Blodgett.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. We are for more affordable and affordable price market rate housing in our city. I believe an increased supply will lower housing prices and rents and help make Santa Monica more accessible to a broader and more diverse demographic. Change can be good when it's thoughtful, conceived, and executed. The changes affecting our local housing policy implemented at the state level are already fast-paced, and their impacts on the infrastructure have been insufficiently evaluated to justify exceeding state requirements in any way at this time. The city's prior decision to instruct the Planning Commission to develop an ordinance adding ADUs and JADUs, increasing the R1 height limit to 3 stories, and reducing our setback requirements will increase the likelihood that spec developers can build at least 10 dwelling units on what is now a single-family lot. This will greatly add to parking demand and traffic congestions on our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Sharing time. So, Mayor Torosis and members of the council, I'm Lauren Block. The city's land use and circulation element prioritizes the importance of allowing for dynamic change while at the same time respecting our existing neighborhoods. The ordinance you're asking the Planning Commission to consider for our R1 neighborhoods unnecessarily accelerates the changes currently required under state law without having truly considered the impacts of those changes and the capacity of our infrastructure to support them. The LUCE advises that we should at times apply the brakes in order to thoughtfully and carefully promote healthy change for our community. We urge you to refrain from further action until city staff genuinely considers and reports on the impacts of SB 1123, AB 1287, and the suite of recently enacted state housing laws on our city's grid. In dialogue with our neighborhoods, we urge the city to identify new, creative transportation demand mitigations that promise to relieve the added stress we can reasonably project on our city streets.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we have Ping Ho, John Prindle, Eli Gill, Christina Niven, Mark Niven.
Ping Ho. One of the greatest assets of this city is its remarkable brain trust of talent and expertise, represented in part by those seated here in the audience tonight. I believe that if the council collaborates with the community in problem solving on these housing issues, it can achieve progressive policies while preserving quality of life and attaining fiscal balance. Conversely, I have personally observed that what starts inharmoniously ends inharmoniously. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. John Prindle, Eli Gill, Christina Niven, Mark Niven.
Hi, Eli Gill, Wilmot resident. I'm here to thank the council members who are stepping up and saying yes to housing and yes to a better future for Santa Monica. These council members were elected by the people of Santa Monica, in no small part because they were clear about supporting housing for families. Voters understand that if we want a city that works for the next generation, we have to make room for them. I've heard a lot of people who've been here for 30 and 40 years, they bought their houses a long time ago. In the 70s, you could buy a house for 3 times the income, the average income in Santa Monica. Today, that's 16 times. That's a problem. That's a policy failure. We haven't built enough housing to deal with the growth of California. There aren't options for young people like me with a family to live here, so people leave. My friends leave every day. I'm here advocating for those people who want to stay here, build families, have a vibrant city with businesses and restaurants and places and parks and amenities, and you need people to pay for those things. Thank you for doing this work.
Thank you. John Prindle, Christina Niven, Mark Niven. There's Tracy Hom, Dave Rand, Nico, Harvey Eder, Kathy Knight, Giacomo, Claire Seneca, Karen Croner. I'm just calling names that have not yet come up. Paula Mazur, Ron Mickelson, Michael Drandell. Please approach the mic if you hear your name. That would be great. Doesn't necessarily need to be in order. Just state your name when you come up.
Mike Drandell. I'm here as a resident of Sunset Park, a homeowner, and as your constituent. I'm here to remind council that any zoning changes, especially in the areas zoned R1, that there are consequences that can be significant and dramatic. Council members and planning commissioners have made a decision to allow and encourage mid-rise apartments along major arterials like Wilshire, Santa Monica Boulevard, Lincoln Boulevard, and others in the city. I'm sure during that process, all concerned studied all of the potential benefits and consequences for such a significant zoning change. And I'm sure that during that time, there was no consideration that the state would pass laws that would dramatically increase density and scope of city zoning laws. I'm here to encourage you all to vote no on this measure, 11C, in order to allow more time to consider all options, benefits, and consequences of such a significant change to R1 zoning. 3 stories, 1.5 FAR, are both unreasonable and creates McMansions. Changing setbacks doesn't make sense associated with the fire impact.
Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for everything that you all do. My name is Paula Mazer. I've been in Santa Monica for 30 years. I'm asking, please do not send 11C to the Planning Commission. Why has there not been more research and conversation about this? What kind of housing are we building? Is this really affordable? Is this really creating more affordable housing, which is what we need? I don't understand why our city is going farther than what the state has put forth. I know that myself and a lot of people in this room do not feel heard, even though we appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you. Richard Milanesi, John Reynolds, Jennifer Krimble, Lisa Blodgett.
Good evening. So nice to have all these people here. This is absolutely fantastic. You can hear me? Only a minute. I'll have to cut this down. Anyway, I've lived in Santa Monica for 40 years or more. I love the city, and my kids grew up here, etc. I know some of you. I've met with you. What's most concerning is how rushed this process has been. Major zoning changes should involve careful study and real community input, not be fast-tracked under the guise of an emergency. Mr. Zwick has been compromised and exposed because of his selective transparency, and Mr. Zwick and the city attorney have not been forthcoming nor completely transparent. You as a council need to take the SB 1123 statute as is, put all your cards on the table, and most importantly, include the residents in any discussion or proposed changes, okay? What are you afraid of anyway? What are you afraid of? Put your cards on the table. Why do you have to change the state statute? It's ridiculous. Who the hell do you think you are? And I love you guys, what you do. So think about it. Start from scratch. 1123, right from scratch. That's what you need to do. To take all this nonsense out. We're all angry about this. And I'm angry. I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at what you stand for.
Okay.
Start from scratch on 1123. That's what you need to do. I trust you're going to do it, okay?
Yeah, we appreciate you. Thanks for your passion.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't get his name.
That's Richard Bolognese? No. Yeah, right. Oh, we remember. Fired up. John Reynolds?
That's right.
Is that you? Okay.
I am John Reynolds. Thank you very much. I'm going to pick up right where you left off. I think you should scrap it. This well has been poisoned. Jesse's involvement and his conflict of interest, and I think he's bamboozled some of you guys. If you took votes today, knowing what you know and things, it might be different. Cicero said, the voice of one who speaks persuasively can turn the course of many. And I think his enthusiasm for development, and I call it overdevelopment, has really kind of bamboozled some of you. And I think if we could slow down, I agree with Ping, that you have an intelligent citizenry that's very engaged, and they really care a lot about where we live. So if we could be involved a little more, I think we'd have a better outcome, and you wouldn't have to do this behind closed doors and make it look so secretive. Everyone would feel better. He wouldn't be as mad at you, and I wouldn't hit him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just going to call a few more names here. Jennifer Krimble, Lisa Blodgett, Laura Houston, Brian Lanich. Are people just deciding they don't want to talk, or they all left?
Well, you have 10A coming.
That's true. Okay, fair. Joseph Cohen May, Brad Ewing.
Hello, my name is Joseph Cohen May. I'm a downtown Santa Monica resident. So the email that's shown before with that developer, first of all, the standards mentioned in that email aren't the standards that are being proposed for the ordinance. And also, I know that's not where the idea for the standards came from, because I was the one who suggested the standards and many of the standards that were proposed. They came out of a research project that I did about a year ago, working with Abundant Housing LA for cities in the LA area, how to make missing middle housing feasible under various things, including 1123. And I had some suggestions, and Jesse was in attendance time when I gave that presentation, and a lot of the proposed standards were from that. I'm happy to talk to you guys or the planning commission or whatever to explain the reasoning behind any of the standards proposed and why I think they're important for allowing families.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk, you're in the queue.
And I'm not anymore.
Oh, okay, great. Mr. Ewing.
Good evening, Council. It's late. I'll try to be quick. My name is Brad Ewing. I'm the co-chair of Santa Monica Forward, speaking on 11C. I urge you to reaffirm these votes to build much-needed housing in our community. These reforms, especially the ones facilitating small lot housing alternatives such as townhomes, condos, or small plexes, enable missing middle housing types that are inherently more affordable than single-family homes. The single-family-only neighborhoods are objectively the least affordable in the city, often with median prices to buy exceeding $2 million. Moreover, these reforms provide an economic viable alternative to the McMansionization that's already underway. Gentle density is how the middle class outbids the rich for expensive urban land. look, my family is probably never going to be able to afford a single-family home in this city, but we can aspire to a condo or a townhome. So thank you for your time and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe that concludes,
We have one caller on the phone, Jacob Wasserman, for a minute.
great.
I was signed up,
Oh.
I couldn't speak earlier.
Oh, right, because you want to talk about 11C. Okay, great. Maybe Ms. Lopez should go first, and then we'll take Mr. Wasserman, or is Mr. Wasserman ready?
We can hear Ms.
Okay.
Lopez first.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Please hold, Mr. Wasserman. Thank you.
So good evening. So I'm very fortunate tonight to basically be here with my block. And there are a lot of residents here who, as others have said, are angry. And we are respectfully asking the City Council not to ratify the decisions made before Council Member Zwick's conflict of interest was exposed. The issue extends well beyond any single council member. This evening, Mayor Trosis, you yourself asked questions about the conflict issue directed to City Attorney. That's the same office that failed to identify or prevent the conflict of interest in the first place. That failure is not incidental. A vote to ratify a mistake does not cure the mistake. And post hoc scripted questioning doesn't restore public confidence. We are angry. We are upset. We feel lied to. We feel cheated. We feel unheard. This is not okay. When the city attorney advises council on conflicts and gets it wrong, the public is left without meaningful safeguard, and that needs to be
Thank you. Okay, so we will now hear
Sorry.
from Mr. Wasserman. Oh, sorry, was that Councilmember Negrete?
No, sorry, I did that by accident.
Oh, okay. Mr. Wasserman.
Thanks so much. Jacob Wasserman, Wilmot resident, planning commissioner. I'm going to speak on the substance if and when it gets to the planning commission. But I'm speaking in a personal capacity about the incredible disenfranchisement that I and the majority of Santa Monicans who voted for Mr. Zwick are feeling right now. There is no conflict of interest. If you worked for the LA Regional Food Bank, there's a nexus to poverty alleviation, but that has nothing to do with conflicts of interest. And the letter confirmed he has no financial conflict of interest. And they keep calling it an FPCC letter. It's not. It's a single staff person. Now, Mr. Zwick is actually so conciliatory that he's not going to continue fighting it. But I actually urge you as a city council to appeal on his behalf, because we have a crisis of democracy right now. Our investigatory agencies are being used against legitimate elected officials. I'm in the majority here who voted for him, and I want him to have a vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Wasserman. I believe we will now move to the staff report for 11C.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The interim city attorney and I will be presenting an overview of the items to be considered as part of item 11C, consideration of certain prior housing production related votes. If we can go to the first slide. Thank you, Maria. The discussion that we wanted to start with really is the background on what and why the issues are coming back before the council for consideration tonight. Heard a lot of comment from the public. We've received a lot of written correspondence related to the issues at hand. We wanted to provide a full outline and overview of all of the issues that led to this. I've heard it described as a re-ratification of prior votes. This is a re-vote on all of these items, save for one, to determine if the council wants to continue moving things forward as was previously directed, or if you'd like to take separate action on the items that we've identified as requiring consideration based on what the FPPC guidance letter said. There's been a lot of comments about Mayor Pro Tem Zwick. What I think that the staff level we want to articulate is the facts as we've seen them. And at every turn, what we saw from Mayor Pro Tem Zwick was that he wanted to seek advice. The prior city attorney provided some advice related to the potential conflicts related to his engagement with the Housing Action Coalition, or HAC, and his employment there, how it might interface with his role as a council member. And at every turn, when new information came to light, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick approached staff and, from my perspective, continued to try to do the right thing based on the guidelines and state law. So as of October 28th, 2025, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick announced he would no longer be participating in any housing production-related matter. He also asked that the city proactively and preemptively submit to the FPPC a full outline of everything related to his engagement with HAC. All of the details that we have, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick voluntarily provided. There was no cover-up by the Mayor Pro Tem. He gave us the information, the dates that he interviewed, the dates that he was considering applying for the job, when he was offered the job, all of his letters and correspondence with HAC. That information he provided willingly. We think that's important that the record reflect that. We prepared all of that information, our interim city attorney did, and compiled it into a letter, a 16-page letter that we submitted to the FPPC on November 10th. If we can go to the next slide. The fact that Mayor Pro Tem Zwick was willing to provide that information was consistent with his actions throughout the issues that have been raised by the community and by Mayor Pro Tem Zwick related to his engagement with HAC. Back in June, this is a complete timeline of what we're aware of as it relates to Mayor Pro Tem Zwick engaging in a potential application with the Housing Action Coalition. That first indication we had that this could happen was in June of 2025. Before he applied to work with HAC, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick did consult with our prior city attorney and with the city attorney's office on what those implications could be. Based on the conversations that happened, he did apply for the position in July. He was offered the position on August 15th, 2025. Throughout August, as these conversations were happening, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick consulted with the city attorney's office and with HAC in an attempt to create safeguards that they felt would be reasonable in order to address any potential conflict issues. Ultimately, the position that Mayor Pro Tem Zwick accepted, that happened on August 18th, and he began employment on September 8th. What's important to note, though, is in October, the interim city attorney and staff, we met with Mayor Pro Tem Zwick at his request based on additional feedback that we'd been getting related to the issue. Our interim city attorney conducted additional review. Based on those conversations, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick then suggested and asked that we submit everything to the FPPC to receive their guidance. Ultimately, the FPP's response to the city was provided on December 8th. They concluded that Mayor Pro Tem Zwick did not have a financial conflict of interest, but rather, according to their nexus test that's ensconced in the California State Government Code, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick should recuse himself prospectively from participating in any item the City Council considers related to housing production. We do think it's important to note the FPPC did not make any finding of past violations. They didn't determine that any vote was unlawful. They also did not find any concealment or bad faith, that this was really someone trying to operate in good faith, and we were trying to figure out what the actual rule is, given the nuance related to the position that Mayor Pro Tem Zwick had taken. The other thing that's important to note, based on the nexus test used by the FPPC, the conflict that was cited via the nexus test only applied starting from the time when Mayor Pro Tem Zwick began employment with HAC. And again, he started officially, he was offered the position officially on August 15th, 2025. If we can go to the next slide. There's been a lot of talk about the FPPC advice that was provided in response to the letter we sent. If we can go to the next slide. Specifically, what was in the request letter that we did send, what did the FPPC respond with? There were four questions that the city asked specifically in our letter to the FPPC. The first was whether or not Councilmember Zwick would have a conflict that would require him to resign his position as a council member if he were employed with HAC. The FPPC said no, he did not have to resign his position given his employment. We also asked if he would have a conflict that would require him to recuse himself from upcoming votes related to the Affordable Housing Production Program, SB 9, SB 450, and SB 1123 that we've heard a lot of comments about tonight, the airport conversion project, and surface parking lot upzoning. In those areas, prospectively, the FPPC said yes, the council member would have a conflict pursuant to the nexus test that would require his recusal. Given that we currently have existing litigation occurring with SB 1123 and the emergency interim zoning ordinance that we applied, we also asked the FPPC if the potential, if Mayor Pro Tem Zwick's position would preclude the city from entering into a settlement agreement because of his employment status. The FPPC said no, that pending litigation issue was not at risk from settling because of Mayor Pro Tem Zwick's position. The last question we asked is whether or not Mayor Pro Tem Zwick would have a conflict that would require him to recuse from decisions related to housing production or from all housing decisions. The FPPC said that would have to be determined on a case-by-case basis. That's the totality of the questions and the responses that we got from the FPPC. If we go to the next slide. Once the FPPC advice letter was received, we did meet with the City Council. This City Council identified unanimously, fix the issue. Whatever prior actions were taken that need to be rectified, bring those back for the City Council to revote and identify whether or not the same determination on policy would be the standing policy on a prospective move forward basis. And so what we've brought back tonight for your review are a list of items that after consultation with outside legal counsel, we've identified that relate to any proactively considered prior policy approval, and approved policy, not direction, but approved policy that fits two criteria. The first criteria is that Mayor Pro Tem Zwick participated in that vote related to housing production. The second is that the timing of those votes happened between August 12th to October 28th. The reason that date range was selected, if you recall, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick was offered the position with HAC on August 15th. We had a council meeting 3 days earlier, so we felt it was appropriate and proper to pull in any consideration from the August 12th meeting. You recall Mayor Pro Tem Zwick recused on all housing production items starting October 28th is when he made his announcement. If we go to the next slide. So if you consider that two-part criteria for any affirmative housing production-related policy that was approved by the council, there were 5 items that we identified where there was an affirmative policy approval vote that met that two-part criteria. The first 2 items happened on August 12th, both by 6-1 votes. The first of those was the adoption of a resolution of intent related to SB 9 and 450 and SB 1123. We'll talk a little bit more about what's contained in that resolution of intent here in just a moment. The other was the introduction and adoption of our emergency ordinance for the AHPP program. September 9th, there was a vote on high-rise, the definition of a high-rise, and single stair provisions. That vote was approved on a 6-1 vote by the City Council. On September 30th, the Council approved the building code, which is an annual requirement by October to approve the building code submitted to the state so that effective January 1, all building permits that are applied for have a standard under which those plans are going to be reviewed. That was approved on a 7-0 vote, September 30th. The last item that fell within the two-part criteria was the direction to extend and amend the AHPP program. That was approved on September 30th by a 5-1 vote. We go to the next item. If you recall, one of the items that we did approve on August 12th was the ROI for SB 9, SB 450, and SB 1123. One of the other items we identified, this is a vote the council took back in July, related to the approval of an emergency interim zoning ordinance for SB 1123 to institute that policy. We're recommending that we repeal that policy tonight as part of item 11C. Currently, there's litigation that exists related to that approval of that emergency interim zoning ordinance. That legal challenge, is not related to Mayor Pro Tem Zwick's employment, but it is existing litigation. That emergency interim zoning ordinance does go beyond what state law requires. We haven't had any applications using that legislation. We are recommending tonight that we repeal that particular piece of legislation. If we go to the next slide, of the 5 items, though, that are identified in outside of the repeal of the emergency interim zoning ordinance, there's only one item that we're suggesting the council re-ratify. The ratification item we're suggesting is for the approval of the building code. That building code approval, recall, was approved on a 7-0 vote on September 30th, 2025. The reason that we're proposing that we re-ratify the building code is when it was approved back in September, it was transmitted to the state. January 1st has occurred. All building applications we're currently receiving are being assessed concurrent with the building code that the City Council previously approved. To undo that and revote and resend it to the state now would create significant permit processing challenges. We do think it's appropriate to re-ratify the vote for the building code. It's also important to note the single stair regulation is not a part of the building code. The single stair regulation that the council directed adoption of on September 9th, that's contained in an administrative instruction, a procedural guideline document. The council can certainly ask that we not move forward with that tonight as part of a separate vote that we're suggesting. But for the building code, we're recommending that it be re-ratified. If we go to the next slide, the other 4 items, we are not asking for a re-ratification of prior actions. The next 4 actions, the other 4 items, we are asking for a revote. It really is the council's opportunity to tell the staff, do you want to continue to move those processes forward as you previously voted, or do you want to deny and rescind your prior action? That is the council's determination tonight on the other 4 items. Those other 4 items are related to the ROI for SB 9, SB 450, and SB 1123. It's related to the high-rise definition and the single stair policy that was directed for implementation. It's related to the AHPP pilot program, and that's related to the AHPP program amending and extending the program on a move-forward basis. The reason, again, that we're suggesting these 4 items, recall, 1, it was a previously approved housing production-related policy, could be utilized by the public. Mayor Pro Tem Zwick voted on these items, and it fell within the date range that we identified. That's why these items are being brought back for a revote tonight, so the council can identify how you want to move forward on these items. If we go to the next slide, certainly correspondence from the public has been voluminous. We also have heard lots of comments tonight really related to 3 particular areas. 1, are there other housing production-related items where we should revote? Have we assessed that? We've heard items like the 30th Street decision, the ENA with RPG. What I can tell the City Council is the City Attorney's Office has assessed every item the council voted on within the time period identified. That's the time period we have to go back and look at. We've assessed every item through the lens of, is it housing production or not? The 30th Street item was to maintain an existing commercial use, not housing production, based on the assessment of what the vote in the item actually was the council approved. The ENA with RPG is not housing production. It was a contractual relationship with an operator. And so those items didn't fall within the 2-part criteria we assessed. Ultimately, what we wanted to identify for the council is the council's prerogative to direct. If there's other items you want us to bring back, we're happy to do that. In addition, we also wanted to verify what the mayor said earlier tonight. If it's assessed that there are other items that should be reconsidered as everything moves forward, we will assess those and bring them back if it's identified that there's additional things we should be revoting on. For example, the 2024 vote on the DDA with Hollywood Community Housing. That item is not on the agenda tonight. It's not an item that we can discuss, but I can tell the City Council, the City Attorney's Office is assessing that matter. And if it needs to be brought back for a vote, we will notify the council and the community, and we will bring it back for a revote if that's what the ultimate assessment identifies. Also wanted to touch really on the comment related to SB 9, SB 450, and SB 1123. If we go to the next slide, there is an ROI that's attached. That's another item we've heard a lot of comments from the public on tonight. Why are we exceeding state law? What we wanted to let the council and community know is regardless of whether the ROI is adopted or denied tonight, first, that adoption or denial does not change any zoning code standards in the city. It starts a process if it is approved. If it's denied, that is 100% the council's prerogative to deny and not approve the ROI. But even if you don't approve the ROI, SB 9, SB 450, and SB 1123 are approved state laws that have to be implemented, irrespective of whether we update our zoning code to reflect the regulations the state adopted. You don't have to do that. We believe it would be better to provide clarity on what the state's actually authorized and directed, but you don't have to approve it. We still have to follow state law. So SB 9, SB 450, SB 1123 have to be followed. The ROI details are also important. It's drafted very broadly. It does not consider or contemplate any specific amendments to the zoning code. Rather, it directs the Planning Commission start considering the item and make a recommendation to the City Council on how we should approach SB 9, SB 450, and 1123. What we'd note right now is the city's current SB 9 regulations are more expansive than what state law requires. And the adjustment that we've been suggesting through the ROI is to align SB 9 locally in our zoning code with state law to make it less expansive than it currently is. That would seem to comport with what we're hearing with from the public on that issue. It's also accurate, the council previously provided direction on a more expansive set of SB 1123 regulations, more expansive than what the state requires. But it doesn't direct that that's what we do. This Planning Commission would initiate a discussion, and really the ROI is asking, how do we want to implement 1123? And the council tonight gets to weigh in on that also. Do you want to continue on the pathway of it being more expansive locally than state requirements are? Or do you want us to follow state law as the recommendation for the Planning Commission as that process starts? That's what we're doing with the ROI tonight. It is not an expansion beyond state law. It really is, regardless of what you do, we have to follow the state regulation. How do you want to follow it moving forward? That's the question before you tonight. And if we go to the last slide, really tonight what we're recommending, again, in summary, is that one, the City Council consider re-ratifying the prior approval of the building code. That's item 11C. The three other items related to 11C are to revote on the ROI for SB 9, SB 450, and SB 1123. Provide direction and revote how you want to handle the high-rise definition and the single stair regulation, and to repeal SB 1123, the emergency ordinance that was previously approved. Those are the 11C items. And then after we vote on those items and consider how to handle those, we'll deal with the item 10A items, which relate to the AHPP program, both the pilot program and the direction moving ahead, the type of program you'd like to have implemented here locally. That's a summary of what is being contemplated tonight for the City Council. Again, it is not a re-ratification of prior actions. It is a revote to provide direction on the items we've identified that, based on the FPPC's guidance letter related to Mayor Pro Tem Zwick's employment with HAC, what are the items that fall within the time period in question and Mayor Pro Tem Zwick voted on that are related not to direction but to actual policy that was implemented that the public could use. This is the world of issues we've identified. And again, we're committed. If there's additional issues that are raised, we're going to continue to assess it. And if there are other issues, we would bring them back in the future. With that, I know the City Attorney's Office, the city staff, we're all here and available to answer any questions the council may have.
Just really quickly before we get started, can we clarify that the guidance from the City Attorney's Office was under a prior city attorney?
Yes, it
The
was.
initial guidance from the city attorney's office.
Yes.
And have you sought advice from outside counsel, given that there were questions raised about the city attorney's office?
Yes. Prior to seeking additional advice from the FPPC and prior to returning with these items this evening.
Thank you. Okay, so I know that Councilmember Negrete is in the queue. I don't see anyone else, so Councilmember Negrete.
Well, sorry, that was sort of like a city manager's report. First of all, can you guys hear me?
Yep, sure can. Did you have questions? Do people have questions, or do we just want to make comments? No, okay, go ahead. Questions and comments.
Okay. I have a question and I have a motion. Is this the appropriate time for 11C? Because that was sort of an introduction of 11C, or was that like part of the city manager's?
That was
report?
the staff report for 11C, and I think
Okay, sorry.
we'll allow some a round of comments here. Yeah.
So I've got a question. You mentioned that, SB 9 450 1123, that the ROI, that it's just putting it in the code, but I just want to understand that it's not necessary to have it in our code, because if the state just, let's say in the future, were to go a different direction, isn't it true that having it in our code would mean that we'd have to downzone, which would not be good for us if the state did go in a different direction and we wanted to remove it from our code. Is it necessary to put it in our code?
So I can start, and then either the manager or the community development director can hop in. It is not legally required to put it in. As a matter of practice, the city does generally implement state laws in the zoning ordinance for clarity, and so that there is a complete record of what an applicant can come in and avail themselves of. With your question to the downzoning, that would not likely be a risk here, because the downzoning issue under SB 330 actually dates back to 2019, I believe. So if we were to adopt something into the zoning ordinance and state law changed, that would not be an issue.
I think Councilmember Negrete, to build on what the city attorney just mentioned, again, to reemphasize, no, it's not required that we implement the SB 9 and SB 1123 provisions into the municipal code. What has already happened previously, though, we have SB 9 adopted into our code. The existing SB 9 language is more expansive than what the state requires, and that inconsistency is what we're trying to correct, to align our SB 9 regulation with state regulations. SB 1123, you don't have to, but you still have to implement, and it still exists as a regulation. And really, the ROI is a process to start the conversation and ask the Planning Commission to really assess and weigh in on both of those matters and provide the council with a recommendation. So there's nothing to be approved or changed in the zoning code tonight with SB 9, SB 450, or SB 1123. It really is the initiation of a process. So we've terminated the prior process that the city council started. The item was supposed to go to the Planning Commission, I think initially in December and then January. We canceled both of those hearings pending the decision tonight from the city council. So the prior action, there's been a lot of talk about rescinding. We haven't continued with the council's prior direction. Based on what the council decides tonight is how we'll move forward with that matter moving ahead.
Okay, Mayor, is this the appropriate time to make a motion, or are you going around?
There's
in
a
the
couple
queue right
people. There's a couple of people in the queue, but if you want to have a motion on the floor, that's your prerogative.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to put a motion out there that I think I understand we sort of it's one item, 11C, and we sort of talked about them separately, but yet they're lumped together. And I thank you for clarifying the language, because we're not just simply re-ratifying a technical vote. We're revisiting a set of housing actions that were introduced, discussed, shaped, and voted on by, the council member who has since acknowledged a conflict. So, we're doing this process to clarify and build public trust. So I understand the desire to clean up the record, but building all these items together under the label of revoting minimizes what the public is actually asking for, which is, trust, clarity, and a clean process. So, and in my view, we shouldn't actually be discussing any of these things. So I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and repeal the EIZO, rescind 1123, the EIZO, the emergency, but that these other issues, with the exception of the building codes, that unless someone wants to bring these items back separately, these were brought in originally by the council member who has the conflict. So to me, we shouldn't even be revoting on these tonight. They should just be brought forward if someone wants to bring them forward and needs to discuss these. So I'd like to table the other items in its entirety and remove any housing related actions within it from consideration tonight, with the exception of rescinding the emergency ordinance and the approval of the building codes, because I know those are the two items that are not controversial, but I think the rest of them I'm making the motion to table them. And if another council member wants to bring those items back, then we can.
Councilmember Negrete, just so that we're clear and the record's clear, is the motion, because there's 5 recommended actions from the staff.
Okay.
And let's just go through them in case you don't have this in front of you.
Well, the rescinding of 1123, the EIZO, I'd like to move forward with that. I mean, these are all lumped into one item, which is why.
Okay, so, sorry, so recommended action. So you are asking that we repeal the emergency interim zoning ordinance, that's 11C sub 5.
Right.
You are also requesting that we ratify the adoption of the building standards code, that's 11C sub 4, and approve the proposed regulatory updates? Because as I understand from our city attorney, those are already going forward with the building code. Can you just clarify that, city attorney?
Sure. So the proposed regulatory updates that occurred on the vote that occurred on September 9th was 2 parts. The second part was a direction to staff to align the definition for high-rise with the state law. That is what got carried over to the building code. So if the other piece is the single stair piece, which, as the city manager explained earlier, is actually in a separate administrative document, which is not integrated into the building code. We would recommend then, I think you can still ratify the building code without moving forward with item 3 if you would like, because you would be confirming the building code as is, which does include the state law definition of high-rise, just to make that clarification.
And just to clarify, if we don't do 11C3, does that mean that we don't implement single stair?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So even
just to be.
Okay,
Oh,
go ahead.
go ahead.
Yeah, no, go
Right,
ahead.
if you table, I mean, so.
If you table
Right.
the prior actions the council currently stand, what we're asking the council tonight is whether or not you want to either vote to continue with that direction, or if you want to vote to undo that direction. If you table the action, then your past action is what is the regulation in place. And so tabling it in effect keeps the regulation.
Okay, well,
as
I
is.
don't want to keep it in place. So maybe then tabling is the wrong word. I want to undo it. My position is to make a motion that the single stair, the SB 9, SB 450, SB 1123 ROI, that I see you have high-rise definition and single stair together. Anything that was brought forward and discussed above and beyond state regulations, and anything that was discussed by Councilmember Zwick that could be seen and felt by the community, as was discussed and heard tonight, inappropriate for us to even be discussing, I would like to undo those. And if, like I said, if a council member wants to bring those items back, because, like single stair, for example, was a 16 item, then they can do that. So I want to make sure that this isn't confusing and that it's very clear. So if you want to help with that, city attorney, otherwise we can take out the if it's easier to keep high-rise definition and single stair and just take both of those out, then
No, I think if I understand what your motion is to move item 11C sub 5, which would repeal the emergency interim zoning ordinance with respect to 1123. You would move also item 11C sub 4, which is to ratify the building code. You would move to not adopt the resolution of intention and direct staff not to bring forward anything going beyond state law with respect to 1123 or SB 9. And you would also move not to move forward with the administrative procedure for allowing for single stair above state law.
correct.
Just a point of order, is that actually in order? Because the item on the agenda is either we're approving the 11C3, and you had just mentioned that if we don't move to approve that, we are in effect tabling it and moving forward with the previous action. So is that actually properly agendized for us to repeal it altogether? I'm just asking the city attorney.
Right. I mean, I think technically you could direct staff. The issue with the administrative thing, so you could direct staff to, I think, to stop. I don't think it would be, I don't know. Yes, you could direct staff to no longer utilize the administrative. I think that's okay under the Brown Act.
Okay.
No longer
I mean,
utilize the single stair administrative procedure.
Got it.
I thought the whole point, like we're discussing it tonight, I mean, we shouldn't even, it feels like, okay. As long as my motion is clear and makes sense and it's possible, would love to get a second. I don't know if those are crickets or if you guys put me on mute.
I mean, I think we can potentially entertain a substitute motion, but I don't hear a second.
It has to be second before we can get a substitute.
Yeah, I don't hear a second.
Okay,
So hold on, I would like to propose a substitute motion then.
It's not a substitute.
Sorry, a new motion.
New motion.
So I just want to be clear that it's the intent of this city council, or at least me, not to add any new development standards that would add additional height or density beyond what's allowed pursuant to state law. Any implementing ordinance that addresses other standards for small lot subdivisions should also require an appropriate contribution to the city's affordable housing production program. And I just want to say that the Planning Commission has already had extensive discussions about SB 1123, and they have indicated that they're not supportive of going above and beyond state standards. So with that being said, I would, on 11C, agree that we repeal the interim zoning ordinance and approve and not move anything forward on SB 1123, just implement state law as written. But I cannot agree to rescind and repeal the high-rise building definition because that was a 7-0 vote and we already have projects underway. And I feel like that could put us in legal trouble. So that is,
but sorry.
I agree with everything you're saying.
Oh,
Sorry, Councilmember Negrete, I agree with everything
How
you're
is this
saying.
different? Oh.
Except 11C3, I do think that we need to move forward with approving the proposed regulatory updates to the high-rise building definitions in single stair.
But that's what we just said. You're just saying the same exact thing I just said. She said that she separated out high-rise definition because it was by the state. So what you're saying is you want to move forward with single stair.
And I thought you had just said you did not want to move forward with that.
Right, I didn't, but nothing to do with the high-rise definition because you made the comment about it getting us in trouble. She separated that out, the city attorney, if I'm correct, and said it was just that she said, yes, I can separate that out. That's just the state's definition. But so, okay, everything you're saying is exactly what I just said, except you want to move forward with single stair, just so I understand.
Yeah, so there's 11.3 and 4, you're correct. 4 you were okay with ratifying the California Building Standards Code, but I did not want to remove 3, which was also approving the proposed regulatory updates to high-rise building definitions and single-stair multifamily building provisions. Given that we've already moved down this path through what was at the time a 7-0 vote, and I understand we're here today to reconsider these items, but I would just say my vote remains the same as it did previously for this item, and that's why I would like to keep it.
I'm confused why single stair and high rise definition are together, just because
maybe
single stair was something new, and high rise definition, you're saying, city attorney, is the state's definition. Are we doing something above and beyond with this high rise definition?
So right, no. So the high-rise definition defaulted from something lower than state law back up to what state law is. That was the direction that was given to council that got integrated into the building code. The reason why we're discussing both single stair and high-rise together is because that's how they were originally presented to the city council. If you would like to uncouple them, you can, but that is just how they are being presented to you, just in order to help frame the discussion, because that was the vote that was originally taken, if that makes sense.
Oh, I wanted to uncouple them because single stair was something above and beyond that we did not currently do. The high-rise definition was just keeping in line with the state definition, which is something we're legally obligated to do. So anything that was newly introduced and above and beyond, which includes single stair, was what I understood to be uncoupling it. But now I get it. So Mayor, you're wanting to add in the single stair, correct?
But again, like I iterated, we would like to comply with state law and SB 1123.
Right. Well, we have to comply with state law. Okay.
But not go over and above. And is there a second on that? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
May I ask a clarification? So I understand the policy that you are putting forth with respect to number 2. Are you proposing to adopt the ROI but give that direction to not go beyond state law with respect to 1123?
Right. So,
Okay.
Correct. But again, given that we would like to, any implementing ordinance that addresses other standards for small lot subdivisions should also require, because we are committed to affordability. We want to require an appropriate contribution to the Affordable Housing Production Program.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Did you want to say anything, Councilmember Raskin? Raskin, then Zernitskaya are in the queue.
Yeah, so just to be clear for the public, this motion is to not go above and beyond state standards for 1123. I'm supportive of this motion. I would also just clarify that we had extensive discussion about the single stair rule. It's not a building code amendment. We're moving forward with an alternative means and methods plan or program, which would require extensive vetting from building officials and the fire department. I mean, as the mayor said, the planning commission has had extensive discussions about SB 1123. And for folks who haven't heard it, I do recommend listening into their discussion about it because it is illuminating. I am supportive of the notion that to the extent that we can, incorporating AHPP provisions into small lot subdivision standards, I think is going to accomplish generally our goals. The only thing that I would add and ask if this is a friendly amendment to the maker and seconder is if we can give direction to explore as part of the ROI, and maybe this is a little premature, but opportunities for amending local subdivision standards so that if there are small lot subdivisions created pursuant to state law, that they can be done without creating HOAs or other common interest developments.
As someone who was previously in an HOA, I'm very supportive of that.
So I just had a question on the ROI. So I see that SB 9 is mentioned here, and I understand that we have gotten some feedback from HCD. Does that include rolling back or does the ROI include rolling back our more expansive version of SB 9 and seeing what the Planning Commission comes back with in terms of any recommendations for other lot splits, I'll say.
That's correct. Our current version of SB 9 incorporates a provision that exceeds state standards related to state law. Has a provision on ownership structures for SB 9 related projects. We've gone beyond what state law requires in that particular area, and it's inconsistent with state law or SB 9 ordinance. The ROI seeks to remove that inconsistency, align SB 9 with state law. So really the SB 9 discussion on this issue is to basically dial back the standard to state law, given that we had previously exceeded state law. And I see Heidi may have something else to add to that.
Right, that's correct. So previous discussions with the council, and again, this ROI does not dictate a particular outcome, so any direction you want to give tonight can be considered by the Planning Commission. But yes, the HCD gave, there were actually a few expansions on SB 9. As you know, there's the one in the housing element that allows for additional units on lots over 10,000 square feet. But there were also some other ones about larger unit sizes. Those the HCD was fine with. HCD did recommend that there was an inconsistency. You cannot allow under SB 9. There is a potential issue with not requiring owner occupancy under SB 9. So this ROI would allow for us to sync up with SB 9 on that piece. And if council or anybody wants to allow for owner occupancy, to remove an owner occupancy requirement, that would be a separate local ordinance governing lot splits in the R1 that did not require owner occupancy for that. And that is all a discussion you could have at a future time. But the alignment with state law would be something that we would be doing in order to just clean that up.
So at a high level, if I'm understanding this correctly, these actions would, for the overwhelming majority of this, is just aligning us with state law. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that's what we're hearing from the council is what you would like to see.
I don't want anything that's not aligning with state law. I just want to be clear. I also just want to ask a clarifying question because some commenters said, oh, you don't even need to go to the Planning Commission. To implement SB 1123, do we need to go to the Planning Commission?
If you want to amend the zoning ordinance, implement 1123, yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
And, sorry, I had like one more question and it has just gone out of my head. I'll come back if I have it, if I remember it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
Are we in comments?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna take the floor for a second here. So it's my understanding that the exploration of these increased standards would make it easier to build 3-bedroom townhomes. The reason we have a plethora, and maybe that's the wrong word, a bunch of 2-bedroom plus loft townhomes, and there are hardly any 3-bedroom townhomes, is because it's incredibly hard to build 3 bedrooms into 2 stories in subdivided lots with the setbacks provided for in state law. So I would like to continue to study these expanded, the potential for expanded zoning standards to allow for more family housing in this city. You know, I think a member of the public stated that these increased development standards would allow for more McMansions. The increased development standards in the EIZO, as they currently are, before we repeal it, are only for multi-unit projects with the express purpose for providing an alternative to building McMansions. You know, I've heard that some folks don't understand where I or other members of the council feel about housing. So, you know, at the Democratic Club as a member, I supported SB 9 and SB 423. I think I was pretty clear during my campaign that I supported, yes, gently densifying across the city. For example, at Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights and the Santa Monica Democratic Club, I wrote, and I quote, Santa Monica should be willing to gently increase densities and raise height restrictions throughout most of the city to ensure that new housing, especially affordable, is located throughout the city, in our high-resource neighborhoods, near schools, downtown, and next to transit. At the Neighborhood Association Forum during the lightning round, We were asked whether we supported SB 10 to allow multi-family units in single-family neighborhoods. I, along with candidates Wade Kelly, Erica Leslie, and now council members Raskin, Snell, and Zernitskaya said yes. The four of us were endorsed by multiple pro-housing organizations. I think maybe all the pro-housing organizations that act in Santa Monica. And from this dais, I have said multiple times that if we do not start facilitating the development of townhomes and condos, we will end up in a bifurcation of our housing stock. Massive big block developments like we see in downtown, or towers that were entitled under the builder's remedy when we fell out of compliance with the Housing Accountability Act, or we will end up with more McMansions. I personally choose to continue pursuing 2 to 3 bedroom townhomes and condos for families that the middle class can afford. So yes, I do believe that voters supported that vision in 2024, and I believe they will support that in 26, and 28, and 30, and 32. I want more affordable housing, and I want the private market to build as much of it as possible, which is why I support our new offsite program. I do not want skyscrapers in our neighborhoods. I do not want more McMansions, and I do not want housing at the airport when it closes. But that is why we must build in other places, ensuring that our highest resource neighborhoods, not the Pico neighborhood, not Mid-City, start carrying their fair share, and that we at least attempt to start meeting our RHNA requirements in a way that isn't building massive towers, and that we are creating more housing for families. So I will not be supporting the motion, and I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Raskin.
I appreciate what you're saying, Councilmember Hall. I think we're dealing with a regulatory landscape where these laws exist already at the state level. We have 1123, we have SB 9, we have ADU laws that allow for now up to, 8 ADUs potentially on a lot? And I'm hopeful that these can be used effectively to build affordable homeownership opportunities in areas where families have historically been excluded and segregated from communities. I really hope we can get there. But the reason why I did not support 1123 when it came back before, and the reason why I'm supporting this motion, is because we do need to make sure that it's threading the needle for providing affordable housing. And to the extent that we can include AHPP requirements in here, I think that's important. But I also think it's important to make sure that we get this right. And this is going to go through the ROI process. We'll have an opportunity to look at this further. The Planning Commission will have an opportunity to look at this further. And it's going to be an ongoing conversation. But you're right, that there's a problem, that there are not affordable opportunities to live in these neighborhoods. But that's a conversation that's not going to get solved today. And it's one that is part of a much broader policy directive. But I look forward to working with all of you to get there.
Sorry, Councilmember Negrete actually was in the queue. Councilmember Negrete?
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, I was trying to unmute. I just, look, I'm voting tonight to remain consistent with my prior votes. We're kind of mushing things together, and it's some of the things on this buffet are okay, and then we're smushing in some things that aren't okay, and so it makes it really difficult. And I'm not comfortable with the whole process. But I want to stick with what I've heard repeatedly from our community. And we talk a lot about this misty middle and middle income. I think we need to redefine what is middle income. I guess I would say I'm in the misty middle. I sometimes feel middle lower income because I couldn't even afford to rent an apartment in any of these new developments. So the idea that I'd be able to afford a townhouse is insane. So we're not building for the middle income. We're not building for our teachers. We're not building for people like myself who live in rent-controlled apartments who, feel trapped because they can barely save up to buy something 5 states away. So everything I'm seeing going up we're passing all these policies in Santa Monica to over-densify, and I don't see anything being developed, no matter how much housing and no matter how tall we go and how many staircases. At this point, we can tell people there's no staircases. You have to jump out with a rope for a fire to add extra units, and it's still going to be unaffordable. So I support affordable housing, but what is that? We haven't defined it. I don't support density for density's sake, especially when the community is being asked to absorb significant impacts without seeing the affordability delivered at the same pace. And too often, as we see all up and down Lincoln Boulevard, market rate units move forward quickly. 11,800 a month for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. I mean, I'd like to see what it would be for this townhouse we're talking about, these mythical townhouses that, by the way, we can't force people to build. They're going to build what, is right for their investors and is right for their bank accounts. They're not going to build based on these values. I don't think these developers are thinking, oh my gosh, we should really provide some housing for people who are in this tax bracket. No, they're providing housing for the returns for the tax brackets of the folks that are investing in it. So while affordable housing lags behind, we've got all this market rate housing being built, or the affordable housing is promised later. That imbalance totally matters. Our residents are making real sacrifices on parking, infrastructure, scale, and neighborhood character. And those sacrifices need to result in tangible and inclusive affordability, not just increased unit counts or affordability offsite. So until we see policies that truly deliver affordability alongside density, I can't support continuing going down the same path.
Okay. No capping. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. And I hear what my colleagues are saying and concerns, and I understand where folks are coming from, and I understand that the Planning Commission has already extensively discussed 1123. If it would be friendly to the maker and the seconder, I would prefer for us to also include direction to the Planning Commission as part of the ROI to explore and come back to us with options that would allow for larger family-sized homes and more equitable home ownership opportunities. And that may potentially include looking at at whether there is a threshold of number of homes built as a particular development, at which point maybe the AHPP that may be exempt from it if it's below 5, 6, 4 units. I don't know what that looks like, but I think that if we can ask the Planning Commission to explore that and come back to us with recommendations, I would prefer to see that. The smaller homes like townhomes, and separately, smaller homes like smaller buildings, I should say, like townhomes and condo buildings are generally speaking not investor-owned. They're typically built by kind of smaller developers, middle-sized developers, folks who typically have a foothold in the community in which that they're building. They're not folks that are coming in from out of state or these larger kind of private equity or investment firms. So I think that those types of folks generally have a vested interest in building homes that are conducive to the surrounding environment and are within the general vibe, so to speak, of the place that they're building in. And to answer a question that Councilmember Negrete asked of what is affordable housing, what is the definition? The definition of affordable housing or housing that is affordable to you is housing that costs no more than roughly 30% of a person's income. And I just want to make the distinction between affordable housing and deed-restricted affordable housing, because affordable housing is just housing that is affordable to the person that is purchasing or renting it. Deed-restricted affordable housing is the types of homes that would be created pursuant to the AHPP, Affordable Housing Production Program, that are restricted in the deed for a certain period of time to only be rented at a certain percentage of the area median income. So for example, if the area median income is $100,000 a year, the 80% level would be no more than $80,000 a year. So it would be something that would be affordable, i.e. no more than 30% of $80,000 per year. And hopefully that helps kind of clarify and explain that a little bit more. Thank you.
Sorry, Councilmember Hall, just before you go again, I just wanted to make a quick comment. City Attorney or Planning Director, do we have any SB 1123 projects in the city that have been approved?
As the director comes up, I know we don't have any that we're utilizing the interim zoning ordinance.
And what is happening to that one?
It's in process.
Okay, it's in process. And does it comply with state standards?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so I mean, I think for me, I know that I appreciate what Councilmember Hall said, but, you know, like we said, we have one project that has not yet been approved, and I haven't seen any renderings, drawings, et cetera, that show that family housing cannot be accomplished within state standards, which is why I think, you know, we need to hear a little bit more from the community, from the Planning Commission, even though the Planning Commission has kind of made their voice clear on this, that they're not supportive of going beyond the state standards. But I've talked to several of the planning commissioners, and they too said that they had not seen like a full analysis from staff and other experts as to you know, how many bedrooms could be built in a townhouse under state standards versus something else. What could affordability standards look like, to put some guardrails around this and ensure that we're actually accomplishing what we say we want to accomplish. So that's why, you know, I made the motion that I did. I think it's important that we don't allow additional height and density beyond what's allowed pursuant to state law. And it doesn't sound like we have, I mean, myself, Councilmember Snell, and Ellis sound like they're supportive, but I don't hear any other support for our motion. So I don't know if we want to take a vote or how we want to handle. Councilmember Hall is next, so yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to try a substitute motion. So I would move the staff recommendation for 11C, providing direction for the ROI on SB 1123, which would allow planning to continue to explore standards which might exceed state law in order to facilitate more bedrooms, on-site parking, and potentially reaching a point where participation in our AHPP is financially viable. And I would encourage any applicants who want to use these standards to come forward with designs or renderings that show the difference on what expanded standards might accomplish.
And is the rest of the motion the same?
It's moving the staff recommendation with that direction for the ROI.
I'll second that.
Yeah, that was a substitute motion. That's nice. We can vote on it.
Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Oh, did you want to say something? Were you in the queue? No, okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is absent. Councilmember Raskin.
No.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
No.
Mayor Trosas.
No.
Mayor, if I may explain my no vote, I didn't get a chance to ask for a friendly amendment before the vote, but my concern remains the same, that we didn't give direction about affordability requirements. But I'm hopeful that as this goes through the ROI process, that we can come back and address that in the future.
But that didn't pass. That motion just failed.
Sure. No, I mean, I'm just talking about affordability requirements in general.
So that was a substitute motion. Do we want to vote on the original motion? That was the one that I made.
Well, I think the motion, it was 3-3.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's what I'm saying.
3 yes, 3 no.
That's why I said.
And then
My
absent.
motion does include affordability requirements. Yeah, it's okay, I know. So maybe we can vote on that one.
So that was motion by Mayor Trosas, seconded by Councilmember Snell.
Right.
There were amendments mentioned by Councilmember Raskin and Zernitskaya. Does that not include them?
There were.
I think there was amendments to provide direction regarding.
What was your amendment, Councilmember?
My amendment, if it was friendly to the maker and the seconder, was to include direction to the Planning Commission to explore and come back with options that would potentially allow for larger family-sized homes and more equitable home ownership opportunities, and to explore and provide, basically analyze if there is a threshold at which the AHPP may not be conducive to providing more homes, like if it's 4 units or 5 units or something, if it's below a certain threshold, if it could be exempt from the AHPP.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I think that that's actually contemplated in our motion here, because any ordinance that addresses these standards would also require an appropriate contribution, and it's possible that the planning commission comes back and says, look, we're developing 2 units, it's not appropriate that there be a contribution to the HPP given the size.
So that would be, so that is, if what you're saying is that it would effectively be included in your motion for the planning commission to look at which point, and it looks like
Yeah, I mean, is
Councilmember
that,
Hall.
yeah, okay.
But I think the question is would you rather reach a point where a project is financially viable so that it can contribute to affordable housing production, deed-restricted affordable housing production, and if you are willing to exceed state law to reach that point?
Is that what you're saying?
And I believe that's what Councilmember Zernitsky is suggesting.
That could be what the planning commission comes back with. I'm asking them to look at all possible options that may get us to the end result that we want to see, which is more family-sized homes, more equitable home ownership opportunities, and more affordable housing, whether or not it is actually deed-restricted affordable housing or affordable to more middle
Sure, I mean,
income
I think we're
families.
open to hearing any recommendations that the planning commission has. I'll say right now, I'm not.
Then why limit it to?
I'm not interested in entertaining something that goes beyond state law, but I don't know if
Well, we don't know what the planning commission is going to come back with. Something, they might, once they have more information, come back to us with something that may exceed state law, and we don't know. I don't want to presuppose what the planning commission is going to come back with, because I think that was the issue that we ran into the first time around, of where the planning commission was, appeared to be, from what I understand, fairly hesitant, because they felt, it seemed like they felt they were being told to do something rather than being asked for their opinion and their professional expertise. And I want to make sure that we are, we had the boards and commissions item earlier. I want to make sure that we are fully utilizing the professional expertise and the knowledge of the folks that are on the planning commission.
So you're asking if we would amend the motion. Ms. Yo, can I just ask a question? When the planning commission contemplates these items that are sent to them by city council, or just things that they're contemplating, is that in the normal course of their analysis that they would look at recommendations to council that would exceed state law?
The planning commission has the full discretion to make whatever recommendation they want to make to the city council, including going above state law, unless the council explicitly says absolutely don't do that. What I'm hearing tonight, though, is that you could give that direction to say don't go beyond state law, but we would like you to investigate what I'm hearing. What is the feasibility of like a contribution to the AHPP, like beyond just sort of our standard programs? We've done that assessment as staff.
Sure,
for
and
example,
I
right?
guess
Like
would it also be appropriate to say, look, we're giving you discretion in your professional expertise to come back to us
Yes.
with what you think is the
Right.
best scenario, given that we want to establish more.
It would be better to establish, like, these are the goals we're trying to achieve, give that general direction. And so the commission then has the latitude, we have the latitude to give them the studies necessary to
Yeah.
make,
I
to
mean, I
have
think
their
we
full
want to give them
deliberations.
latitude. I also,
Yeah.
yeah.
So what I understand is, an interest in an HPP, an interest in whether small lot subdivisions can be created without an HOA or common interest development, and options for family-sized homes and more equitable home ownership opportunities. And also, like, in addition to the HPPs, explore a threshold where it might not apply. So almost creating, something unique, like for this nature of small lot subdivision and how they might contribute to deed-restricted affordable housing in some way. And we can certainly investigate all of that, with the planning commission, and, they would make the recommendation to the council.
Could I ask a
Mayor,
question?
I don't know if you saw my hand. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there on Teams a hand? We
Yes,
can't
there
see
is.
it. Okay. Councilmember Hall, then Councilmember Negrete. Go ahead, Councilmember Hall.
I had a question for Director Yo. So would it be fair to say that if we were to provide restrictive direction, such as don't exceed state law, it might hinder your ability to make, or the planning commission's ability to make recommendations to find standards that 3 bedrooms or on-site parking or participation in the AHPP.
I don't think I would state it like that, Black, I think that we could certainly receive the direction as like, there is an interest in not exceeding state law, right? However, it may be just looking at this list, like it may be necessary to facilitate some of these things if you're interested in, receiving the full scale of that recommendation, but on balance
Come
of
to us
all
with
the
trade-offs.
considerations, exactly, yeah, so,
But that would require us not giving explicit direction to
right,
not exceed state law.
right.
Thank you.
Okay, is the seconder friendly with the? Oh, my apologies, Councilmember Negrete.
Yeah, why is the AHPP like lumped in here? Can we separate that out?
We were just trying to figure out how to generate more money for affordable housing.
Right.
So if there would be an
No,
opportunity.
no, no. I'm not talking about, I'm saying like we're voting on all these, we're re-voting on these things. And that is all, why can't we separate that out?
Oh, that's
That
the
item
next
10A.
item. That's 10A. We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, because you guys are talking, well, it's listed on there as a list of things we're re-voting on. That's up on the screen and you're talking about the AHPP.
Yeah, I guess that was a staff report issue, but we're doing 10A after this. We're on 11C.
Okay.
We're on 11C right now.
Okay, so what is the motion? Sorry, go ahead, City Attorney.
I was just going to clarify that the discussion about AHPP in this context is about how to integrate it into these projects that would be subject to the ROI.
Right, to generate,
To generate money out of these projects that would be small lot subdivisions under state law.
because we all said that we care about affordable housing and we feel like it's important to generate revenue for affordable housing.
Right, but okay, it just feels like we're going a little up. Your motion though, can you just repeat your motion? Because the substitute failed, correct? So what's the motion that's being voted on next? Because we're going off onto this discussion about generating money, but aren't we just re-voting or potentially rescinding? I understood your motion to be pretty much exactly what I had proposed, except for the fact that you want to keep single stair.
Correct, and then I made an additional comment that we direct the Planning Commission to address standards for small lot subdivisions that also require an appropriate contribution to the city's affordable housing production program, i.e. generating more revenue for affordable housing.
Okay, that's an addition, that's additional, but you're rescinding. Can you just clearly
Correct.
list everything one more time? We're rescinding, we're doing, can you just clearly restate it?
Yep, so 11C, we would adopt the findings of exemption under CEQA. We would adopt a resolution directing the Planning Commission to initiate a public process for the small lot subdivisions, i.e. 1123. We would approve the proposed regulatory updates to high-rise buildings, ratify the adoption of the building standards codes, and repeal the IZO. And with the additional direction that it's the intent of the city council that we don't allow, that we don't add new development standards that would add height and density. Any implementing ordinance that addresses other standards for small lot subdivisions should require an appropriate contribution to the affordable housing production program. Then Councilmember Zernitskaya asked if we could give the planning, as a friendly amendment, if we could give the Planning Commission a little bit of latitude in their expertise as planning commissioners to come back to us. Then Ms. Yo articulated that it's our goal to create more family housing and affordable housing. So giving them those parameters within what they've heard, how do they recommend we proceed with 1123?
Sorry, Mayor, it feels like this is still going beyond state law and this is still an ROI on 1123 to go beyond state law. Am I missing something?
I think I had asked the city attorney earlier in the discussion if we want to implement 1123 pursuant to state law, if we need to go back to the Planning Commission with an ROI, and the answer was yes.
So, yeah, in order to integrate it into, even if you want to do nothing beyond state law, but just integrate the provisions of SB 9 into the zoning ordinance, you do need to return to the Planning Commission.
Yeah, so that's, I don't believe.
So you're
it.
not,
I'm not giving direction to go beyond state law, I'll just be clear.
Right, but then you're not really rescinding everything with the exception of the single stair, which is what I had originally proposed, and you were like, it's everything except I want to include single stair. It feels that then you're adding in this production conversation to generate more affordable housing. Like, can we just separate that part out? Because it feels like that's what's confusing what was the revoting that was on the table.
Mayor, if I
Sorry, I
may
think-
clarify, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Councilmember Raskin, I think was.
If you want to clarify that.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the AHPP program that I mentioned in my ask for a friendly amendment is referring to the overall city's affordable housing production program, not the off-site affordable housing HPP pilot or the program that we'll be discussing as 10A.
Maybe it would be more clear if we said generate revenue for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
I understand that, but that you're still talking about creating more housing above and beyond in order to do that. I'm just talking about the revoting. So, I mean, I know SB 9 might have to go back to the Planning Commission, but 1123 doesn't even have to go back to the Planning Commission at all.
I believe the city attorney.
I don't know that that's correct. Sorry, City Attorney, can you please clarify?
Yes, if the council does not move forward with the ROI, SB 1123 still exists. Applications can be processed by the city under SB 1123. There would not be any provisions in the zoning ordinance, however, implementing SB 1123. That's what would happen. And if you do not move forward with the ROI, then that cleanup that we've been discussing about aligning our SB 9 regulations with state law, that would not be happening either.
So it has to go back.
So it has to go back to the Planning Commission.
So it has to go back. So 1123 has to go back to the Planning Commission.
No, we recommend bringing SB 9 back to the Planning Commission so that we can make that fix to align state law with the current regulations. 1123, we generally do incorporate state law provisions into the zoning ordinance. It is not a legal requirement. You do not have to do it. But if you want to incorporate those provisions into the zoning ordinance, then it would need to return to the Planning Commission and it would need to start with this ROI.
Right.
Does
So it
that make
doesn't have
sense?
to.
Yeah.
Councilmember Hall.
So exactly what I said. Okay, good.
Sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember.
No, I just want to be really clear. Sorry.
Appreciate that. We also could vote item by item if that helps, but Councilmember Hall?
Sorry, is there a motion on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to make a substitute motion then. I would like to move the staff recommendation with direction to our planning department and planning commission to explore trade-offs that include staying within state law and also exploring what increased development standards might mean to produce greater family housing or more affordable housing, or increased participation in our Affordable Housing Trust Fund contributions.
I'm happy to second if we can also include more equitable homeownership opportunities.
Sure, that's friendly.
All right, I'll second that.
Okay. Councilmember Negrete.
Oh, hold on, can I speak to this motion?
Yeah, sorry, Councilmember Raskin was in the queue.
Yeah, so I think that the reason why the ROI lumped this together, and please speak up if I get this wrong, is that there are a lot of new state laws that deal with small lot subdivisions, SB 9, 1123, a bunch of other ones. And so it's, I think, important for us to be talking about all of the different local standards for these in conjunction with one another. And so that's why I thought it made sense for us to do an ROI with respect to all of these new state laws. I really liked what Councilmember Zerniskaya said about at least, you know, we're not deciding anything tonight. Nothing's getting decided tonight. This is just an ROI. I really like what you said about giving at least some direction to look at, yeah, how do you create truly affordable housing? can you get some trade-off, to use Councilmember Hall's term in this motion, to get us there, whether it's deed restricted or naturally occurring affordable housing? Councilmember Hall, if that's what you did in your original motion, I apologize for missing that. Yeah, this is not the time of decision. This is just the time of opening the door for something in the future, so I'll support this motion.
Great, we can take a vote.
Councilmember Negrete,
No.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwicka is absent, Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Mayor Terosis.
No.
But motion passes.
Great, okay, moving on to item,
16.
no, 10, 10A.
No, we said 16. We said 16.
Oh, we're gonna do 16 so you can leave. Okay, great. Sorry. We are gonna do 16. That was an agenda management. The hour is late.
Mayor?
Yes.
May I request that we hear public comment on 10A before we hear 16F? Because I know the members of the public have been waiting a while.
thank
and
you.
I would love for them to be able to get home and get some sleep before us.
Is that amenable to everyone else, or are we not allowed to do that?
I mean, I think the intent was to, because we have a recusal on 10A, that's the issue.
Oh, okay, understood.
Okay, let's.
So we can't do that. All right,
You know what? I don't mind stepping outside.
Okay, step outside then. Now.
Well,
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna call all these names that are probably not still here.
so I just want to put it on the record again that I'm going to recuse myself from 10A. After the city council acted to adopt the AHPP pilot program on August 12th, 2025, I became aware that Cypress Equity Investments became a participant in the pilot program. I am chair and president and my spouse is the CEO of a nonprofit that is located at a property owned by Cypress Equity Investments. Because Cypress Equity is now a participant as the council considers the program this evening, I will recuse myself now. I'll be back.
Okay, Karen Croner, Clara Seneca, Giacomo Valentini.
Mayor,
Yes.
would you like to, is this agenda management to hear public comment?
Yes, we're hearing public comment on 10.
Would you like to vote on agenda management?
Oh,
So that was,
Councilmember Zernitskaya made a motion. I'll second it. Let's vote on whether or not we can hear the public comments for 10A and before we hear the 16 items.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell is absent, Mayor Pro Tem Zwicka is absent, Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
and Mayor Terosis.
Yes.
Thank you. And
Okay. Well, I think what might be easier is if you signed up for 10A and you did not hear, and you already heard your name called and you're here to comment on it, please come forward. And you can just state your name as you talk. Is that okay, Madam City Clerk? Okay, great. John C. Smith, your name is on here.
Okay, folks, a lot of talk about affordable housing. And, I remember coming to these chambers 10 years ago, and I think Denny Zane was the one and came up and said, we got to get 30% from developers. And then I came up after him, I was going to talk about something else, and I doubled down on it because he was so eloquent in his pursuit of this 30% goal. Well, then nowadays we've been getting 10 to 15%, and all of a sudden we're not getting anything and nobody's building anything, so there's this AHPP program. And I just think that, so now we're going to give developer 5 more years to maybe come up with the affordable housing. So while we're not building anything right now, we're not going to get anything affordable built for another 5 years. And then at the end of the 5 years, somebody can kick in $160,000 a unit and be gone. And meantime, there's a project, 120 units on 4th Street, that's going to cost more than $1 million per unit. And I just think that, you know, all these policies, we're talking about affordable housing, we should actually be producing some. And it seems like we're not producing hardly any at all. And I think that that's where the city and the state are going wrong, and we ought to redouble our efforts to see what we're doing. Why can't we, you know, it's like I gotta buy 9 Teslas to get 1 used Prius. I shop at Trader Joe's. I don't shop at Bristol Farms. So why are we allowing all this highest market rate housing to be built, and we're not building the kind that we need? And at the airport, it's now below market rate housing. We're not even talking affordable at the airport anymore. It's all below market rate. If we're gonna build affordable housing and say that we're affordable housing advocates, why don't we build affordable housing?
Thank you.
Good evening. On item 10A, your 3 choices for developers to build affordable housing off-site does seem to be like a gift, maybe for a campaign contribution. I think considering the reason a certificate of occupancy has to be given to the affordable housing building before the certificate of occupancy would be given to the market rate building is because when it was done the other way, or the way you're suggesting, the affordable housing wasn't being built. Or as Albert Einstein said, insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, because that's what it looks like you're doing. And I hope you guys have taken notice that the building at Lincoln and Broadway that was supposed to be units is condominiums. So I don't know how that happened, because it was sold to the public as it was going to be units with affordable housing. So, you know, you have a lot to account for anyway with your misallocation and misrepresentation of the properties. Thank you.
Hello, Joseph Cohen May. So I was originally opposed to the offsite production program when it first came up, and then sort of saw that all of these units actually got moving. And I think that at this point, and I said this the last time this came before council for extending it, I think we should extend it to the full 3,000 units, see what happens, see if it actually gets housing built, because prior to this, we had about a year where basically no large projects in the city broke ground. And this actually got projects where we had empty lots that were sitting for a while that actually were seeing action on them, and excited to see this housing actually get built. I don't know if it's a good idea to extend this beyond the 3,000 units for the future. I'm questionable if that's a good idea, but I think we should, I support going forward with the 3,000 units. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dave Rand. Last year, you all were frustrated that there were, as Mr. Cohen says, 3,000 plus units sitting in the queue, stuck, not moving, unfinanceable, essentially dead units. And you took bold action, and your action made a huge impact. In perhaps the worst financing economic climate for multifamily development, this city did something truly innovative, and there are now 5 projects moving forward that were dead. Well over 100 affordable units that will be realized because of that action. It was a success. I would encourage you to readopt that same ordinance tonight for the first 1,000 units as is. The developer who used those units relied on your action, relied on that specific ordinance. You gave very specific direction in September. Leave those 1,000 units alone, add some additional bells and whistles for the expanded pilot program beyond those 1,000 units. And I can tell you that there are developers waiting in the wings to use that new program as well. So I would encourage you very much to adopt the 2 ordinances in front of you tonight. It's already making a difference. It's going to make a bigger difference. And when you do it, I think Santa Monica will be held up as a truly innovative and successful jurisdiction that is figuring out unique ways to unlock housing in a very, very challenging, difficult macroeconomic environment. Thank you.
Thanks so much. It doesn't appear as though any other public commenters are here for this item.
No, and our one caller is no longer on the line.
Okay, speak now or forever hold your peace. We will bring back Councilmember Snell and vote on the 16 items, because that's what we agreed to do. Councilmember Snell? Does anyone want to get him by any chance? Thank you. He's taking a coffee break. Okay. Let us move now to our appointments of city council voting and alternate delegates to regional governmental and membership organizations. Do we need to have a staff report, or how should we handle this, city manager?
We can certainly provide a quick overview, but I think the item is fairly self-explanatory. Give me 1 second. The recommended action this evening related to appointment of city council voting and alternate delegates would be to identify 1 voting delegate and 1 alternate to serve on the West Side Cities Council of Governments, to identify 1 voting delegate and 1 alternate delegate to participate in monthly meetings for the Independent Cities Association. Similarly, 1 voting delegate and 1 alternate delegate for the League of California Cities with respect to the 2026 Cal Cities Annual Conference, to identify 1 representative to attend the LA County Division meetings of Cal Cities, and to identify 1 voting delegate and 1 alternate delegate to attend the SCAG General Assembly.
Great. Okay, so the way we'll handle this, I think we'll go item by item. For the West Side COG, I would move, because I believe that Councilmember Zwick has removed himself from that. Okay.
He has.
Right, so I'll move Councilmember Hall with Councilmember Raskin as alternate as my first motion.
I'll second that.
Great, let's take a vote.
And I'm sorry, could you repeat
Councilmember
that?
Hall is the voting delegate.
With Councilmember Raskin as the
Is the
alternate.
Got it.
Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is absent, Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
My boss at work is going to hate me, but yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
and Mayor Trosas.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Does anyone want to make a motion for the ICE Independent Cities Association?
I'd like to make a motion.
Great.
Well, I don't know who wants to be the alternate, but I would like to propose to stay on because I'm working on a project with ICA and I'm on the board now. So I'm proposing to stay on. And if Councilmember Snell would want to be, I think there's an alternate position as well, correct? In terms of the voting.
Sure.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, Negrete. Okay, so Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is absent, Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Trosas.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Cal Cities Annual Conference.
Mayor, would you be interested in being the voting delegate?
I would love to do that.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Do you want to be the
As
alternate?
much as I would love to, the Sister Cities trip is the
Oh,
24th to the 26th of
are we going to be at, where is it?
Germany.
Well, as everyone knows here, we all have other jobs, so I probably shouldn't go to that anyways. Mr. Jarrow, Mr. Jarrow is going to be very upset. He really wants the mayor to come to his. Does anyone want to go to the Cal Cities Annual Conference with me?
You should go.
Where is it
to
located,
Ham.
Mayor?
Anaheim.
It's
Let's have Mayor Pro Tem Zwick go. Let's see if he can do, if he'll do it.
He's not even here.
Yeah, well, we can ask him, and if he says he is unavailable, we'll bring it back to vote next meeting. You should go on the Sister Cities trip to represent us, if you're able to do it.
Okay, fine. Okay, so, sorry, who's going to be at the League of Cities then?
League of Cities is where? Can you just, I'm sorry.
It's, I'm so sorry. You would be attending the 2026 Cal Cities Annual Conference, September 23rd through 25th in Anaheim. Maybe you can go to Disneyland.
I would
And
move.
is there,
Oh,
is
sorry.
there conflicts? Sorry, is there conflicts? This is not,
The conflict
this
that
is just-
Councilmember Zernit-Sky raised was the Sister Cities trip that.
no,
was-
no.
Oh,
I just meant because I know Jesse had to come off of the other one. I'm sorry, it's like 4 a.m. here. Just
no,
go
I
ahead,
know.
I'm muting myself.
No, we just weren't sure because he's not here if he can do it, but we can voluntold him to do it.
Got it.
Is anyone interested in being the alternate?
I'll be the alternate.
Okay, Negrete alternate.
Okay, so I move that we request if Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is available, and if he's not, we will return to designate the voting delegate at our next meeting and have Councilmember Negrete as the alternate.
And I'll second it.
Great.
Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is absent. Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Trosas.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Now we have Cal Cities LA County Division. You would attend monthly meetings on the first Thursday of each month from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. all throughout LA County. Don't get too excited about that. Who wants to do it? Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya would like to do that.
I'll second it.
Wait, we need an alternate. As the alternate?
No. There's only one representative. There's no alternate.
It says alternate on this sheet.
Not on the
Okay.
agenda.
It doesn't? Great. Councilmember Zernitskaya. So sorry, we're very professional here at 1:09 a.m.
Second, I'll second that.
Great.
It's 4:10 a.m.
I know, I'm so sorry. We have, Zernitskaya is going to be our, all right, let's take a vote.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is absent. Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Mayor Trosas.
Yes. Okay, and then for SCAG, this would be attending the SCAG General Assembly on May 7th through 8th in Indian Wells. I will nominate Councilmember Raskin with Councilmember Hall as the alternate.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Zernitskaya. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Councilmember
You ready to
Zernitskaya, are you okay with that or no?
Councilmember Snow?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is absent. Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas.
Yes, and just to be clear, Councilmember Zernitskaya, you voted yes on that, correct? Okay, I didn't hear that. Great.
Apologies, I was looking at my calendar to put in the first Thursday of the month.
More organized than I am. Okay, great. Well, thank you, Councilmember Snell. We are now down to our final four. He's recused.
Yep.
Oh, final five. I'm sorry. Lana's on the phone.
Four on one time zone and one in the other.
Yes.
And Mayor, just for the record, I wanted to know Councilmember Snell is leaving the dais at 1:11 a.m. And then Councilmember Zwick left during closed session at 9:52 p.m.
Great.
And
We will now move on to agenda item 10A. We're so excited for our staff report. Please
so
make sure
excited to give
it's
it.
as long as possible. Just kidding.
I don't know where the clicker is. Oh, thank you. Tonight is just to give us a summary and a vote on the expansion of the AHP program and also the pilot. Just to give some background, on June 10th, Council gave this direction to establish the pilot program for the AHPP. August 12th, as was covered before the city, that the council then approved an emergency ordinance to establish the first 1,000 units that were part of the pilot program. And on September 30th, council received an update and then gave direction to expand the program for all of the remaining eligible projects, which number roughly 3,000 units. This was approved on August 12th as Section 964065 of the Municipal Code as an emergency ordinance. Tonight, as noted, the recommended action for the council is to introduce for first reading a regular ordinance to codify the pilot program, so for those first 1,000 units, and then to also codify an expansion of the program for the remainder of the eligible projects under the same terms and conditions as the August 12th emergency ordinance. This action is recommended out of an abundance of caution in light of the advice from the FPPC and the timing of Councilmember Zwick's employment with the Housing Action Coalition. Just as an overview of the original pilot program, these were the kind of preconditions. It had to be a multiple unit project of 6 units or more that had obtained its final approvals before August the 12th. And to be clear, the AB 130 time limits don't apply to these previously approved projects. They could not have been under construction or have been completed. However, a project that applied under this program could redesign and be approved prior to December 31st, 2026. That could potentially result in even more units, and it was limited to the first 1,000 units. So we hit that threshold pretty quickly in terms of 6 applications that were submitted, and so the pilot program essentially is closed off at this point to new applications. That original pilot program had 3 options, that allowed the affordable units to be placed off-site at an alternative location and gap financing at $150,000 a unit. There was a rehabilitation option, or there was payment of an in lieu fee option, which aligns with the current AHPP in lieu fee amounts. And those monies are collected and deposited into the Housing Trust Fund. On September 30th, council received an update, on the results of those, that initial pilot phase, and provided direction to expand the program, but with the following changes, which was to include in the program an option for purchase of at-risk units, a community benefit payment. This had to do with, in a situation where Measure GS was reduced or changed or eliminated, there was a direction to increase the gap financing amount, that there should be enforceable milestones in terms of particularly the alternative site option, and that there be long-term affordability protections for those units. This new expansion of the program would be added as a new section to the HPP as 964075. We want to note that distributed on the dais and also at the clerk's office are some revisions to the ordinance since the agenda was published, and I'll go through what those are in green in this presentation. They were clarifications that were added subsequent to additional public comment that was received on the published ordinance. So you can see here, just walking through all of the changes that the council requested. For the gap financing, that has been increased to $160,000 per unit, and it'll be updated annually based on the ENR building cost index, the Engineering News Record Building Cost Index. There is a new program option for at-risk units. This would allow the purchase of covenants for units that have affordable deed-restricted covenants that are at risk of expiring. And it would then require an extension of the covenant for a term of 75 years. We did add some guardrails here. There was concern that the city didn't want to be in a position where we are extending covenants for buildings that are not structurally sound, essentially. And so the units, in this case, they must be deemed by the city manager that the structural condition of the property actually supports the purchase of at-risk covenants. What that might look like is consideration of does the building itself meet current building code? Does it need to be brought up to code, in order for that 75-year extension to be granted? And that would be at the sole discretion of the city manager. Again, just provide some guardrails in that particular program option. On the community benefit payment, the event that Measure GS is no longer in place, the applicant must pay this community benefit payment. This is, one of the considerations for participation in this voluntary program. It will apply to the first transfer of a multiple unit project, so the first transfer, not subsequent ones, and it would be equal to 5% of the amount of the consideration of that transfer, or if the tax rate is reduced, so in a case where it's not eliminated, but it is reduced, the applicant would pay the reduced amount plus the difference between 5%. So in any event, the intent is that the applicant would pay 5%. In terms of the enforceable milestones for option one, which is the alternative site, so this is placing those affordable units at an off-site location. These are some newly added milestones that are not in the original pilot program. So number one is part of the issuance of a building permit for the first market rate project. The applicant must submit the entitlement application for the off-site affordable project. Prior to the C of O for the first market rate project, the applicant submits construction plans for the off-site affordable housing project. This means that they're submitting it for plan check. The off-site affordable housing construction has to commence within 48 months of the issuance of the building permit for the market rate project, or an additional 18 months for coastal zone projects unless the city grants the extension. And finally, the provision is if the construction doesn't commence in these timeframes, or if these timeframes are not met, the city can exercise its option to acquire the off-site property and can also retain the gap financing amount. So the city is getting the land and the money in this situation. In terms of long-term affordability protections, the applicant has to record a right of first refusal agreement on that off-site property. This is for that option one, the alternative site location. So that means the city would have the first opportunity to purchase that off-site property before it can sell to any other third party. And if the property owner receives a purchase offer, the city could choose to match that offer and acquire the property or allow the sale to proceed. So this is really the right of first refusal on that off-site property. So that's an overview of all the changes that have been made to the ordinance itself. And again, copies of the revised ordinance are in front of you, the dais. It's really primarily clarifications on that community benefit payment, were things that were made and that was highlighted in the presentation. So our recommendation tonight is for council to adopt the CEQA findings and to introduce for first reading the regular ordinance that includes two parts, which is codification of the original pilot program for those first 1,000 units at the same terms and conditions as the ordinance that was presented to council on August the 12th. And then it also includes the expansion of the program for all of the other eligible projects beyond the 1,000 units, but with the different conditions and requirements outlined in today's presentation. Happy to answer your questions.
Great. I don't see anyone in the queue. Councilmember Lana, if you would like to put yourself in the queue. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
All right, just one quick question about the revised ordinance that was at our chairs. Section 14 says uncontaminated property means a property free from hazardous substances as defined under state and federal law. Does that basically mean if there is a recognized environmental condition in the phase 1 environmental survey that it's controlled or something of the like and it's fully disclosed and everything?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
I don't have any questions, but it doesn't seem like anyone else does. Okay. I just want to thank staff for all the work on this. I know it's been massive. Thank you, Jing, to you and your team, everyone. And also thank you to my colleagues who brought this compromise forward through a lot of stakeholder engagement and community organization engagement. So thank you for that, and I am prepared to move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay.
Before we vote, I would also just like to echo our thanks. I want to echo everyone who weighed in. I think we had letters, comments, public engagement from all major community groups around this, and I think the answer is clear. We need more housing. We need more affordable housing, and this is going to unstick some of those units, and really proud to innovate on this when local jurisdictions around the county and the state are having such a hard time really getting those affordable units built. So just thank you, staff, for doing this so quickly. Thank you to our partners for wanting to test this out and looking forward. So guess, Councilmember Raskin, you were in the queue too. Councilmember Negrete, I don't want to shortchange you. I just don't see that you have a comment, but that's totally fine. Okay.
It's 4:30 in the
Okay,
morning
okay,
here,
we're
and
almost done. We're almost done.
I know everyone wants to make speeches. We've already voted on this. I'm
Okay.
just waiting.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, I'll just be quick. I'll echo thanks, and I'll just refer folks to the comments I made when this came back the last time before council.
We can call the question.
Okay, Councilmember Negrete,
No.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is absent. Councilmember Snell is also absent. Councilmember Zernitskaya
Yes.
and Mayor Trosas.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thanks. And I think we will now move to adjournments. Thank you, staff.
I'm so sorry. Can I
Yes,
get
you
off
can.
the-
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you guys. Good night.
Good night.
Keep it sassy.
Before we adjourn today's meeting, we pause with deep sadness and justified anger to honor the life of Keith Porter Jr., a 43-year-old father of two from Northridge who was shot and killed on New Year's Eve by an off-duty Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent. Mr. Porter is remembered by his family and community as a caring, joyful, and hardworking father who was cherished by those around him. Community members gathered for candlelight vigils to remember him, share their grief, and call for transparency and accountability in the ongoing investigation. This tragedy also brings attention to a troubling gap in oversight. Because the off-duty agent does not serve with a local law enforcement agency, local authorities are limited in their ability to compel questioning or face discipline, requirements that apply to our own officers following use of force incidents. As investigations continue, we extend our sincere condolences to Mr. Porter's children, mother, family, and all who mourn his loss. May this meeting be adjourned in memory of Keith Porter Jr. and in recognition of the profound value of every human life and a commitment to ensuring that no one is allowed to wield deadly authority in our communities without clear responsibility, oversight, and consequence. May we honor Keith Porter Jr.'s life by supporting his loved ones and standing with the community as they seek answers and healing. And we have a second adjournment. Before we adjourn, we pause to honor the life of Renee Nicole Good, a 37-year-old mother of three, poet, writer, and cherished member of her community who was tragically killed in Minneapolis earlier this month. Renee was born in Colorado and pursued her passion for creative expression, earning an English degree and winning a poetry prize while at Old Dominion University. In social media and personal accounts, she described herself with affection as a poet and writer and wife and mom, reflecting a life rooted in family, creativity, and compassion. On January 7th, 2026, Renee was fatally shot by an Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer during a federal operation in a residential neighborhood in Minneapolis. The circumstances of Renee's death, a life ended in a moment marked by an exhibition of poor training, escalation, and excessive use and unnecessary force, have prompted many to question the aggressive deployment of federal enforcement in civilian communities and to express hope that such a profound loss might lead to reflection and changes in policies that have caused harm and division rather than safety and justice. Renee's family, including her children aged 6, 12, and 15, and her wife Becca, have spoken of her as a loving, compassionate, and devoted mother whose kindness radiated in all aspects of her life. They have urged those who remember her to focus on empathy, healing, and support for one another during this unimaginable loss. As we reflect on her life and the tragedy of her passing, we extend our deepest condolences to her family, friends, and all who mourn her loss. May we honor Renee Nicole Good's memory by supporting her loved ones and by reaffirming our commitment to compassion, accountability, and justice for every member of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we all join you in that sentiment, and may their memory be a blessing. So with that being said, I believe this meeting is adjourned and we'll see everyone in 2 weeks.